Welcome in, my friends. Happy Thursday to one and all. And it is time for us to get our learn on. We're going to start off today with a bunch of recent discoveries, a little bit of a shorter video. We'll get into some of the bigger topics as the day goes on. And as always, I hope you enjoy, ladies and gents. Freedom's Fringe is about to begin.
From strange alien artifacts falling out of the sky to the unearthed remains of a T-Rex with wings, and archaeologists who might have found the actual Holy Grail, today we're breaking down the most amazing things recently found on Earth. If you wanted to build an arrow, what material would you make it out of? Steel? Wood, maybe? Well, whatever you choose, you just know you'll never be as goth as one Swiss blacksmith 3,000 years ago, who decided to make his arrowhead out of a meteorite. See, this Bronze Age artifact was discovered in the 1870s in Morgen, Switzerland, and at first its unique appearance was just chalked up to rust. But in 2023, the artifact was re-examined with an X-ray which revealed that it was no ordinary arrow, and it actually came from space. See, the head is really made out of iron extracted from a meteorite that fell over 1,400 miles away in Estonia back in 1500 BCE. Meteors are pieces of space rock that enter Earth's atmosphere, and nearly 50 tons of meteoric material approach our planet every day. 95% of them contain metals like iron and nickel, but they're usually vaporized in the atmosphere before they can hit the ground. So this is a very special and rare find. The discovery has allowed researchers to deduce that once someone found and gathered this meteorite, the metal it contained must have been distributed across Europe through trade before eventually being used to craft an arrow. This means that not only were ancient warriors totally metal, but that communities were also trading meteoric iron by 800 BCE, which is pretty awesome. Let's move from space to sea as we head to the coast of Australia, a land known for its creepy crawlies, sweltering heat, and of course, the Great Barrier Reef. Spanning over 86 million acres off the coast of Queensland, this natural wonder of the world is so big that it can be seen from space, and we still haven't come close to mapping the whole thing. This means there's still a ton of stuff to discover, and in 2020, researchers stumbled upon something incredible on the northern Great Barrier seafloor. While mapping the area, they found a massive detached reef measuring over 1,600 feet tall and 1 mile across. That's taller than the Empire State Building, and it was the first new coral reef discovered in 120 years, making this a pretty big discovery. Literally. The reef is so large that if it was a building, it would qualify as super tall, a name given to structures between 984 and 1,965 feet. Furthermore, it even takes the cake as the tallest structure in Australia, stealing the title from a 1,270-foot radio tower and a naval communication station in Exmouth. The discovery was a complete accident, and a week later the researchers returned to explore the reef up close and live-stream their findings with an underwater robot called Sebastian. Ain't he cute? Sebastian's cameras allowed the researchers to discover that the reef is detached, meaning that while it is connected to the seafloor, it isn't linked to other reefs. However, Sebastian also found that despite the reef's isolation, it's teeming with life, populated with a variety of reef fish and gray reef sharks. Speaking of underwater cities, most of you have probably heard of Atlantis, the mystical island from Greek mythology that was sunk to the bottom of the ocean by the gods. The fantastical story has become a big part of pop culture, and it turns out it isn't so far-fetched because some real cities have also vanished into thin air. See, back in 2020, archaeologist Zahi Hawass and his team started an excavation along the Nile's west bank near the city of Luxor, hoping to find a funeral temple built for the pharaoh Tutankhamun after his death. Instead, as they dug into the ground, they discovered something even crazier. An entire preserved city made up of mud houses with winding snake-like walls. There were no written records of the city's existence, so initially Zahi had no idea who built it, and he dubbed it the Golden City because the buildings were dated back to the Golden Age of ancient Egypt from 2613 to 2494 BCE. However, eventually the discovery of a series of wine jars inscribed with hieroglyphs revealed its true name and backstory. dazzling Aten, a city founded by the pharaoh Amenhotep III over 3,000 years ago. It was almost perfectly preserved beneath the earth and regarded to be the most important archaeological find since the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922. Over a period of 7 months, archaeologists on Hawas's team excavated the area and uncovered several neighborhoods buried underground, as well as knickknacks like scarab beetle amulets, pottery, and tools. There was even a bakery with a cooking area big enough to cater to large numbers of people, giving insights into the way that ancient Egyptians lived. I guess it goes to prove that entire cities really can be lost in time and found all over again. Okay, who's gonna take one for the team and get in a submarine to uncover Atlantis now? Well, you can count me out because after this next discovery, I never want to step foot in a sub. See, in the military, sometimes a top secret mission can work too well, and there have been instances where soldiers that are deep undercover have gone missing in action and disappeared entirely. Such was the case with the HMS Triumph, a British special ops submarine that conducted over 20 covert operations during World War II. In 1942, it was tasked with rescuing a group of British refugees from a German-occupied Greek island called Antiparos, but it never showed up. Due to its special ops status, the lost submarine couldn't be tracked, so the sub and its 64 occupants were declared missing, the refugees were arrested by German forces, and the Triumph's fate became a mystery that's endured for decades, until now. See, in the late 90s, a Greek diver called Kostas Thaktaridis took an interest in the story. He started routinely searching for the wreckage for over 25 years until 2023, when he finally found it 6 miles off Cape Sunion at a depth of 666 feet. The depth and underwater currents were too hazardous for human divers, so Kostas ultimately found the sub with a remote-operated underwater vehicle. Then he used the vehicle's camera to explore the sub, and he soon discovered that the front of its hull had been damaged by an explosion, revealing the cause of its disappearance. It was impossible to identify whether the explosion was internal or external, so we don't know if the sub was sunk due to an attack or a malfunction. But because the hatches on the wreckage were still closed, it suggested that at the time of the explosion, the sub was in a deep dive and the remains of all 64 passengers are still inside. Spooky. This classifies it as a maritime war grave, so the exact location of the sub hasn't been revealed to the public to stop curious divers from disturbing the site. But Kostas' find officially solved an 85-year-old cold case and let the families of the fallen soldiers finally know where they were laid to rest. Believe it or not, this photo wasn't taken in hell, and Blood Falls is a real liquid outflow at the snout of Taylor Glacier in Antarctica. The waterfall looks like a sign of the apocalypse, but it's actually a plume rising from an ancient lake trapped beneath the glacier's 437 yards of ice. About 5 million years ago, the ocean flooded East Antarctica, creating a salty inland lake. Then 3 million years later, glaciers formed over the lake, trapping a basin of pristine saltwater that's been isolated ever since. As more and more water at the top of the lake freezes, it steadily concentrated the lake's salt content, and currently the water is around 3 times as salty as the ocean. This means the lake and the plume won't freeze, even when the temperature sits far below 32 degrees. But what's with the creepy color? Well, the plume's source lake isn't actually red, but it's incredibly rich in iron. So the water at Blood Falls becomes red as the iron interacts with the oxygen in the air. But this isn't the only amazing thing about the discovery. Modern scientists have found that when the lake froze over, it trapped a community of microbes that have evolved with no light, no oxygen, and little heat. So as the microbes are jetted out of the lake at Blood Falls, we can analyze them and better understand how alien life could exist in the similar subglacial lakes that are believed to be on Mars. These tiny creatures could hold the secret to extraterrestrial life. But we're still making discoveries about life on this planet. Back in 1933 in Harbin City, China, a man was working construction on the Dongjiang Bridge when he discovered a strange humanoid skull buried on the banks of the Songhua River. The skull clearly wasn't human, but as the Chinese laborer was working in a region that was occupied by Japan during the Second Sino-Japanese War, he decided not to hand the interesting artifact over to his boss in Japan's government. Instead, he buried it in an abandoned well where it remained hidden for 85 years until 2018 when he revealed its location to his family on his deathbed. The skull was retrieved and donated to the Geoscience Museum of Hebei, who ran tests and made a groundbreaking discovery. It belonged to an undiscovered brand new species of ancient human that the researchers named Homo longi, or Dragon Man. Wait, does that mean we're descended from dragons? Well, no. The skull was named after the Heilongjiang province, which translates to Black Dragon River. So unfortunately, the Dragon Man couldn't breathe fire, and the researchers found that evolutionary speaking, they were more similar to Homo sapiens than even Neanderthals. To date, the Dragon Man skull is the largest Homo skull on record, and it's believed to have belonged to a 50-year-old male that lived around 146,000 years ago. And I thought my dad was old. Some party-pooping experts have stated that they don't think the skull is a new species, and it's actually just a unique example of a previously discovered humanoid species called Homo daliensis that was found in China in 1978. But either way, the skull is still an incredible piece of human history that was buried away in a well for the better half of a century. And hey, it's good to know that modern humans didn't actually evolve from dragons. Well, apart from the lizard people running the world's governments. I'm looking at you, Charlie. Now let's move from lizard kings to giant birds. Yep, preserved prehistoric appendages aren't purely the realm of 1950s B-movies, as this 3,300-year-old foot was discovered by archaeologists in a cave on Mount Owen in New Zealand. It turns out this creepy discovery once belonged to a real-life ancient giant. The species of flightless bird known as moa once roamed all over New Zealand on two tall legs and could reach up to 10 feet in height. Unfortunately, after humans first arrived in New Zealand around 800 years ago, the moa was hunted into extinction. But luckily, this particular claw was found perfectly preserved as a combination of minimal moisture and dry winds in the cave kept it intact for over 3,000 years. I just hope whoever found it did the right thing and tapped their fellow cave explorers on the shoulder with it. Humans have always searched the stars for a sign that we aren't alone in the universe. But to date, the only signs of intelligent extraterrestrial life have been crop circles that were clearly made by hoaxers and blurry photos of smudges in the sky. But how's this for all you non-believers? In April 2024, a farmer and his son in Saskatchewan, Canada stumbled upon a real-life spacecraft that had crash-landed to Earth. The duo were walking around their land when they discovered a strange piece of debris that weighed over 100 pounds and was made of a carbon fiber composite, as well as a reinforced aluminum frame built in a honeycomb structure. They were stumped, and local media immediately flocked to the farm to debate whether this could be a remnant from a real-life alien aircraft. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but experts soon arrived on the scene and solved the mystery. They quickly ascertained that this galactic gizmo was actually a part of a man-made rocket that crashed back to Earth after launch. See, when a rocket is launched, certain parts like the boosters are ejected to burn up in the atmosphere, but rarely they make it through and crash to the ground below. Incredibly, this isn't the first time that space debris has turned up in Saskatchewan alone, as in the 1960s a hunter found a similar piece of crash-landed material that turned out to be a satellite that had fallen out of orbit. More recently, in 2022, a strange, nearly 10-foot-long piece of debris was uncovered on a sheep farm across the globe in New South Wales, Australia. It turned out to be a piece of a SpaceX rocket that failed to burn up in the atmosphere, and after an investigation, it was determined that the rocket found in Saskatchewan was also from SpaceX. Once this came out, SpaceX actually bought the piece back from the farmer so they could figure out why it wasn't destroyed by the atmosphere. Then, despite the terrifying notion of space debris hurtling down to Earth in populated areas, the story had a happy ending, as the farmer used the money to build a hockey rink in his hometown. Man, the Canadians really don't mess about with their hockey, eh? Let's move from spaceships to something more medieval. Back in 2017, the skeleton of this strange beast was found in Zhangjiakou City, China, and the locals who discovered it were convinced it was the remains of a real dragon. The carcass was 60 feet long and closely resembled the dragons from Chinese legends, and when the authorities arrived at the scene, they took the skeleton to examine it. Since then, no further news has been published, and lots of people think the government's silence proves the bones are real. But there have been countless instances of people finding dragons over the years, and they're almost always proven to be a combination of other animal skeletons mashed together to look like a monster. Skeptics believe that the remains in this video were made using dozens of dog and sheep skeletons, and the dragon's head looks suspiciously like a cow's skull. Sadly, as the government hasn't offered any answers, we may never know the truth. But the story about the dog bones is currently the most credible explanation for the discovery. Man, that's a bummer. Let's look at something less depressing. Ever since it was first mentioned in a 12th century French romance story, people have quested to find the Holy Grail, a cup that Jesus supposedly drank from at the Last Supper and was later used to collect his blood after the crucifixion. Legend has it drinking from this magical goblet gives you miraculous healing powers and eternal youth. But it's nothing but a myth, right? Well, back in 2024, netizens became convinced that archaeologists had uncovered the famous artifact during an excavation of a 2,000-year-old tomb in Petra, Jordan. Now I know what you're thinking. Isn't that the plot of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, aka the greatest movie of all time? Well, sometimes life imitates art, and while Indy found the Grail in Petra in the 1989 classic, archaeologists may have made the very same discovery while conducting a routine scan for the famous Al-Khazneh Mausoleum. The scan detected a hidden chamber directly underneath the structure, and when the archaeologists started digging, they found an undiscovered tomb that contained 12 skeletons resting amongst bronze, iron, and ceramic artifacts that dated back to the 1st century BCE. They didn't know who these 12 people were, but notably, one of the skeletons was laid to rest with a ceramic chalice clutched in their hand. The archaeologists linked the discovery to the Grail when they announced their findings, highlighting the shape of the cup and the connection to Indiana Jones. However, their comments were tongue-in-cheek and experts aren't really convinced. There's still no evidence that the Grail actually exists, and the skeleton holding it certainly didn't receive eternal youth. Furthermore, after closer examination, the researchers actually believe that the mysterious chalice is the top part of a broken jug. That sucks. But it doesn't mean that the find was insignificant. Petra was inhabited by the Nabateans, an ancient civilization that existed between the 3rd century BC and 1st century AD. Little is known about their burial practices, so the newly discovered tomb gave archaeologists great insight into Nabatean culture. That's all interesting stuff, but it isn't nearly as cool as finding the actual Holy Grail. Still, as far as I know, nobody's actually tried drinking from the ancient cup yet, and we can't rule out the possibility that it is the Grail until someone plucks up the courage to take a sip. Let's move from Indiana Jones to Onde Island Stones, as we go back to 1722, when the Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen stumbled across a mysterious remote island in the Pacific Ocean with friendly locals, green hills, and hundreds of huge stone heads jutting out of the earth. To this day, the iconic Moai heads on Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, remain one of the world's most famous landmarks. They were built out of volcanic stone between 1100 to 1500, and incredibly, the heads actually have bodies too, though most of them have naturally sunk into the ground and become buried to the shoulders. Despite the heads' fame, the reason for their construction was lost by Rapa Nui's indigenous population, and it has always mystified scholars and archaeologists. But in 2024, researchers may have finally cracked the case. See, Easter Island has very few naturally occurring freshwater sources, and the ones that do exist are very difficult to access. But the early inhabitants of the island must have sourced their drinking water from somewhere, right? Well, experts think they survived off groundwater discharge created from aquifers, which are bodies of underground soil or permeable rock that are saturated with water. On Easter Island, the water in these aquifers would have flowed downhill underground before reaching the surface on the coast. This is consistent with 18th century accounts of the indigenous islanders drinking water straight from the sea. The colonizers thought they were drinking seawater, but they were really sipping on fresh water from the aquifers as it poured into the ocean. After studying the places where fresh water from the aquifers reaches the surface, researchers found that every one of them had a moai head nearby, suggesting that the statues were used to mark places with drinkable water. Some argue that this is just a crazy coincidence, but lots of experts agree that this must be the reason for the famous heads. So for a 12th century society, the Rapa Nui people were clearly head and shoulders above the rest for this ingenious thinking. Back in the day, if an explorer like Jacob Roggeveen wanted to discover an island or mythical lost city, they'd have to set sail into the ocean or delve into the jungle with a machete and a dream. But today, we can find ancient civilizations by kicking back and firing lasers into the ground. This story starts in the 16th century when Spanish colonizers landed in Central and South America and heard rumors of a great prosperous city hidden in the Amazon rainforest that was entirely made of gold. This legendary city became known as El Dorado. But after many failed expeditions into the jungle, it was ultimately dismissed as a myth. Since then, experts have believed that the Amazon was too hostile to host such an advanced civilization, and it was widely accepted that the people who did live in the Amazon only dwelled in tiny settlements. However, this all changed in early 2024 when a team of researchers utilized some cutting-edge technology to re-explore the Amazon and unlock the secrets of the Golden City. See, researcher Stefan Rostein and his team started exploring the Amazon with LiDAR, a laser sensing method that can be suspended from a plane to map the ground below and generate a 3D scan of the terrain. This allows it to detect any changes in elevation in the area and determine whether any ancient buildings or roads are buried underneath the surface. When Rostein used LiDAR in the Upano area of eastern Ecuador, they found 6,000 raised platforms beneath the ground that appeared to be house foundations and straight man-made roads. They started excavating and found a settlement that's the largest and oldest found in the Amazon to date, with an estimated population of up to 100,000 people that lived there 2,500 years ago. The complex urban society completely changed the academic view of ancient life in the Amazon, and before long, people started comparing the find to El Dorado. But had Rostein really found the legendary Golden City? Well, probably not. Firstly, when they excavated at the site, they found hearths and structures that were made of stone, not gold. Furthermore, Rostein estimates that whatever civilization lived here lived in around 500 AD, over 1,000 years before colonizers landed and started searching for El Dorado. So the timelines just don't match up. Still, Rostein's find is incredibly significant, proving the gigantic cities of up to 100,000 people did exist in the rainforest. And hey, if the city in Upano could go unnoticed for hundreds of years, maybe the Golden City is also hidden in the depths of the Amazon. But of course, you don't have to trek all the way to South America to find mysterious artifacts. In 2013, a Redditor with a now-deleted account explained that they were walking along the coast in the US when they found this strange clay tablet buried in the sand. The photo has since been shared all over social media, and commenters have noted that the squid-like figure looks a lot like Cthulhu, an ancient god featured in H.P. Lovecraft's books from the early 1900s. In Lovecraft's universe, the squid monster lives under the ocean in a sunken city, and when it rises, it can control people's minds and cause them to go insane. But the monster is fictional, and comments on the Reddit post imply that the now-deleted account belonged to an artist who makes models. Furthermore, other similar tablets are available to purchase on Etsy, so it's likely that the artifact is just a fake. But who knows, maybe the original poster really fell under Cthulhu's control and the monster made them delete Reddit. Finally, Cthulhu's doing something positive. This discovery is probably a hoax, but some even more impressive ancient tablets are the real deal. If you had to guess, why do you think the written word was first invented? To write beautiful poetry or keep accounts of historical events? Nope. Actually, it was for tax purposes. Seriously. See, recently a 3,500-year-old receipt printed onto a tiny tablet was uncovered in Turkey's Hatay province after the devastating earthquakes of 2023. A set of archaeological ruins called Alalak were damaged by the quake, and when archaeologists arrived to conduct restorations, they found the 1.7 by 1.4-inch tablet hidden amongst the rubble. The researchers found that it was written in cuneiform, the oldest known form of writing in the world. The ancient writing system involved pressing a reed stylus onto a damp clay tablet, creating a script that looked like a pattern of wedges, and it originated from Mesopotamia, an ancient society that's widely considered the birthplace of civilization. Mesopotamian cuneiform predates even hieroglyphics, and when experts deciphered this tablet, it was found to be a receipt documenting the purchase of 200 wooden tables, chairs, and stools. I hope the buyer got a discount for buying in bulk. This tablet, alongside other similar finds, has led historians to believe that the oldest form of writing was largely invented for administration purposes, such as keeping receipts. That sounds pretty lame, but for context, in Mesopotamia, not paying your taxes was punishable by death, so it makes sense why people would want written proof of their payments. And I'm so bad with money, I definitely wouldn't have survived. And they're not kidding when they said the only things certain in life are death and taxes. Everyone loves going to the cinema, but how would you like to watch a movie while surrounded by human remains? Well, back in 2004, the police in Paris conducted a routine inspection of the catacombs, a 180-mile-long network of tunnels under the city that was used to store the bones of the deceased in the 18th century. They hold around 6 million bodies, and as the police crept down the winding tunnels, they came across a vast 400-square-meter room that contained a cinema screen and projection equipment. 20 seats were carved into the stone itself, and a smaller cave next door had been turned into an informal restaurant bar. The police had no idea who built the secret cinema or how they installed a professional electricity system deep in the tunnels. But when they returned 3 days later with reinforcements, the cave was completely cleared out, and the only thing that remained was a note that read, "Do not try to find us." The police still don't know who created the cinema, and that story's scarier than any horror movie. But let's move from creature features to the real thing and check out the discovery of a genuine monster. Everybody knows that 66 million years ago, an asteroid crashed into Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs. But the big lizards didn't leave without a trace, and their direct descendants still walk or fly among us today in the form of birds. See, Theropoda was a group of bipedal dinosaurs that included the T-Rex and Velociraptor, and incredibly, smaller theropods directly evolved into modern-day birds. The jump from T-Rex to pigeon is pretty extreme, but in 2023, a new discovery found a missing link between the two species and unlocked some answers about how this evolution happened. See, in the Liaoning province of China, paleontologists found a 120 million year old fossil with the body of a bird and the head of a T-Rex. Named the Cratonovis shui, this remarkable relic sits right in the middle of the evolutionary path between dinosaur and bird, with an amazing blend of avian and non-avian features. See, most birds can move their upper and lower jaws independently, which lets them build nests and clean their bodies, but despite its wings and feathers, the Cratonovis' skull and jaw was almost identical to that of a T-Rex, so it could only move its lower jaw. Furthermore, the creature had unusually long metatarsal bones in its feet, which researchers believe to be left over when it evolved from land-dwelling raptors who required longer foot bones to help them run faster. In contrast, most modern birds don't need to run fast, so their feet bones have evolved to be shorter so they can land on branches and grab prey from the air. This shows that the Cratonovis was essentially a theropod dinosaur that evolved to have wings without fully evolving into a bird. The species was a true hybrid between land animals and the pigeon outside your window, but personally, I'm glad these freaky creatures have died out. Can you imagine this thing trying to steal your ice cream on the beach? Hey, you can always avoid it by running into the water, but just be sure to avoid this creature while you're in there. If the ocean was a high school, the deep sea would definitely be the Freaks and Geeks table. Every year, researchers discover new ocean creatures that fight for the title of freakiest looking fish, and in 2023 that spot was taken by this eerie demon-eyed cat shark. The discovery actually originates 40 years ago when a dead pregnant shark was collected off the coast of West Australia and identified as a South China cat shark. But the creature was bizarre because its alien-looking egg case and milky white eyes were completely different from other South China cat shark specimens. But what else could it be? Well, in 2011, researchers came across another bizarre egg case lined with T-shaped ridges containing a shark embryo. Then, two more of these eccentric eggs were discovered in the Australian National Fish Collection. The egg cases didn't match any known species until they went through some historical records and discovered that they were identical to the egg cases found in the pregnant misidentified South China cat shark all those years ago. The researchers realized the eggs were a sign of a whole new species, so they announced their discovery and named it Apresturus ovicorrugatus, or the ridged egg cat shark. It was a groundbreaking find, but with the creature's alien eggs and bright demonic eyes, I'd rather not know that these things are swimming around in the ocean. They're swimming around in my nightmares now, too. Let's take a look at the discovery of an even more intimidating species. This is the fossilized body of a 110 million year old nodosaur, and it's now known as one of the best preserved dinosaur fossils ever discovered. It was found in 2011 by an oil miner in Canada, and when alive, this critter would have been about 18 feet long and 3,000 pounds. The nodosaur is so well preserved because its body was washed out to sea soon after its death before sinking and getting buried under the seabed. Here, minerals covered the dinosaur and slowly replaced its soft tissue, skin, and armor, preserving its shape and turning it into a stone mummy. Over 100 million years later, continental drift meant that this area of seafloor was now buried underneath Canada, allowing the miner to dig the nodosaur out of its watery grave. According to Alberta fossil law, the dinosaur immediately became the property of the government, so sadly the miner didn't earn a cent for finding it. But in contrast, other discoveries have made people incredibly rich. The one-eared deer of the Impressionist movement, Vincent van Gogh, had to wait many a starry night before the world came to appreciate the genius of his 19th century paintings. Perhaps this explains how one of the maestro's pieces, Sunset at Mount Major, didn't come to see the light of day until a Norwegian man discovered it in his attic in 2013. Experts soon authenticated the piece and confirmed it was a lost experimental work painted by Van Gogh in 1888. Nobody knows how it ended up in the attic, but after the verification, the homeowner sold it to a private collector for an unknown sum. It isn't clear how much he got for it, but other paintings in that line have sold for as much as $82 million. So whatever the owner received, it definitely left him rolling in the Van Gogh. Still, other people have made even more valuable discoveries while looking around their home. One day in 2013, a Californian couple were walking around their 200-acre property when they stumbled upon a strange rusty can hanging from a tree branch. They hadn't noticed the can before, and on further inspection, they discovered a second can sticking out from the earth underneath it. They dug it up, and what they found inside soon became known as the Saddle Ridge Hoard, the most valuable buried treasure ever discovered in America. The can was full of gold coins, and over the next 3 days, they dug up 7 more cans and unearthed 1,427 rare U.S. coins dating from 1847 to 1894. The couple was so freaked out, their immediate response was to rebury the coins under their woodpile until they could decide how to deal with them. After deliberating, they contacted a firm of currency specialists who arrived to inspect their treasure. They found that the total face value of the find was $27,980. But the coins were so rare and pristine that the hoard had an actual value of $10 million. Today, the anonymous couple is selling 90% of their coins through Amazon and donating some of the proceeds to charity. But nobody knows where the coins came from. Some have tied it to old Western criminals like Jesse James, while others say the trove was hidden by the Knights of the Golden Circle, a pro-slavery group who wanted to fund a second civil war in the 1800s. Regardless of the treasure's origin, it belongs to the Californian couple now, and they aren't the only people to discover buried gold. Before the invention of banks, people needed to store their money somewhere, and what place is safer than a hole in the ground? That's right, baby, we're about to talk about some buried treasure. The Notien Archaeological Survey is a project that's aiming to investigate and map the ruins of Notien, an ancient Greek city in modern-day Turkey. They've examined the physical ruins on the surface, used remote sensing to survey the ground beneath them, and conducted excavations that have mainly uncovered pottery fragments and arrowheads. But in 2024, they were digging beneath one of the city's long-ruined homes when they literally struck gold, discovering a pot overflowing with ancient shimmering coins. The coins themselves were identified as Persian derricks from the 5th century BCE due to their representations of crouched archers. They were buried during a period where the Persian Empire and Greeks were fighting over the area around Notien, and at this point the city was specifically occupied by Greek mercenaries who were sympathetic to the Persians. So archaeologists think that the hoard of coins was likely given to one of them as payment for fighting in a battle. They didn't reveal how many coins were found, but based on the photos, it was clearly a lot. Furthermore, one single derrick was equivalent to a soldier's pay for an entire month at the time, so it's understandable why the hoard's owner wanted to bury it for safekeeping. Finds like this are incredibly rare because typically nobody buries that much money without retrieving it later. So perhaps the owner met an untimely fate before he could spend his cash. And it's a shame he never got to splurge it on some new armor or a nice vacation. Speaking of spoils of war and military relics, thousands of artifacts from World War II are found in Europe every year, from coastal bunkers covered in sand to long-forgotten landmines. But some are more special than others, and during the war, soldiers were known to have ransacked palaces and museums for priceless valuables that are reportedly still hidden around the continent. There's a popular Polish tale that at the end of World War II, a German train filled with 300 tons of stolen gold, jewels, and artwork entered a tunnel near Shaw's castle and never came out the other side. Its whereabouts were a mystery, and nobody knew whether it actually existed, but 70 years later, two men called Peter Koper and Andres Richter announced that they'd used a ground-penetrating radar in the area and found an impression of a train buried deep underground. The plot thickened when the Polish tabloid Fakt received images of the train from an anonymous source that had claimed they'd actually found the treasure. This was far-fetched, but nobody could definitively prove that the photos weren't real, so the Polish authorities cordoned off the area and started excavating at the site. Excitement grew, and for a moment it looked like the tall tale might actually be true. But after a year of excavation, the train didn't turn up, and it was decided that the men's scan must have actually shown train-shaped rock formations, and Fox's anonymous images were fakes. That's pretty disappointing. But fear not, other more legitimate evidence of World War II treasures have been found even more recently. In 2023, the National Archives of the Netherlands released 1,300 historical documents, including a map that supposedly marked the locations of some famous buried treasure near a small town called Omeren. In the Netherlands, this lost treasure has been searched for since the end of the war, and it reportedly consists of 4 ammunition cases filled with coins and jewels worth $19 million that was stolen from a bank in Arnhem by German soldiers. They buried the loot in a secret location while fleeing after Germany surrendered, and the Dutch Institute of Asset and Property Management have made several attempts to find the stash since 1945. They failed every time, but now that the map and existence of the hoard has been confirmed to the public, anyone can try their luck to claim these millions for themselves. No treasure has been found just yet, but eager treasure hunters aren't letting that deter them, as people flock to Omeren to seek their fortune. And on an unrelated note, I've just booked a vacation. I've heard the Netherlands is lovely this time of year. I think at some point everyone has dreamt of finding buried treasure, but some of the greatest, most significant discoveries on our planet sit right on the surface. Whether it's aliens, wizards, or giants, Stonehenge has always been one of the most popular topics for conspiracy theorists, as they've come up with some outlandish theories to explain why it was built. Historically, the academics haven't had any concrete answers either until 2022, when researchers announced that they'd finally discovered Stonehenge's real purpose and they could put their theories to rest. And no, the structure isn't an alien landing pad. It's a Neolithic calendar. See, after a ton of research, they found that the number and placement of the stones correlates to a 365-day tropical year, with each of the stones in the larger Sarsen circle representing a day within a month. The 4 station stones around the outside even take into account leap years. Now, this conclusion isn't 100% certain, but the evidence is compelling, and it'd be an incredible coincidence that the stones line up so perfectly. If this is true, it makes Stonehenge one of the earliest known solar calendars, with its construction believed to have begun in 3100 BCE, around the same time that the Egyptians first introduced their 365-day calendar. In fact, leap days were only formally introduced in 46 BCE during the Roman Empire, so the calendar's accuracy is nothing short of remarkable for such an ancient structure. I wonder if I can use Stonehenge to keep track of all my doctor's appointments. Which one of these insane finds was your favorite? Let me know in the comments down below, and thanks for watching.
And our next piece we got coming up is 100 discoveries that will supposedly rewrite human history. And we'll see about that.
Glowing masks, underwater cities, ancient tech, and lost civilizations, these shocking finds will blow your mind and rewrite history. The Nazca lines have always baffled the world. Those giant geoglyphs etched into Peru's desert floor are visible only from the sky. But in 2025, a new discovery shook the foundations of what we thought we knew. Beneath the very soil that holds these mysterious figures, a vast and complex network of tunnels and ancient water channels has been uncovered using cutting-edge LiDAR technology. We're not just talking about a few carved ditches. This is a massive, interconnected system, carefully engineered to harness and distribute underground water across one of the driest regions on Earth. What makes this even more fascinating is the precision. The Nazca people didn't just dig blindly. These tunnels, known as puquios, follow geological fault lines and tap into aquifers that still provide water today, thousands of years later. The system is so effective that some parts are still in use by local farmers. But here's where it gets really strange. Many of these underground channels are located directly beneath the Nazca geoglyphs. Some researchers now believe the lines themselves may have served as markers, or part of a greater ceremonial infrastructure connected to water worship or astronomical cycles. And of course, not everyone is convinced it's just about irrigation. The tunnel's precision, their alignment with celestial events, and the energy patterns recorded around them have sparked theories that stretch far beyond what textbooks suggest. Some theorists claim the Nazca were working with knowledge that shouldn't have existed in pre-industrial societies, perhaps even guided by something not entirely human. After all, how did an ancient culture with no advanced tools create a system so durable, so efficient, and so perfectly aligned with both nature and the stars? Buried beneath the remote Alaskan wilderness near Mount Denali lies a formation so massive and precise that it has puzzled researchers, whistleblowers, and truth seekers for decades. Locals have long spoken of a pyramid-shaped structure hidden underground, larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, with perfect geometric angles and sides so aligned that many refuse to believe it could be natural. Official maps say nothing. Archaeological digs, none allowed. The area is tightly controlled, and strange stories have emerged from those who've tried to get close. Sudden compass malfunctions, strange pressure in the air, and even low-frequency vibrations that can be felt but not heard. Some say the formation hums beneath the surface. Others believe it was buried intentionally, not by nature but by design. There are whispers that the structure may be thousands of years old, possibly even older than recorded history. Some claim it's a forgotten monument of a pre-Ice Age civilization. Others suggest it was never human to begin with. What feeds the mystery is how fast any conversation around it gets shut down. No studies, no excavations, no interest from the mainstream, as if something doesn't want the truth getting out. The Black Pyramid of Alaska remains one of North America's most compelling unsolved mysteries. It's there, it's massive, and it's off limits. And until someone is allowed to dig, all we have are the questions it keeps raising. Thousands of miles away from Alaska's frozen soil, in the heat of ancient Mesopotamia, another strange find has historians rethinking old stories. A small clay tablet dated to over 3,000 years ago was discovered in Iraq with something totally unexpected: step-by-step instructions for building a massive boat. But this isn't the wooden ark you've seen in paintings. This one was round, perfectly circular, like a giant coracle, reinforced with palm fiber rope and waterproofed with bitumen, and it was big enough to hold animals, food, and people. The detail is striking. The text mentions specific materials, dimensions, and construction techniques, written long before most civilizations even understood engineering at this scale. Even more curious, the story sounds eerily familiar. It describes a great flood sent by the gods, a chosen survivor, and a vessel built to withstand it all. It predates the biblical story of Noah by centuries. The similarities have made some question whether our most iconic flood myth was borrowed from something much older, and possibly real. A team of archaeologists even tried to build the boat using the tablet's specs, and it floated perfectly. So, was this just a tale or a technical manual passed down from survivors of a forgotten catastrophe? No matter how you frame it, a dusty slab of clay from a time before history books has managed to shake one of the world's oldest stories right to its core. In the ruins of a long-forgotten settlement in southeastern Iran, archaeologists unearthed something that left even seasoned experts stunned: the remains of a woman who lived nearly 5,000 years ago, with a perfectly crafted artificial eye still in place. This wasn't just a decorative piece. The eye was made of a light material coated in a gold-colored film, complete with a tiny black iris, etched capillaries and grooves so precise that it looked like it was made with tools far beyond what Bronze Age people were supposed to have. The burnt city where this prosthetic was found has already been known for producing strange and advanced artifacts, but this eye was in a league of its own. It fit so naturally in the woman's skull that it must have been worn regularly, possibly even for ceremonial or spiritual reasons. And here's the eerie part: it was still lodged in her eye socket when she was buried, which means it was more than decoration. It was a part of her identity. Some believe this could be the earliest example of ocular prosthetics in human history, not just for function, but possibly status. Was this woman a priestess, a healer, an oracle? Local myths in the region speak of women who could see beyond, and with an eye like that, it's easy to understand how stories like that might have started. It's discoveries like this that blur the line between ancient medicine, ritual, and something else entirely. In early 2025, a team exploring an unmarked cave system near Nazca uncovered a strange circular artifact buried beneath layers of ash and clay. Made of bronze-like alloy with carved ridges and glowing crystalline inlays, the object resembled a mask with non-human features. Locals claim it's part of a lost sky-worshipping ritual. Scientists haven't explained the internal light source. It activates only in total darkness. The artifact has since been locked away for further study. In 2024, archaeologists working at Teotihuacan made a breakthrough that rattled even the most experienced researchers: a vast underground tunnel system hidden beneath one of the most mysterious ancient cities in the world. Using ground-penetrating radar and robotic scanners, experts mapped a multi-level labyrinth stretching beneath the Pyramid of the Moon, packed with chambers, passages, and sealed rooms that had never been accessed before. What shocked everyone was the presence of unusual materials deep within the tunnels. Spheres made of pyrite and clay, shiny and metallic, were found arranged in patterns, as if placed intentionally. One corridor showed signs of being lined with mica, a mineral used today for its electrical insulation properties. There were no human remains, no typical burial markers, and no signs of casual construction. It looked more like a ceremonial or technological complex, something designed with precision and purpose. Theories range from ritual use and initiation rites to astronomical observatories, but others suggest something more advanced. Why build such a complex underground network and keep it secret? Some believe the tunnels were used to simulate underworld journeys, or even as a form of energy chamber. A few fringe researchers suggest it may have been designed to manipulate natural frequencies or earth energies, and yet no texts from Teotihuacan explain its true function. The civilization left no writing. Just silence, tunnels, and puzzles carved in stone. As more chambers are uncovered, experts agree on one thing: Teotihuacan was far more advanced and far stranger than we've ever imagined. Off the coast of India, near the modern city of Dwarka, divers discovered something that rewrote chapters of ancient history. Beneath the Arabian Sea lie the remains of what many now call India's Atlantis, a submerged city stretching over miles with geometric foundations, streets, and structures carved from stone. The discovery stunned archaeologists because it matched ancient Hindu texts describing a sacred city that sank beneath the waves. Carbon dating of artifacts and construction materials placed the site at over 9,000 years old, far older than the Egyptian pyramids or Mesopotamian cities. Some of the underwater walls are shockingly precise, and many are aligned to celestial points. Among the rubble, divers recovered pottery, stone tools, and even what appears to be a massive stepped platform, possibly a temple or palace base. What truly fuels the mystery is the mythology. Ancient scriptures from India speak of a city built by Lord Krishna, known as Dwarka, which was swallowed by the sea after his death. Historians once viewed this as legend, but the underwater ruins suggest a real city may have inspired the tale. Some researchers have proposed it was part of a forgotten advanced civilization, one that predates every known urban society. Despite its scale, further exploration has stalled due to oceanic conditions and government restrictions. For now, the ancient streets of Dwarka remain cloaked beneath the waves, holding on to secrets of a time we're only beginning to understand. In Upper Egypt, not far from the Nile, researchers unearthed a human skeleton that didn't match anything they expected. Known as the Nazlet Cotter skeleton, this set of remains dates back nearly 30,000 years. But it's what the bones revealed that really shocked the scientific world. The proportions didn't fit comfortably into any known human group. The skull had features more commonly found in much older hominin species, while the body structure appeared surprisingly modern. CT scans and 3D reconstructions showed a strange mix of archaic and modern traits. This wasn't just a matter of ancient variation. The features suggested a possible hybrid, or even an entirely unknown branch of early humans. Some anthropologists propose that the individual may have been part of a now extinct population that existed alongside anatomically modern humans, but left little to no other trace. The burial itself added to the mystery. The body was found with a polished axe made from dolerite, an incredibly hard stone requiring advanced skill to shape. Its quality hinted at a culture with knowledge, craft, and possibly even ritual. Yet there was no sign of settlements nearby. Was this skeleton a remnant of an undiscovered chapter in human evolution? Or was it part of a lost group whose traces were erased by time or catastrophe? No one knows for sure, but one thing is certain. The Nazlet Cotter remains don't fit cleanly into any known timeline, and that alone keeps researchers awake at night. In early 2025, explorers deep in the Zagros Mountains of Iraqi Kurdistan stumbled upon a sealed chamber inside a remote cave. What they found stunned everyone. A colossal gold-colored humanoid figure resting on an ornate stone slab. Over 12 feet long, wearing a crown and an intricately carved belt, the figure appeared almost lifelike. Some whispered it was the tomb of Nimrod, the legendary Mesopotamian king. No inscriptions have been decoded and the site has since been restricted, but the photo leaked, and the world is still talking. Over a century ago, divers exploring a Roman shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera pulled up corroded bronze fragments that looked like nothing else from the ancient world. For decades, the object puzzled experts, until X-rays revealed a series of gears, inscriptions, and rotating components. Now known as the Antikythera mechanism, it's widely considered the world's first analog computer. But in 2025, a new wave of scans uncovered even more hidden parts, and raised even more questions. Researchers using advanced microimaging discovered fine inscriptions that had never been visible before. These included references to lunar cycles, solar eclipses, planetary movements, and what may have been an astrological calendar. The complexity is staggering. Over 30 bronze gears, some so finely cut that they rival 18th century watchmaking. For a device built over 2,000 years ago, it feels completely out of place. The new decoded segments suggest the mechanism could predict solar and lunar eclipses with stunning accuracy, decades in advance. It even included a dial for Olympic Games scheduling. But here's the strange part. The craftsmanship suggests it wasn't a one-off invention. It looks mass-produced, or at least refined through earlier versions we've never found. So where are the others? Some believe this technology was suppressed or lost after catastrophic events. Others think it hints at a hidden line of scientific progress that's been erased from history. One thing's certain, the more we uncover about the Antikythera mechanism, the more it looks like the ancient world knew far more than we once believed. Hidden deep inside a Slovenian cave called Divje Bab, archaeologists uncovered a small, curved object made of bare bone. At first glance, it didn't look like much, but once cleaned and examined, the object revealed something extraordinary. 4 carefully spaced holes, placed in such a way that they could produce a musical scale. Carbon dating put it at over 60,000 years old. That's right, this could be the oldest known musical instrument in human history. And it wasn't made by Homo sapiens. The flute is widely believed to have been crafted by Neanderthals, a species long thought to lack complex culture or creativity. But if the flute is authentic, it completely flips that narrative. The placement of the holes matches musical intervals found in modern scales. It's not random. It was made with intent, purpose, and likely even artistic expression. Theories have swirled around its purpose. Was it used in ritual, storytelling, communication? Some even suggest the sound it produced had spiritual significance or was used to mimic bird calls. What throws people off is its shape. The sharp tapering, the odd holes, and the way it almost resembles an alien symbol more than a musical tool. Despite some debate about whether the holes were made by humans or animals, the overwhelming evidence, including microscopic analysis, points to deliberate craftsmanship. And that's where the shock comes in. Neanderthals, once dismissed as primitive, may have been composers too. This flute doesn't just make sound, it changes how we hear our own story. In the grassy plains of Victoria, Australia, sits a quiet and unassuming stone arrangement, but its meaning is anything but ordinary. Known as the Wurdi Yuang stones, this oval-shaped alignment was built by the Wathaurong people thousands of years ago. For decades, it was seen as just another ceremonial site, but in recent years, experts discovered something astonishing. The stones align precisely with the setting sun at the solstices and equinoxes. In other words, it's an ancient star map, far older than most of its kind. What's even more fascinating is that the site shows an understanding of the solar year long before Western science ever set foot in Australia. The placement of certain stones marks the exact points where the sun sets during key moments of the year, suggesting that the builders were tracking the sky with incredible precision. Unlike the grand pyramids or towering monuments found in other cultures, Wurdi Yuang is subtle, but its accuracy is just as powerful. It shows that Aboriginal Australians possessed complex astronomical knowledge, deeply woven into their oral traditions and spiritual life. Some elders even say the stones reflect the Dreamtime, a cosmic map passed down through stories. The discovery shocked the scientific community and forced many to reevaluate long-held assumptions about ancient astronomy. It's not just a pile of rocks. It's a working observatory carved out of memory, myth, and millennia-old stargazing. And it might be the oldest in existence. They're small, hollow, and eerily symmetrical. 12-faced metal objects with knobs on each corner and no known purpose. Roman dodecahedrons have puzzled historians for years. They've been found scattered across Europe, mostly in military zones with no inscriptions, no documents, and no clear function. But when one was unearthed in the Netherlands in 2024, far from where these objects usually turn up, it reignited a wave of mystery and new speculation. What's shocking isn't just the design. It's the fact that after thousands of years, no one knows why they were made. Theories range from measuring tools to religious artifacts, astronomical devices, or even gaming pieces. But none fully explain the craftsmanship or consistency in size and pattern. Some researchers now suggest they were used in complex rituals, possibly linked to Roman elite cult practices, due to their consistent association with sacred sites and burial areas. The 2025 find in the Netherlands was especially strange. It was pulled from a muddy riverbed, perfectly intact, with traces of beeswax inside. That clue added fuel to theories that they might have been used as candle holders for ceremonial use, or even optical devices meant to measure light or distance. Still, there's no agreement. The real mystery? Why has not a single text or image from Roman history ever mentioned them? For a civilization that documented everything from street layouts to cooking recipes, the silence surrounding these objects is deafening and deeply suspicious. In the ancient necropolis of Quesna, northern Egypt, archaeologists made a spine-tingling discovery in 2021. dozens of mummies buried with delicate golden tongues placed inside their mouths. These tiny foil amulets, shaped exactly like human tongues, were meant to help the dead speak in the afterlife. But no one expected to find so many of them in one place. The practice was believed to be rare, reserved for priests or high-status individuals. Yet this tomb contained a mix of ages and conditions, all sealed in carefully decorated coffins and adorned with the strange golden pieces. Some of the bodies were also buried with gilded scarabs, masks, and protective amulets, indicating the site may have held deep religious or ritual significance. What startled researchers most was the quantity. Why so many golden tongues in a single burial site? And why here? Some believe it reflects a forgotten belief system that revolved around voice, speech, or divine communication. Others think the tomb may have belonged to a secret sect or cult with unique afterlife rituals that were wiped from the records. The tomb's discovery also reignited age-old speculation about the supposed language of the gods in ancient Egypt. Lost sounds, frequencies, or utterances believed to open spiritual gateways. Whether or not that's true, the image of the dead being prepared to speak after death is haunting, and suggests there was far more going on in Egypt's burial practices than we've ever understood. Caral, nestled in the Soup Valley of Peru, is the oldest known city in the Americas, older than the pyramids of Egypt. But in 2024 and 2025, archaeologists made a thrilling update. They uncovered several new chambers beneath one of Caral's main platforms, revealing layers of architecture previously untouched by modern tools. These rooms weren't just empty spaces. Inside, researchers found woven textiles, ceremonial instruments, and strange circular carvings in the walls, shapes that match no other known South American symbols. Even more surprising was the presence of musical artifacts like flutes and panpipes, suggesting the rooms may have been used for sound-based rituals or performances linked to the city's cosmology. Caral has always stood out for what it lacks: no signs of warfare, no weapons, and no fortified walls. Instead, it's rich in symbols, pyramids, and terraces built for communal gatherings. The newly found chambers add to that picture, hinting that music, ceremony, and possibly astronomical observation were central to life in the city. Some of the rooms are aligned with celestial points, further supporting theories that Caral's builders tracked the skies in ways similar to ancient cultures across the globe. But perhaps the most shocking thing is how little we still know about Caral. The city predates writing in the Americas, and no records explain its rise or eventual decline. With every new chamber, the mystery deepens, and so does the sense that Caral was far more advanced than its age suggests. In 2009, archaeologists digging in Modena, Italy, uncovered a quiet, haunting scene. Two skeletons side by side, gently holding hands. At first, the media called them Romeo and Juliet, a man and woman buried together in a gesture of eternal love. But a deeper analysis in 2019 revealed something surprising. DNA tests showed both individuals were male. That revelation didn't change the emotional power of the image. If anything, it deepened the mystery. Who were they? Soldiers who fought and died together? Brothers? Lovers? They were buried in a shared grave, dating back to the 4th or 5th century, during a time when burial customs were strict and deeply symbolic. Their bones showed signs of life and hardship, yet they were carefully laid to rest with their hands interlocked, a decision likely made by those who knew them. There's no sign of violence or haste. Whoever buried them wanted this image to last, and it has. Over a decade later, the lovers of Modena still spark global fascination, not only because of their unusual bond, but because their story challenges assumptions about relationships, history, and how we understand emotion across time. No written record explains who they were, but their gesture, one small act frozen in soil for over 1,500 years, says more than pages ever could. Let's journey to ancient Europe, where the mysterious Vinca figurines were unearthed in Serbia, dating back to 5000 BC. These small clay sculptures have features that feel oddly futuristic. Elongated heads, large almond-shaped eyes, and slender bodies. Sound familiar? Many think they resemble modern depictions of extraterrestrials. Their purpose is a mystery. Were they toys, spiritual idols, or something else entirely? Some even speculate they were inspired by encounters with otherworldly beings. Adding to the intrigue is the Vinca culture's early writing system, featuring symbols that some believe could be messages or star maps. Skeptics argue the figurines are simply stylized human representations, but their eerie features make them impossible to ignore. Are they evidence of ancient alien contact or a testament to early human imagination? Whatever the truth, the Vinca figurines remain enigmatic relics, sparking questions we may never fully answer. In the remote, icy depths of Siberia, a chilling discovery sent waves of intrigue through the scientific and speculative communities alike. In 2023, archaeologists unearthed a peculiar human skull near a forgotten settlement, and it was anything but ordinary. The skull had an elongated shape, exaggerated cranial volume, and unusually symmetrical features. Its bizarre proportions bore a striking resemblance to the stereotypical alien head we've seen in countless depictions. Scientists proposed explanations ranging from cranial deformation, an ancient practice of reshaping skulls for ritual or aesthetic purposes, to natural anomalies. But whispers of something more mysterious quickly surfaced. Could this skull belong to a long-lost hybrid, a connection between humans and visitors from beyond our planet? The chilling landscape of Siberia has always held secrets frozen in time. This find only deepens its allure, leaving more questions than answers. Thousands of miles away, in the alpine valleys of northern Italy, ancient carvings etched into stone reveal an unsettling mystery. The petroglyphs of Val Camonica, created over 8,000 years ago, depict humanoid figures with large circular heads radiating lines resembling helmets or glowing halos. These figures stand alongside intricate star-like patterns and what appear to be otherworldly craft. To some, it is clear, these carvings tell a story of ancient extraterrestrial encounters. Skeptics argue these carvings represent gods or celestial phenomena worshipped by early humans. But the remarkable detail in these depictions raises the question, why would ancient people with no concept of modern technology create figures that eerily resemble spacesuits and spacecraft? The petroglyphs' placement on rocky cliffs, visible only under the open sky, adds a layer of mystery, as if they were meant to signal the heavens. In the lush rainforests of Costa Rica, ancient artisans left behind artifacts that continue to puzzle and captivate. Among these treasures are the Diki gold frogs, small, intricately crafted pendants made by the Diki people over 1,000 years ago. At first glance, they seem like charming depictions of the region's abundant amphibians, but a closer look reveals something extraordinary. The frogs are stylized in ways that resemble sleek, aerodynamic designs, almost as if they were tiny models of futuristic craft. This detail has sparked intense speculation. Were these golden frogs merely artistic representations of nature, or could they hint at a deeper, more otherworldly connection? Some theorists suggest that these pendants might reflect advanced technologies the Diki people could never have known, or encountered beings who did. Adding to the intrigue, their discovery coincides with other anomalous artifacts across the Americas that seem to hint at ancient knowledge far beyond its time. From Costa Rica's jungle treasures, our journey now takes us across the Pacific to a modern mystery that lit up Japan's skies. In June 2020, the clear skies over northern Japan became the stage for an enigmatic event. A strange balloon-like object hovered in the air for hours, defying identification. It wasn't a weather balloon or any known aircraft. Witnesses described it as eerily motionless, with a structure that included propellers but no clear purpose. As videos of the incident circulated online, speculation ran wild. Was it a secret government project, an elaborate hoax, or something far more mysterious? While officials scrambled to provide mundane explanations, they found no definitive answers. Some pointed to similarities with ancient depictions of flying crafts in Japan, such as the Utsurobune, a legendary hollow ship said to have washed ashore in the 19th century. Could this strange relic in the skies of 2020 be connected to those ancient tales? The idea bridges centuries, suggesting a recurring thread of encounters that humanity has yet to fully understand. And as the skies grew quiet once again, the mystery only deepened. In the heart of the Arabian Peninsula lies a landscape so otherworldly, it's often likened to the surface of another planet. Al-Ula, an ancient oasis in Saudi Arabia, is home to monumental rock formations shaped by millennia of wind and sand. Towering spires, natural arches, and massive stones balanced in impossible ways create a scene that feels almost alien. Among these formations is the iconic Elephant Rock, a massive structure that looks like a colossal, petrified creature. But beyond the natural beauty lies a deeper mystery. Scattered throughout the region are ancient carvings and ruins, some dating back thousands of years, that suggest a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. Certain engravings resemble celestial maps, while others depict figures with elongated features that some claim hint at alien influences. Whether the people of Alula were inspired by their unique surroundings or something beyond this earth is a question that continues to intrigue researchers. Deep in the jungles of Mesoamerica, ancient artisans created masks that still captivate and mystify. Among the most famous are those crafted by the Olmec and Maya civilizations. These masks, made from jade and other precious materials, often feature elongated faces, wide eyes, and serene expressions, details that many find strikingly similar to modern depictions of extraterrestrials. Some were used in ceremonies, while others adorned the faces of the dead, believed to guide them to the afterlife. The craftsmanship of these masks is astonishing, but it's their uncanny resemblance to what we now associate with aliens that fuels speculation. Were they inspired by celestial visitors, or do they simply reflect ancient ideals of spirituality and beauty? Adding to the intrigue is the fact that these civilizations had an advanced understanding of astronomy, often aligning their structures and rituals with celestial events. Did their fascination with the heavens come from a deeper connection, or perhaps even contact, with something beyond? As we ponder this, we head to China, where another set of enigmatic masks has recently emerged from the earth, sparking a fresh wave of curiosity. In the quiet fields of Sanxingdui, Sichuan Province, China, a startling discovery was made in 2023 that reignited age-old mysteries. Archaeologists unearthed a series of bronze masks dating back over 3,000 years, their features unlike anything seen before. These artifacts, with their oversized angular eyes, exaggerated ears, and otherworldly proportions, seem to leap straight from the pages of a science fiction novel. The masks were part of a trove linked to the ancient Shu civilization, a culture known for its artistic brilliance and enigmatic practices. But these masks raise questions as sharp as their features. Some researchers see them as ceremonial objects, perhaps symbolizing gods or spirits. Others wonder if they hint at encounters with beings not of this world. Adding to the puzzle, the masks were found alongside relics that suggest advanced metallurgical techniques far ahead of their time. As debates rage on about their origins, one thing is certain: the Sanxingdui masks blur the line between ancient artistry and the unknown. High in the arid deserts of Peru, a discovery unfolded in 2023 that seemed ripped from the pages of some alien book. Researchers revealed few strange mummified bodies, no taller than 2 feet, with elongated skulls, 3 fingers on each hand, and anatomies that defy human biology. Their appearance instantly captured global attention, sparking debates and wild theories. Were these remains ancient extraterrestrial visitors, or were they elaborate hoaxes crafted to deceive? Radiocarbon dating suggested the mummies were over 1,000 years old, and their X-rays revealed unexpected anatomical details, such as metallic implants embedded within their skeletons. While some scientists remain skeptical, dismissing the mummies as clever forgeries, others argue that the evidence is too compelling to ignore. Could these tiny beings be a clue to humanity's long-lost interactions with otherworldly life? As the dust settles in Peru, our attention shifts north to Greenland, where a colossal discovery buried beneath the ice hints at a cataclysmic event from the cosmos. Beneath the icy expanse of Greenland, a colossal secret lay hidden for millennia. In 2018, researchers using ground-penetrating radar uncovered the Hiawatha Crater, a massive impact site stretching over 19 miles in diameter. But it wasn't until recently that new studies revealed even more startling details. Estimated to be tens of thousands of years old, this crater's origins are linked to a meteorite that collided with Earth, unleashing unimaginable energy. Could such an event have shaped not just the physical landscape but also the course of human history? Some theorists believe this impact could have coincided with dramatic climate shifts, possibly influencing early human civilizations. Others propose an even more tantalizing idea that extraterrestrial materials or even microbial life might have hitched a ride on this cosmic visitor. As scientists continue to drill deeper, both literally and metaphorically, into the secrets of the Hiawatha Crater, the frozen tundra seems to whisper tales of a celestial past. Tucked away in the forests of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the enigmatic stone spheres of Zavidovici have puzzled locals and researchers alike. Scattered across the region, these massive, almost perfectly spherical stones seem too precise to be a product of nature. Some weigh several tons, and their composition, a mix of quartz and sandstone, suggests an origin shrouded in geological mystery. Theories about their purpose range from ancient markers of lost civilizations to naturally formed anomalies. but a last-year reinvestigation of these spheres has reignited debates. Using advanced imaging techniques, researchers have uncovered patterns on their surfaces that appear to be deliberate carvings, possibly inscriptions or maps. Could these markings be messages from an ancient culture, or perhaps even remnants of alien technology? As speculation swirls, skeptics argue that the spheres are merely unique geological formations. Yet standing among these ancient, silent stones, one can't help but feel the weight of time and secrets unknown. In the remote reaches of Russia's Ural Mountains, a discovery was made that defies logic and size. During a geological survey in the 1990s, tiny, intricately crafted spirals were uncovered, buried deep in the sediment along the Narada River. These spirals, composed of tungsten, copper, and molybdenum, are microscopic, some measuring as small as 0.003 inches. What's even more extraordinary is their precision, so exact it suggests they could only have been created with advanced machinery. The spirals have been dated to tens of thousands of years ago, a period when humans were thought to lack such sophisticated technology. Were these the result of ancient Earth-based ingenuity, or could they be remnants of extraterrestrial probes or devices left behind during visits to our planet? Their purpose remains a mystery, but their existence raises profound questions about what might have been happening on Earth long before recorded history. From the vastness of the Ural Mountains, we leap to an even greater frontier, the cosmos. In 2020, astronomers tuned their telescopes toward TRAPPIST-1, a star system located 40 light-years away, and detected something unusual. Among its 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 lie in the habitable zone, the perfect distance from their star to support liquid water. But what caught the attention of scientists and dreamers alike were faint radio signals emanating from this star system. Could they be the whispers of an alien civilization? While skeptics point to natural phenomena such as pulsars or stellar flares, others can't help but wonder, are we finally picking up messages from intelligent life? The planets of TRAPPIST-1 are tidally locked, meaning one side is always bathed in light while the other remains in eternal darkness, a setting straight out of a science fiction tale. These signals, combined with the system's unique conditions, have sparked a frenzy of research and speculation. The mysteries of alien artifacts are just the beginning. TRAPPIST-1's planetary system captivated scientists and dreamers alike with its faint, puzzling signals that seem to tease the possibility of alien life. But those signals, though intriguing, aren't the only ones reaching us from the vast depths of space. Far beyond TRAPPIST-1, the universe delivers something even more mysterious: fast radio bursts, or FRBs. These brief, millisecond-long flashes of radio waves have been detected from billions of light-years away, their origins cloaked in cosmic mystery. At first, scientists thought FRBs were one-off anomalies, perhaps the result of massive stars collapsing or black holes colliding. But then came the repeaters, FRBs coming from the same location over and over again. Could this be a deliberate signal? Some theorists suggest FRBs might be the handiwork of an advanced alien civilization, using bursts of energy as a cosmic beacon. Unlike the faint signals from TRAPPIST-1, these bursts are unbelievably powerful, momentarily outshining entire galaxies. But if these are messages, what could they mean? Are they trying to communicate, or simply broadcasting their presence? The idea that we might be intercepting alien communications transforms these bursts into something more than just cosmic noise. As we continue to decode these cryptic signals, it's worth asking, are we ready to respond? As we grapple with the mysteries of the cosmos, a question lingers. What if aliens aren't traveling vast distances to reach us, but instead slipping through the fabric of reality itself? This is the crux of the interdimensional beings theory. The idea that extraterrestrials might not come from other planets, but from entirely different dimensions coexisting alongside our own. It's a concept that blurs the lines between science and the supernatural, igniting speculation and wonder. Supporters of this theory point to strange phenomena that defy conventional explanation: UFOs that appear and disappear instantly, abduction stories where time seems to warp, and sightings of entities that don't quite match our idea of physical beings. Could these events be glimpses into parallel dimensions? Quantum physics hints that multiple dimensions might exist, and if that's true, advanced civilizations could have unlocked the ability to move between them, popping into our reality like shadows passing through a veil. The theory suggests that their visits might not be random, but purposeful, observing, or even guiding us from a realm just out of reach? What if we've been looking in the wrong place all along? While we've set our sights on the stars, some theorists suggest that alien life might not be above us, but beneath us. The subterranean alien civilization theory posits that advanced beings could be living deep within the Earth, hidden in vast networks of underground caverns, shielded from human detection. After all, the Earth's crust holds countless unexplored spaces, from immense cave systems to oceanic trenches deeper than Mount Everest is tall. This theory gains traction from unexplained phenomena like mysterious subterranean sounds, low-frequency hums that seem to come from nowhere, or ancient myths about underground realms inhabited by advanced beings. Could these stories be rooted in reality? Proponents argue that an underground civilization would have several advantages: protection from meteors, climate disasters, and even human discovery. If such beings exist, they might have been here for millennia, monitoring humanity from their hidden vantage points, emerging only when necessary. The eerie silence of these possibilities leaves us questioning what might lie beneath our feet. When we think of UFOs, we often picture sleek, metallic spacecraft cruising through the skies. But what if we've been mistaken all along? A growing theory suggests that UFOs may not be physical objects but energy-based life forms, beings composed entirely of plasma or other forms of energy, moving and behaving in ways that defy our understanding of physics. This idea reshapes the narrative entirely. UFOs might not be vehicles but the entities themselves. Supporters point to sightings where UFOs change shape, color, or brightness in an instant, behaviors more in line with energy phenomena than rigid machinery. Plasma, a state of matter found in lightning or stars, can mimic these characteristics, leading some to believe that these sightings are glimpses of life that exists in a form we can barely comprehend. Could these energy beings be observing us or perhaps interacting with the electromagnetic field surrounding our planet? As we struggle to classify them, they remain an enigma, shimmering at the edge of understanding. In recent years, the night sky has been transformed. Starlink satellites, launched by SpaceX, now form dazzling chains of lights visible from Earth. While these satellites aim to revolutionize global internet access, their sudden appearance has sparked wild speculation. Could aliens be using our technology or even studying it? The idea may seem far-fetched, but consider this. Starlink is creating a vast network of interconnected nodes, blanketing the planet in a web of signals. If extraterrestrial observers are monitoring us, wouldn't such a technological marvel capture their attention? Theorists suggest that aliens might use these satellites as markers to track human progress, or even as a means to piggyback their own signals into our communication networks. Some UFO sightings have coincided with Starlink launches, sparking debate over whether we're seeing satellites, alien probes, or something more complex. As humanity's technological reach extends, it raises a question: are we inadvertently inviting contact? With our skies now brighter and busier than ever, we have to wonder if we're being observed or even guided. And this brings us to a tantalizing question: what if aliens have been watching us all along, like unseen spectators in a grand experiment? Imagine Earth as an elaborate enclosure in a cosmic zoo. This is the essence of the zoo hypothesis, a tantalizing theory suggesting that extraterrestrial civilizations are observing us from afar, deliberately avoiding contact to preserve our natural development. Like wildlife researchers, these advanced beings might be studying us, cataloging our behaviors, and monitoring our evolution without interference. It's a chilling thought. What if every technological leap, every monumental event has been silently witnessed by an unseen audience? Supporters of this theory argue that the eerie silence in the universe, the so-called Fermi paradox, might not mean we're alone, but rather that we're being deliberately ignored. Some point to unexplained phenomena like the sudden bursts of UFO activity during pivotal historical moments as evidence of check-ins from our cosmic caretakers. Are we part of some grand experiment, observed with curiosity and caution? The zoo hypothesis forces us to confront an unsettling possibility: that we're not the apex of intelligence, but merely one species in a galactic catalog. Beneath the cold, dark waters of the Baltic Sea, something ancient may be lurking. In recent years, divers and researchers have uncovered strange, fossilized remains deep below the surface. Massive bones, unusual formations, and unidentifiable structures that have sparked a wave of speculation. Could this be proof of a prehistoric sea monster, a creature that once ruled the depths of the North? Among the discoveries, one of the most baffling is a set of gigantic vertebrae-like structures partially buried under layers of sediment. Some scientists believe these could belong to an unknown species of massive marine reptile, possibly a remnant of the Mesozoic era. Others argue they might be natural rock formations, their eerie symmetry nothing more than a trick of nature. But the perfect alignment of these massive segments suggests otherwise. Local fishermen have long told stories of something huge and unexplainable moving beneath the waves. Some claim to have seen shadowy figures gliding just below the surface, too large to be any known marine life in the region. Could these accounts be connected to the recently discovered remains? The Baltic Sea's icy depths have preserved shipwrecks and artifacts for centuries. If a creature once roamed these waters, its remains could be incredibly well preserved, waiting for discovery. Not all mysteries of the deep take the form of lost ships or ancient creatures. Some are right beneath us, carved into the very fabric of the ocean floor. In several locations across the world, perfectly symmetrical circular holes have been discovered at depths where no human hand or known marine life could have created them. These formations stretch across vast areas, forming geometric patterns that seem too precise to be random. One of the most famous sites was discovered by NOAA researchers in 2022 during an expedition near the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. At a depth of 1.6 miles, they encountered a series of evenly spaced holes running in straight lines along the seabed. At first glance, they looked like drill sites, yet no known equipment or natural process explains their creation. What's even stranger is that these formations have been found in multiple regions, from the Pacific depths near California to the icy waters of the Arctic. Some scientists suggest they may be the work of deep-sea organisms burrowing into the sediment, but no creatures have been observed making these marks. Others theorize that escaping methane gas or volcanic activity could have punched through the ocean floor in an eerily uniform way. But the perfect spacing of the holes, along with their consistent size, makes this explanation hard to accept. And then there are the more unusual theories. Some speculate that the holes could be remnants of ancient structures now buried under shifting ocean currents, their original purpose long lost. Others wonder if they might be evidence of unknown technology, perhaps even something not of this world. What makes these formations truly baffling is the fact that, despite multiple research missions, no one has ever witnessed them being formed. They simply appear unchanged, unexplained, and waiting for answers. In 2001, a research team using sonar technology stumbled upon something astonishing deep beneath the waters of Cuba's western coast. At a depth of 2,000 feet, their scans revealed what appeared to be large, symmetrical structures, some shaped like pyramids, others resembling city streets and plazas. The formations stretched across an area of more than 7.7 square miles, far too structured to be a natural formation. The discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. If these were truly man-made structures, they would have to date back over 50,000 years, a time when no known civilization should have been capable of constructing anything so advanced. The implications were staggering. Had an ancient, unknown people built a city here, only to have it swallowed by rising seas? Or was this something else entirely? For years, debate has raged over what these structures could be. Some researchers argue they resemble Mesoamerican architecture, drawing comparisons to the pyramids of the Maya. Others believe they might be even older, possibly remnants of a civilization predating recorded history. But with no confirmed artifacts, inscriptions, or human remains, the mystery remains unsolved. Adding to the intrigue, the Cuban government has been tight-lipped about further investigations. Some suspect that a more detailed exploration has already taken place, but the results are being kept under wraps. Conspiracy theories have flourished, with some claiming that these ruins are linked to the legend of Atlantis, while others suggest they could be evidence of an ancient catastrophe that reshaped the world. The further we descend into the ocean, the closer we get to what feels like another planet. At the very bottom of the Mariana Trench, nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, lies one of the most extreme environments on Earth. No sunlight reaches these depths. The pressure is so intense that few life forms should be able to survive. And yet, down in the darkness, some of the strangest creatures ever discovered thrive. Exploration missions have captured eerie footage of transparent beings, fish with no eyes, and creatures that glow in complete darkness. Then there are the unexplained structures. In 2016, scientists using deep-sea drones discovered a perfectly smooth, circular hole in the trench floor, unlike anything seen before. It appeared artificial, yet there was no evidence of human activity in the area. Another expedition recorded strange sounds, deep, resonating noises with no identifiable source. Some speculate they could be calls from an unknown species, one that has adapted to life in the extreme cold and pressure. Some researchers believe the trench could still hide undiscovered giants, ancient predators that have remained hidden in the darkness. Others suggest the unique conditions of the trench might even support microbial life unlike anything found on Earth, potentially offering clues about what might exist on other planets. The deeper we explore, the more we realize how little we truly understand about the world beneath us. Not all lost worlds belong to the future. Some have been swallowed by the sea, their secrets hidden for thousands of years. Off the coast of France, beneath the Mediterranean, lies the Cosquer Cave, an ancient site accessible only to skilled divers. Discovered in 1985, it contains something truly chilling: hundreds of human handprints, eerily pressed into the rock, frozen in time. These handprints, estimated to be over 27,000 years old, are unlike ordinary cave paintings. Some appear distorted, as if the fingers were missing or deliberately shortened. Others are arranged in patterns that researchers still struggle to decipher. Were these markings a form of early communication, a warning, or part of a ritual we no longer understand? The cave also contains paintings of extinct animals, giant deer, wild horses, and even penguin-like birds, evidence of an ecosystem that no longer exists. But it's the hands that leave the strongest impression. Some archaeologists believe they could be symbols of survival, left behind by early humans facing an unforgiving world. Others suggest something more unsettling, that the missing fingers could have been intentional, part of a long-lost custom involving amputation, sacrifice, or self-inflicted pain. The fact that this cave is now completely submerged adds another layer of mystery. When these handprints were made, the Mediterranean coastline was miles away. Rising sea levels eventually drowned the cave, turning it into an underwater time capsule. What other secrets might still be hiding in the depths, just waiting to be discovered? Far beneath the surface of the Bering Sea, hidden in the cold abyss, lies something few people have ever heard of: Jemchug Canyon, the largest underwater canyon on the planet. It dwarfs the Grand Canyon, plunging to depths of 8,530 feet, a world so unexplored that it might as well belong to another planet. Unlike most deep-sea environments, Jemchug Canyon isn't just an empty void, it's teeming with strange, alien-like life forms. Scientists have discovered entire forests of giant deep-sea corals, some centuries old and unlike anything seen in shallow waters. Enormous barrel sponges, bizarre glass sponges, and bioluminescent jellyfish drift through the darkness, creating an almost surreal landscape. But it's the mysterious structures on the canyon floor that have puzzled researchers the most. Some areas appear smooth and polished, as if something massive once moved across the seafloor, leaving deep scars in the sediment. Others contain strange ridges and geometric formations, possibly natural but eerily symmetrical. Could they be remnants of an ancient landslide or something far less understood? Deep-sea cameras have also captured unexplained flashes of light, appearing and disappearing without any known source. Some believe they could be the result of deep-sea volcanic activity, or something even stranger, unknown life emitting its own energy in the canyon's perpetual darkness. Despite its size, Jemchug Canyon remains largely unexplored. The crushing pressures and freezing temperatures make deep dives incredibly difficult, and much of what lies in its depths is still completely unknown. Could there be species lurking in the canyon that science has yet to identify? Some experts believe it's possible, especially given how little of the deep ocean we've actually seen. The ocean is full of strange sounds, whale songs, shifting tectonic plates, the groaning of icebergs breaking apart. But in 1997, scientists listening in on the depths of the Pacific Ocean recorded something that still defies explanation. A sound so loud, so powerful, that it was picked up by multiple hydrophones thousands of miles apart. They called it the bloop. At first, some believed it was a signal from an unknown species, perhaps a massive, undiscovered sea creature lurking in the abyss. The sound had an organic quality, rising and falling like the call of a living thing. But there was a problem. If it had been made by an animal, that creature would have to be larger than even the blue whale, the biggest known living thing on Earth. Over the years, theories emerged. Some scientists suggested the bloop was caused by ice quakes, massive blocks of ice breaking away from Antarctic glaciers. Others believed it could be connected to deep-sea volcanic activity, yet the way the sound traveled, its unique pattern and speed, didn't quite match anything known. That hasn't stopped speculation. Some still believe the bloop is evidence of something lurking deep in the Pacific, a prehistoric leviathan, or even something more bizarre, an intelligent species hiding beneath the waves. The fact that no sound quite like it has been recorded since only adds to the mystery. Whatever caused the bloop, the truth is still buried somewhere in the ocean's vast, uncharted depths. Off the coast of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, an underwater world unlike any other has taken shape. Here, over 400 life-sized human statues stand frozen in time, their faces locked in silent expressions, their bodies slowly being consumed by coral. It's called the Silent Evolution, and it is one of the largest underwater art installations ever created. At first glance, the statues seem like ruins, as if an ancient civilization had been swallowed by the sea. But they are the work of sculptor Jason DeCaires Taylor, designed not just as art but as a new kind of artificial reef, meant to attract marine life and create a thriving ecosystem. Over time, the ocean has claimed them. Coral has grown over faces, fish weave between their arms, and the once smooth surfaces have been reshaped by the tides. Yet something about them feels unsettling. The way they stare blankly into the blue, the way they stand in organized groups, almost as if frozen mid-ritual. Some figures appear trapped, their heads encased in coral, their bodies barely visible beneath layers of marine life. Others are posed in everyday activities, reading, talking, sitting, yet their placement on the ocean floor makes them seem almost like ghosts of a drowned world. These statues serve a purpose. They protect the nearby natural reef by redirecting divers to a place where their presence won't cause harm. But at the same time, they have taken on an eerie, almost otherworldly presence of their own. What was once a project of art and conservation has transformed into a haunting reminder of how quickly nature reclaims what we leave behind. Beneath the murky waters of Rock Lake, a quiet body of water in Wisconsin, something unexpected is hidden. Submerged stone structures, arranged in pyramid-like formations, rest at the bottom of the lake. For decades, divers and researchers have argued about what they could be. Local legends have long spoken of an ancient civilization that once thrived in this region, one that built towering structures before the land was swallowed by water. In the early 1900s, fishermen reported seeing strange shapes beneath the surface, and in the 1930s, aerial surveys revealed dark geometric patterns in the lakebed. Sonar scans later confirmed it. There is something down there. Some archaeologists believe the structures could be linked to the Aztlan people, a mound-building civilization that lived in the area over 1,000 years ago. If so, this would be one of the oldest underwater ruins in North America. But others argue that these formations could be even older, evidence of a lost culture that predates recorded history. Skeptics claim the pyramids could just be natural rock formations, shaped by glaciers or shifting sediments. But if that were true, why do some of the stones appear precisely stacked, as if placed by human hands? And why have similar structures been found in other lakes across the Midwest? For now, Rock Lake keeps its secrets. The murky waters make deep exploration difficult, and full-scale excavations have yet to take place. But if these underwater pyramids are truly man-made, they could change what we know about the ancient history of North America. Since its discovery in 1985, the wreck of the Titanic has been one of the most famous underwater sites in the world. But something strange is happening. It's vanishing. The ship that once symbolized human ambition and tragedy is being eaten away, not by time, but by something far smaller. Scientists studying the wreck have found that the Titanic is being consumed by a newly discovered strain of bacteria, one that feeds on metal. This bacteria, unknown until recently, is breaking down the ship's steel at an alarming rate. Estimates suggest that within a few decades, much of the wreck could be completely gone, reduced to nothing but a rusty outline on the ocean floor. Even more unsettling, certain parts of the wreck are already missing. Some claim that natural decay is to blame, while others believe unauthorized salvage missions have stripped pieces away. Some even wonder if something unexplained could be at work, an unknown force at the bottom of the Atlantic, hastening the ship's disappearance. For now, the Titanic remains, its broken hull a silent witness to history, but it won't last forever. One day, future explorers may dive to its coordinates and find nothing but an empty seabed. The greatest ship ever built is fading into the abyss, and soon, all that will remain are the stories it left behind. In the Yucatan Peninsula, beneath dense jungles, a secret world of water flows unseen. The region is home to thousands of cenotes, natural sinkholes that lead to a vast underground river system stretching for hundreds of miles. This network, hidden beneath the land, is one of the longest known underground rivers in the world. Divers who enter these flooded caves find otherworldly landscapes, crystal clear waters, enormous caverns, and limestone formations untouched by time. But these cenotes are more than just natural wonders. They were sacred to the ancient Maya, who believed them to be portals to the underworld. In many of these caves, divers have found human remains, pottery, and ceremonial offerings suggesting they were used for rituals, sometimes even sacrifices. The discovery of hundreds of skeletons in some cenotes points to a dark history, one that archaeologists are still unraveling. The Yucatan's underwater rivers remain largely unexplored, with new tunnels being mapped every year. What else might be hiding in these flooded chambers, waiting to be uncovered? In 2011, a team of Swedish treasure hunters scanning the bottom of the Baltic Sea made a discovery that left the world stunned. Their sonar equipment picked up a massive, disc-shaped object resting 300 feet below the surface. Measuring around 200 feet in diameter, its shape was striking, eerily similar to the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. But this was no movie set. When divers reached the site, things got stranger. The object appeared to have unnatural grooves and stair-like formations, as if it had been shaped rather than naturally formed. Even more bizarre, their equipment malfunctioned when they got too close. Compasses, satellite phones, and cameras all stopped working near the anomaly. So what is it? Some researchers insist it's just a rock formation carved by glaciers, but others aren't so sure. The perfect symmetry and unusual material suggest something more. Some speculate it could be a crashed UFO, hidden beneath the sea for thousands of years. Others believe it might be the remains of an ancient human structure, built during an era now long forgotten. So far, no conclusive evidence has been found. Further expeditions are planned, but for now, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains one of the ocean's greatest unsolved mysteries. Just off Israel's coast, beneath the waters of Atlet Bay, lies one of the oldest sunken settlements ever discovered. Dating back 9,000 years, the village of Atlet Yam was once a thriving community, until the sea claimed it. Divers exploring the site have uncovered stone houses, burial sites, and even a well, all perfectly preserved beneath layers of silt. One of the most haunting finds is a circle of massive standing stones, arranged in a way that suggests it might have been used for rituals. Was this an early form of a Stonehenge-like site hidden beneath the sea? Even stranger, human skeletons found at the site reveal signs of tuberculosis, making Atlet Yam one of the earliest known examples of the disease in human history. Could it be that a plague contributed to the village's downfall, before the rising sea levels finally buried it forever? Scientists believe a tsunami may have been the final blow, wiping out the settlement and leaving it hidden beneath the Mediterranean for thousands of years. Today, Atlet Yam remains largely unexplored, but it's proof that entire civilizations can vanish beneath the waves, just like another strange underwater structure, one that has puzzled experts for decades. Off the coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, resting nearly 85 feet below the surface, lies something that defies explanation. A massive stone structure with sharp angles, steps, and flat terraces sits on the ocean floor, an underwater pyramid-like formation that looks too precise to be natural. First discovered in 1986, the Yonaguni Monument quickly became the center of controversy. Some scientists believe it's just a rare geological formation created by earthquakes and shifting plates. But others argue that the monument is clearly man-made, evidence of an advanced civilization lost to the sea. The most intriguing part? If it is a human-made structure, it would have been built at a time when this area was still above water, meaning the site is at least 10,000 years old. That would place it among the oldest known structures in the world. Could it be proof of an unknown advanced culture that existed long before recorded history? Divers exploring the monument have reported seeing strange carvings on the rocks, markings that resemble ancient symbols or writing. Yet without more research, the mystery remains unsolved. What is hiding beneath the waves, a lost city, or simply the work of nature? To answer that, we turn to a site that is confirmed to be a real sunken city, the world's oldest. In the clear waters off the coast of Greece, an entire city lies frozen in time. Pavlopetri, believed to be over 5,000 years old, is considered the oldest submerged town ever found. Unlike many underwater sites, Pavlopetri's layout is perfectly preserved. Streets, buildings, courtyards, and tombs can still be clearly seen beneath the waves. First discovered in 1967, the city was mapped using advanced sonar, revealing a complex urban design that suggests a sophisticated society once thrived here. Archaeologists have found pottery, tools, and artifacts, indicating that this was a major trade hub before it was swallowed by the sea. So what happened? The leading theory is that earthquakes and rising sea levels slowly pushed Pavlopetri under the water. Unlike Atlantis, often considered a myth, Pavlopetri is real. A city lost not to legend, but to nature itself. The site is now protected, but it remains one of the most significant underwater discoveries in history. It proves that entire civilizations can disappear overnight, leaving only ruins behind. How many more lost cities might still be out there, waiting to be uncovered? That's about it. Write in the comments which find scared you the most. For more useful information, watch other videos.
Here's a silence inside the Grand Canyon that feels deliberate. The kind that doesn't just rest between the rocks, it guards them. Beneath the endless red walls and the echo of the Colorado River, there are places no map dares to mark, caverns sealed in concrete, coordinates erased, reports buried under a century of denial. In 1909, a newspaper claimed explorers funded by the Smithsonian had discovered something impossible, a network of tunnels filled with relics of an unknown civilization. Days later, the story vanished. So did the names. For more than 100 years, whispers have returned. Restricted zones, sealed chambers, and sounds rising from miles below the stone. A heartbeat where there shouldn't be one. Maybe the canyon isn't just a monument to time. Maybe it's hiding time itself. Lock your doors, put on your headphones, because after this video, you'll never see the Grand Canyon the same way again. The Lost Caves of the Grand Canyon, the expedition that vanished. It began with a single article, page 7 of the Arizona Gazette, dated April 5, 1909. The headline read, "Explorations in the Grand Canyon. Remarkable discoveries indicate ancient people once inhabited vast underground caverns." The piece described a man named G.E. Kincaid, a former explorer traveling down the Colorado River in search of minerals. But what he claimed to have found wasn't gold. It was an entrance, a tunnel carved high into the canyon wall, hundreds of feet above the river. Inside, he said, were chambers filled with relics, copper weapons, hieroglyphs, and even mummified remains arranged as if in ceremony. Some looked Egyptian, others didn't look human at all. Kincaid claimed the Smithsonian had funded his expedition, and that Professor S.A. Jordan of the Smithsonian Institution oversaw the analysis. The story was written in the tone of fact. No exaggeration, no sensationalism. And then, like a page torn from history, it was gone. The Smithsonian denies it ever happened. No records, no artifacts, no expedition logs. Not a single trace of Kincaid or Jordan exists in the archives. It's as if both men, and the discovery itself, were erased. But that's where the story should end. It doesn't. Over the next century, whispers kept resurfacing. Hikers claimed to see strange openings in forbidden cliffs along the Grand Canyon's north rim, some sealed with concrete, others half collapsed but clearly carved by human hands. In the 1990s, a river guide named David Cooper photographed one such opening, perfectly square and positioned hundreds of feet up a sheer wall. 2 weeks later, the photo disappeared from his online archive. His account was deleted. Satellite imagery of the same coordinates shows nothing. A smooth cliff face, as if the canyon itself had been edited. And yet the area where Kincaid claimed to have entered, near Marble Canyon, remains closed to the public. The National Park Service designates it as a restricted research zone, citing safety and preservation concerns. No official studies have ever been released. Researchers who've tried to locate the Gazette's printing plates found that issue missing from microfilm in multiple libraries. Only digital scans survive, copies of copies, as though the paper itself resists preservation. Was it all a hoax? If so, why erase the evidence? Why seal parts of the canyon? And why do early Park Service maps printed in the 1920s list regions with names like Isis Temple, Tower of Ra, Buddha Cloister, and Temple of Osiris, Egyptian and Indian deities scattered across the rock like a coded memorial? Some geologists say those names were coincidence. Others believe they were a warning. In 2013, a team of climbers attempted to reach one of the forbidden coordinates. Their drone lost signal within 30 seconds of launch. When recovered, the footage was corrupted, except for the final frame, a dark recess in the cliff glowing faintly from within, as if light were coming from the rock itself. No one has tried again. Maybe the story of G.E. Kincaid was just turn-of-the-century journalism gone wild. Or maybe the canyon keeps its own kind of archive, one not written on paper but buried in stone, a library that erases anyone who dares to read it. The Arizona Gazette article ends with a single line, few people, quote, "Further explorations are to be undertaken once suitable arrangements are made to carry on the work." Those explorations never came. Or maybe they did, just not for the public. Because sometimes the easiest way to hide a discovery is to build a national park around it. But the tunnels weren't the only things sealed beneath the stone. The Colorado anomalies, maps that shouldn't exist. Every map tells a story, but not every story survives the editing. The Grand Canyon sits at the heart of the Colorado Plateau, a geological scar stretching across 4 states. It's one of the most photographed landscapes on Earth, and yet, parts of it remain invisible, literally missing from official cartography. The first signs of the anomaly appeared in the early 1900s, when a group of surveyors from the U.S. Geological Service returned from an expedition near Marble Canyon. Their field notes mentioned something unusual, areas marked structural voids, as if whole chunks of land were absent from measurement. They filed their report, and then, like Kincaid's story, it disappeared. Decades later, in the 1970s, private pilots flying over the canyon began reporting strange interference when passing over certain coordinates. Compass needles spinning, altimeters freezing, and radio static forming rhythmic patterns like coded pulses. Most of those reports were filed as instrument error, but the coordinates, every one of them, trace the same invisible line along the North Rim, a place the National Park Service now lists as a restricted research corridor. In 2011, a digital cartographer named Hannah Strickland noticed something even stranger. While compiling elevation data from NASA's ASTA satellite imagery, she found gaps in the canyon's LiDAR returns, rectangular sections of blank data cut out with surgical precision. Not random cloud cover, not transmission loss, just absence. When she overlaid her data on a publicly available topographic map, the blanks matched exactly with the so-called restricted zones. In her field notes, she wrote one line: "Someone edited the Earth." The most famous anomaly is a cluster of voids near Quagunt Basin, roughly 10 miles from the last confirmed coordinates of Kincaid's alleged discovery. Early explorer maps from the 1920s labeled the region the Forbidden Zone of the Colorado. Those words have since vanished from official park materials, but old prints survive in university archives, their ink fading but legible. Researchers who've tried to investigate the site often report the same problem. Drones lose GPS lock, compasses spin, and footage becomes corrupted. Even high-altitude imagery from Google Earth appears to warp when zoomed too close, as if the terrain folds in on itself. Skeptics call it a glitch in digital rendering. But the glitches always appear where cameras aren't allowed to fly. The Park Service maintains that the restricted zones protect fragile ecosystems and sacred tribal sites. But many of those same areas, long sacred to the Hopi and Navajo, were open to visitation as recently as the 1950s. Only after the Cold War began did the fences go up, the flights stop, and the maps change. One retired ranger, interviewed anonymously in 2006, said, "There are tunnels in there you could drive a train through, but they're not natural, and we're told to say they don't exist." Another researcher, a geophysicist who requested his name be withheld, claimed that during a 1994 survey, he detected magnetic anomalies beneath one of the sealed sections, readings consistent with hollow metal or dense basalt structures. He described it as something artificial, buried within something ancient. His report was later classified under environmental safety protocols. What makes these anomalies truly haunting isn't just the missing data, it's what the remaining data implies. Underneath the Grand Canyon lies one of the thickest sedimentary records on the planet. Nearly 2 billion years of Earth's memory stacked in stone. If someone, or something, carved into that record, it means we are missing more than history. We are missing context. Tag Canyon is supposed to reveal what time erases, but here time itself seems redacted. Maybe those maps weren't drawn to guide us. Maybe they were drawn to keep us from looking too closely. Because when you start tracing the blank spaces across the plateau, they form a pattern, a shape so vast it only makes sense from above. Not random voids, not error, design. Because sometimes the canyon doesn't want to be seen. The echoes beneath Marble Canyon, the canyon that breathes. Sound behaves strangely inside the Grand Canyon. It folds in on itself, bouncing between walls of stone older than bones, until it feels like the earth is whispering back. But in 1996, a team of geologists discovered something that didn't sound like an echo at all. It sounded alive. That year, the US Geological Survey was conducting an acoustic resonance study along the canyon's eastern corridor, near the same restricted zones that appear blank on modern maps. They lowered seismic sensors into natural fissures to measure subsurface vibrations, expecting to find the usual hum of groundwater and tectonic shift. Instead, the sensors picked up a rhythmic pulse, 3 tones repeating every 11 minutes. Not random, not natural. At first, the team suspected equipment malfunction, but the pattern was too consistent, too deliberate. Each frequency aligned harmonically, forming what one technician described as a geometric sound, like a machine exhaling. When the data was reviewed at the USGS lab in Flagstaff, analysts confirmed the signal came from nearly 3 kilometers beneath the surface. There was no known fault line or magma chamber there, just solid rock, and yet the sound persisted for 72 hours before abruptly stopping. The official report was never released to the public. Only fragments of it surfaced years later through a Freedom of Information request filed by researcher Eleanor Price. One redacted passage remains legible. Acoustic pattern suggests cavity of significant size, exhibiting oscillation inconsistent with geological activity. In simpler terms, something was moving down there. Local rangers began to call it the canyon's heartbeat. They joked about it at first, until visitors started hearing it too. Hikers camping near Marble Canyon Bridge in the late 90s described a low vibration that passed through the ground at night, like the slow rhythm of a drum. Some felt it through their sleeping bags. Others said it shook the air inside their chests. The phenomenon faded by dawn, leaving no trace but silence and nausea, the kind that feels like vertigo from the inside. When a journalist from High Country News attempted to record it in 2001, her audio picked up nothing but static, followed by 2 sharp knocks, like someone tapping the microphone from below. Her recorder broke the next day. Theories multiplied. Some blamed subterranean rivers compressing air pockets. Others whispered about abandoned military experiments or deep geothermal pockets misidentified on survey maps. But none explained the timing, the frequency, or the fact that the vibrations seemed to respond to seismic equipment, increasing in volume whenever probes were lowered, fading when they were removed. In 2012, a private acoustics researcher named David Seeger returned to the site with updated instruments. He registered similar pulses, this time shorter 7-minute intervals, and almost musical in tone. When he tried to triangulate the source, his readings pointed to a location that no map lists, a smooth plateau directly above the first reported forbidden coordinates. He never published his results. In an email to a colleague recovered later, he wrote only, "I think we're listening to something that was never meant to be woken." Locals near the North Rim say the phenomenon comes back every few years. You can't predict it. You just feel it. A pressure under your feet. A hum too low to be heard but too heavy to ignore. Rangers say it's the sound of the earth settling. Elders of the Hopi Nation have another word for it, Sipapuni, the place of emergence. According to their tradition, it's where the first people climbed from the underworld into this world. The place where the earth still breathes. Scientists still call it anomaly, but the canyon doesn't care what we call it. It keeps breathing anyway. Maybe it isn't echo. Maybe it's memory, vibrating through 2 billion years of silence. And if the ground beneath Marble Canyon can hum like a heartbeat, then somewhere something must be listening, But if the Earth can pulse you, what happens when it starts answering back? The missing hikers of Kincaid's Trail. They followed the map that doesn't exist. The Grand Canyon swallows people. Every year, hundreds vanish into its labyrinth of cliffs and canyons. Most are found, some are not. But along one unmarked route, there's a pattern that doesn't fit accident or coincidence. A trail that shouldn't exist, and yet appears faintly on maps that were never meant for the public. They call it Kincaid's Trail, named after the same explorer who claimed to have found the Forbidden Caves in 1909. Officially, there's no record of any trail by that name. Unofficially, rangers whisper about it, a narrow path etched into the North Rim, visible only at certain angles of light, like veins beneath skin. The first disappearance linked to it was in the spring of 1989. A geology student named Thomas Hale was hiking alone, documenting mineral patterns near Marble Canyon. He radioed his supervisor just before sundown. "Found an opening in the wall, this looks carved. I'm going to take a quick look." They never heard from him again. Search teams found his backpack 50 feet from the edge of a narrow ravine, and a boot print leading toward the cliff. No body, no rope, no fall zone, just absence. Over the next 30 years, at least 9 hikers vanished in roughly the same radius, all within 5 miles of each other, all experienced, all equipped with GPS. In each case, their devices lost signal hours before they disappeared. Their final coordinates form a near-perfect semicircle around one of the canyon's most heavily restricted research areas. In 2003, a park ranger named Daniel Ruiz joined an unsanctioned night search with 2 volunteers, hoping to find remains from one of the missing hikers. According to Ruiz's later statement, they reached a narrow gorge where their compasses began spinning. A low vibration rose from the stone, the same pulsing tone recorded years earlier during the Marble Canyon acoustic anomaly. Then, Ruiz saw something impossible. A small, perfectly square recess in the wall, the size of a doorway. He described it as lit from within, like there was fire behind the rock. When he turned to call the others, the light was gone. The next morning, they found Ruiz alone, disoriented, with burn marks on his gloves and a radio that no longer worked. He resigned 6 months later. In 2014, a group of climbers from Flagstaff University attempted to retrace the rumored route using historical coordinates from the Arizona Gazette article. They live-streamed the expedition online for their geology club, brief, shaky footage of cliffs, wind, and laughter. 3 hours in, one of them pointed the camera upward toward a formation that looked like an opening high in the canyon wall. A voice off-screen said, "That's it. That's Kincaid's mark." The camera tilted. The frame went dark. The stream ended. Authorities found their camp days later, tents intact, gear scattered, no sign of struggle. Inside one tent, the camera had been left recording. The last minute of footage showed only static, and under the hiss, a faint rhythmic sound, 3 tones repeating every 11 minutes. The same pulse from 1996, the same heartbeat. The National Park Service closed the surrounding area permanently in 2016, citing geological instability and risk of collapse. No further searches were conducted. Even mentioning Kincaid's Trail in official documents is discouraged. But still, new footprints appear. Hikers chasing rumors, researchers drawn by the myth, people who can't resist the idea that something is buried beneath the silence. And each year, the count of the missing grows. Some locals say the canyon doesn't take people, it trades for them, that the ones who vanish aren't gone. They're beneath, exploring tunnels they can't find their way out of, listening to something that's been calling them all along. The wind at Marble Canyon doesn't just move through air, it breathes. Sometimes when it's quiet enough, you can hear what sounds like a voice echoing through the stone. Not a scream, not even a word, just a single question repeating from somewhere below. Did you find it? But maybe they didn't fall. Maybe they were invited. The sealed chambers, concrete and silence. Every mystery has a lock. In the Grand Canyon, that lock is made of concrete. Visitors driving along the South Rim rarely notice it. A fenced-off section of land with no trails, no markers, and no mention on the park's official website. To most, it's just empty terrain, but to those who've worked here long enough, It's known by a name that doesn't appear on any map, Section 7G. The restricted area was first sealed in 1956 after a geological collapse reportedly exposed subterranean voids of unstable structure. That's the official explanation. Unofficially, 7G is one of the only zones in the park surrounded by reinforced fencing and motion sensors. A single dirt road leads in, ending at a flat, vertical wall of concrete built directly against the canyon face. No doors, no windows, just a smooth grey barrier pressed into red stone, 40 feet tall and wide enough to hide a freight tunnel. Old aerial photographs show the wall being poured over several days by military engineers, not park staff. The trucks bore no insignia. The paperwork for the operation is stored at the National Archives, but the contractor name is redacted and the project title reads only Stabilization and Containment, South Corridor. Containment. Rumors about 7G began spreading among rangers in the 1970s. They said at night, you could hear faint metallic sounds coming from behind the wall, not echoes, but impact. Others reported a low hum, steady as a generator. Some said they'd seen condensation forming along the surface, as if the wall were breathing. In 2002, a researcher from Arizona State University named Dr. Peter Laskin received permission to conduct ground-penetrating radar tests in the area surrounding 7G. His findings were quietly published in a technical bulletin, then withdrawn within a month. Before it was taken down, readers noticed one sentence buried in the text: subsurface cavity of indeterminate origin located approximately 400 meters beyond containment barrier. Translation: there's something behind the wall. Freedom of Information requests filed in 2015 produced no further records. All inquiries are now met with the same response: no data available for that site. A retired helicopter pilot who worked search and rescue missions over the canyon in the 80s recalled being told to avoid flying over the zone entirely. They said the air was unstable. That was the word, unstable. But I've flown through monsoons, and that place was the only time my instrument screamed for me to turn around. Some researchers believe Section 7G was built to cap off a sinkhole or to contain hazardous material. Others think it hides the entrance Kincaid described, the mouth of the lost cave system, sealed permanently when the Smithsonian denied its existence. And a few, the ones who've stood close enough to touch the wall, claim to feel vibration beneath their palms. Slow, pulsing, like the canyon's heartbeat. Muffled. In 2019, a storm washed out part of the access road, exposing a few inches of rebar beneath the concrete surface. Underneath, witnesses said, was metal, not construction-grade steel, but something older, darker, almost black. The Park Service closed the area again within days. Satellite images were updated, the exposure blurred out. One ranger who patrolled the boundary for over 20 years put it this way: you can fence off a secret, you can bury it, but you can't make the earth forget it's there. Standing at the overlook above 7G, the air feels heavy. Birds don't fly over the zone. Even the wind shifts around it, curling away as if the canyon itself doesn't want to disturb what's beneath. Concrete cracks with time, so does silence. And maybe someday when the wall finally gives way to age and erosion, the canyon will speak again, in dust, in echo, in light, pouring from a door that was never meant to open. Because if the canyon is a wound, then Section 7G is the bandage, one that's starting to peel. But some doors weren't built to open. They were built to hold something in. The Grand Canyon and the Underworld Map, where the Earth remembers. Long before explorers, maps, or fences, the Grand Canyon already had a name. To the Hopi, it was Ungtupka, the House of the Dead. To the Navajo, Tseyi, the place within the rocks. And to both, it was never just a canyon. It was an entrance. Their oral traditions speak of a place deep within the earth called Sipapuni, the portal through which the first people emerged from the underworld into this world. A spiral carved into stone marks the site of that emergence, representing the path between worlds. For centuries, elders have warned that the canyon itself breathes, that its walls expand and contract like lungs when the seasons change, that it listens. When Kincaid claimed to have found a city beneath the canyon in 1909, Tribal historians said he was trespassing on something sacred, a realm not meant to be rediscovered. To them, the caves weren't ruins. They were arteries. In the late 1970s, anthropologist Dr. Thomas Keel recorded a series of interviews with Hopi elders from the village of Oribe. One statement from that archive has never been published in full. What they call tunnels, we call the veins of the mother. They are not empty, they move. And when people go where they should not, the earth closes behind them. According to Hopi cosmology, the world we live in now, the fourth world, was born from the collapse of the third. Those who survived escaped upward, guided by spirits through a hole in the ground. That hole, they said, was the Grand Canyon. And someday, when this world grows sick, the same path will open again to take the survivors below. It sounds like myth, but satellite ground-penetrating surveys have confirmed the existence of massive caverns stretching miles beneath the plateau, natural cathedrals large enough to house skyscrapers. Scientists call them karst voids. To the Hopi, they are chambers of waiting, rooms of the ancestors, sealed until the earth decides to wake them. Modern researchers have noted another strange detail. Nearly every restricted zone in the canyon aligns along the same longitudinal corridor as the Sipapuni spiral, the oldest petroglyph in the region. It's as if the forbidden sites were built directly over the myth, or because of it. And then there's the hum. Locals near Marble Canyon say the low vibration that rattles the ground every few years isn't geological at all. They call it the returning breath. They believe the sound is the earth remembering, the old heartbeat from the world before this one. Some say the caves Kincaid found weren't tombs of an ancient race, but remnants of that earlier civilization. One that fell, was buried, and still moves beneath us. In 2018, a team of anthropologists from Northern Arizona University were granted limited access to survey a small section near the Little Colorado River, land considered sacred by multiple tribes. Their instruments recorded heat signatures and magnetic distortions beneath the surface. When they returned to publish, the paper was blocked by the Department of the Interior, citing cultural sensitivity. The lead researcher, Dr. Leland Hayes, resigned soon after. In a later interview, he said only, "Some things are meant to stay myths, especially when they're still breathing. Standing at the canyon's edge at night, you can almost believe it. The wind doesn't whistle here, it whispers. The air feels old, thick with dust and memory. And when lightning cuts across the sky, for a split second, the shadows along the walls don't look random. They look like doors. Maybe the Grand Canyon isn't a scar in the earth, but a memory of something far older, a map of where we came from, and where we'll return when the surface finally forgets us. Maybe the forbidden zones, the sealed chambers, the vanished trails, they're not hiding what was found. They're hiding what's still waiting. Because beneath all the rock and silence, there's a rhythm that never stops. It beats like the first breath of the world, and someday it might start breathing again. And if the canyon isn't just a place, but a memory, what happens when it remembers us back? 6 stories, 6 echoes carved into stone and silence. From the lost caves of 1909 to the sealed chambers buried in concrete, every layer of the Grand Canyon hides the same truth. We have no idea how deep our own history goes. The canyon is older than language, older than bone. It remembers things that don't fit inside time, civilizations, floods, and voices that never made it to paper. We built fences around it. We gave names to its shadows. We called it a monument. But maybe it's a message, because every map leaves something out, and every silence is a kind of protection. Maybe the secrets of the canyon were never lost. Maybe they're waiting for the right question, the right sound, the right person to listen. 6 stories, 6 layers of the same wound, and one truth whispered through all of them. The deeper we dig, the closer we get to remembering what we were never meant to find. If you made it this far, thank you. Leave a like if one of these stories stayed with you. Tell us what you think lies beneath the canyon, and what should stay buried. But remember, some monuments weren't built to honor the past. They were built to hide it.
All right. Well, Mr. Smith, you like tunnels. I'll tell you what, you are in luck today, sir, because the next piece we have coming up is about just that particular subject.
Beneath our feet lies another world, a world of hidden passageways, sealed chambers, and buried corridors stretching further than most of us could ever imagine. For as long as humans have told stories, they've spoken of secret tunnels under the earth. Places carved in darkness, used for survival, ritual, or power. Some of these stories have been dismissed as myth, others buried in archives, and some remain off-limits, even today. But time and again, new discoveries keep forcing us to ask, what is really down there? Archaeology has given us glimpses. In Turkey, the Derinkuyu underground city was built deep into the rock, a place where more than 20,000 people could live, hide, and thrive. In America, native legends speak of hidden peoples who survived cataclysms by retreating into vast subterranean worlds. And in Russia, Mount Yamantau looms over the Urals, its slopes sealed and guarded, hiding what many believe is one of the largest underground complexes ever built. Three very different places, three very different stories, all pointing to the same truth. Humanity has always used the underground for secrets. This isn't coincidence. Across cultures and across centuries, the Earth itself seems to hold another layer of history just below the surface. Some tunnels were carved for refuge, others for ceremony, others for reasons we may never understand. And the strangest part is, every new discovery raises more questions than it answers. How could ancient builders carve entire cities with nothing but primitive tools? Why do so many myths describe the same thing? Hidden worlds, sealed off, waiting below. And why are governments today still building vast networks beneath the surface, then denying what they're really for? This is not just a story about archaeology, or myth, or conspiracy. It's all of them colliding. From the labyrinths of Cappadocia to the ritual tunnels of Peru, from Tibetan legends of Agartha to the classified bunkers of the Cold War, the deeper you look, the more the pieces begin to connect. And that's where our journey begins. We're going to trace these tunnels through ancient ruins, global legends, and modern secrets to see what picture emerges when we stop treating them as isolated mysteries. Because the truth is, the underground has never been fully explored. And the most shocking part is, some of these tunnels are still sealed today. The first hard evidence of a hidden world underground came to light in Turkey in the 1960s. A man repairing his home in Cappadocia knocked down a wall and found not bedrock, but a tunnel. That tunnel kept going, splitting into passageways that led deeper into the earth. What he had uncovered was the entrance to a city that had been sealed for centuries, its existence forgotten. Today we know this place as Derinkuyu. It plunges nearly 280 feet beneath the ground and extends across 18 known levels. Archaeologists estimate it could have housed up to 20,000 people at once, with room for families, livestock, food stores, and water. In practical terms, it was the size of a small town, but hidden entirely beneath the earth. The structure is astonishing in its design. Narrow corridors open into large communal halls. Circular stone doors, some weighing half a ton, were built to seal off sections with a single push. Ventilation shafts drop through multiple layers to circulate fresh air, some as deep as modern high-rise towers turned upside down. Wells tapped into underground water sources. Storage rooms, kitchens, wine presses, and chapels were carved out of the volcanic tuff. Derinkuyu was not a makeshift shelter dug in haste. It was a fully functioning city, engineered to sustain life underground for extended periods. The mystery is how it was created. Carving a single room in volcanic rock is simple. Excavating millions of cubic feet of stone, reinforcing chambers, cutting air shafts that still work today, and doing it all with hand tools is something else entirely. Mainstream archaeology suggests it was first dug during the first millennium BC and then expanded over time. Yet the precision of the ventilation and the sheer volume of rock removed remain difficult to reconcile with the tools historians say were available. Modern engineers have admitted that cutting and maintaining such a structure today would still be a challenge. Why build it in the first place? The accepted explanation is that it served as a refuge. Cappadocia has been invaded repeatedly throughout history. Persians, Byzantines, Mongols, and the ability to vanish underground would have been a powerful defense. From this perspective, Derinkuyu was a giant bunker, a place where tens of thousands could wait out danger above. But that explanation doesn't answer why it was built to such depth and complexity. Why construct chapels and wineries if the goal was short-term refuge? Why engineer a labyrinth with stone doors and defensive choke points if not for something more deliberate? Some researchers suggest the city was also a sanctuary, a place to preserve culture and belief as much as life. Religious spaces carved into the rock point to spiritual significance, not just practicality. Others argue that Derinkuyu may have been expanded layer by layer, generation after generation, each group inheriting a system whose original purpose was already fading into memory. The fact that no clear records describe it adds to the sense that it was deliberately hidden, not merely forgotten. And secrecy runs through the story. Derinkuyu remained undiscovered until the 1960s, not because it collapsed or eroded, but because its entrances were sealed. For centuries, no one above knew that an entire city lay just below their homes. Even now, parts of it remain closed. Some passageways are blocked. Archaeologists suspect deeper levels exist, but they have never been mapped. Local rumors claim that tunnels run for miles, linking Derinkuyu to other underground sites across Cappadocia. If true, then what has been revealed so far is only a fraction of the system. Cappadocia is filled with similar complexes. Kaymakli, another underground city not far from Derinkuyu, is vast in its own right. Dozens more have been identified, some small, others sprawling. Many lie only a few kilometers apart. The possibility that they are connected by long hidden tunnels cannot be dismissed. Derinkuyu may be the largest and most famous, but it is not unique. It is one doorway into a much bigger network, a subterranean world beneath central Turkey that remains only partly understood. What is clear is that Derinkuyu cannot be explained away as a minor curiosity or a defensive shelter cobbled together with primitive tools. Its scale, precision, and secrecy suggest an extraordinary project, one that challenges what we think ancient builders were capable of. And it forces a larger question. If this much lies beneath one Turkish town, how much else remains hidden under Cappadocia's volcanic plain? While Cappadocia's tunnels sheltered people, in Mexico, tunnels beneath ancient pyramids were sealed with something even stranger. Beneath the ruins of Teotihuacan, an ancient city once home to over 100,000 people, archaeologists have uncovered subterranean passageways that had been deliberately hidden for nearly 2,000 years. The most famous discovery came in 2003, when heavy rains opened a sinkhole near the base of the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. Local archaeologist Sergio Gomez lowered himself into the cavity and found an entrance that had been intentionally blocked with massive stones. Once inside, he realized he had entered a tunnel running directly beneath the pyramid. The passage extended nearly 330 feet, ending in a series of sealed chambers beneath the heart of the temple. What Gomez and his team eventually uncovered was not just an architectural feat, but a mystery that still baffles experts today. Inside the tunnel were offerings that included jade, shells, and thousands of objects ranging from fine pottery to strange figurines. But the most unsettling discovery was the presence of liquid mercury pooled in the chambers, shimmering in the torchlight like a river of silver. Why would a pre-Columbian culture transport and seal mercury in underground tunnels? The substance is rare and highly toxic, and mining it would have required significant effort. For decades, no one believed mercury was used in the Americas at all until it was confirmed in these chambers. Some researchers suggest the mercury symbolized an underworld river or lake, a mirror-like surface representing the boundary between life and death. Others see it as part of a cosmic landscape recreated underground, a sacred microcosm of the universe where rituals of transformation took place. The engineering of the tunnel adds to the enigma. Its walls were carefully lined with powdered pyrite and hematite, materials that would have glimmered under torchlight, like a star-filled sky. Traces of orbs coated in reflective minerals were also found, possibly meant to represent planets or stars. This was not a hidden refuge like Derinkuyu. It was a carefully constructed underworld, a place where priests, rulers, or initiates descended into darkness to reenact creation myths and communicate with the divine. The secrecy is striking. The tunnel had been sealed deliberately in antiquity. Massive stones blocked the entrance, and access was cut off for nearly 2 millennia. Whoever closed it wanted to ensure no one could enter again. Yet the effort to build it in the first place must have been immense. Carving through volcanic rock, lining the walls with glittering minerals, hauling mercury from distant sources, these were not casual acts. They were deliberate, ritualistic, and hidden. What does this say about Teotihuacan itself? The city was one of the largest and most influential in the Americas, but strangely, the identity of its rulers remains a mystery. No clear royal tombs or inscriptions have ever been found. Unlike the Maya, the people of Teotihuacan left behind no records naming kings or dynasties. Some scholars believe power was shared among elites or priestly councils. Others suspect that the secrecy extended to erasing individual rulers from history. The tunnels beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent may hold the key, a place where rulers were buried or deified, hidden from view along with the city's greatest secrets. Yet despite years of exploration, the tunnels have not yielded a definitive answer. Bodies have not been found, only offerings and symbolic artifacts. This raises an unsettling possibility. Were the tunnels never meant to hold human remains at all? Were they built as a symbolic underworld, sealed forever after the rituals ended, leaving behind only traces of mercury and offerings to hint at what took place? The discovery also challenges mainstream assumptions about what ancient American civilizations were capable of. For years, textbooks claimed that liquid mercury was unknown in the Americas, yet here it was, sealed in a tunnel beneath a pyramid. Additionally, it was assumed that only Egyptians and Mesopotamians engineered complex symbolic underworlds, yet Teotihuacan proves otherwise. And for years, archaeologists believed Teotihuacan's rulers had simply vanished into obscurity, yet the sealed chambers suggest their power was deliberately hidden. What makes this even more compelling is that Teotihuacan is not the only site in Mexico with subterranean mysteries. In 2018, radar scans beneath the Pyramid of the Moon revealed another possible tunnel system, still unexplored. Earlier excavations in the 1970s uncovered a tunnel under the Pyramid of the Sun. Each time, the story is the same: sealed passages, hidden offerings, and deliberate efforts to conceal whatever purpose they once served. Taken together, these discoveries paint a picture of a city obsessed with the underworld. The pyramids of Teotihuacan were not just monuments rising to the sky, but also gateways plunging into the earth. Above ground, the Avenue of the Dead stretched for miles, flanked by towering structures. Below ground, secret tunnels recreated rivers, stars, and cosmic realms that ordinary citizens never saw. This duality, public spectacle above, hidden ritual below, suggests a culture where secrecy was as important as power itself. And while Derinkuyu forced us to question how ancient people engineered vast underground cities for survival, Teotihuacan forces us to ask why they engineered them for secrecy. Mercury rivers, glittering pyrite walls, sealed chambers. These are not the tools of defense. They are the tools of mystery, meant to conceal truths we still do not understand. And as unsettling as this is, Teotihuacan's tunnels are not alone. Across the world, other civilizations carved secret passageways for reasons that remain obscure. Some were for ritual, some for survival, and some for purposes we can only speculate about. What ties them together is the effort to hide them, seal them, and keep them buried. And nowhere is that more evident than in the tunnels we'll explore next. If Derinkuyu showed us tunnels built for survival, and Teotihuacan revealed tunnels engineered for secrecy, the site of Chavin de Huantar in the Peruvian Andes shows us something stranger still: tunnels built to transform the human mind. Chavin de Huantar was a ceremonial center that flourished around 1200 to 500 BC, centuries before the rise of the Inca. At first glance, its stone temples resemble many other ancient sites in the Andes. But beneath the surface lies a network of galleries and passageways unlike anything else in the region. These tunnels weren't built to house thousands, nor to conceal rulers in hidden chambers. They were designed to manipulate sound, light, and human perception. Archaeologists studying the site have described the galleries as echoing chambers and disorienting labyrinths. Some passageways are so narrow that a single person can barely squeeze through. Others open suddenly into wider spaces where sound bounces and warps. Inside, stone drains carry rushing water beneath the floors, creating a constant, low roar. In total darkness, with echoes surrounding you and water thundering below, the space feels alive. Experiments at Chavin have revealed how deliberate this design was. Researchers brought replica conch shell trumpets into the tunnels, instruments known to have been used at the site, and played them in the enclosed spaces. The result was overwhelming. The blasts produced booming, animal-like roars that reverberated through the stone, amplifying into sounds more terrifying than any human voice. Imagine being a pilgrim descending into the labyrinth plunged into total darkness, the air vibrating with roars as if gods or beasts were speaking through the walls. At the heart of Chavin de Huantar stands the Lanzon, a massive granite monolith carved with the snarling image of a fanged deity. It sits deep within the galleries, accessible only through the twisting tunnels. Reaching it would have been the climax of an initiation, a sensory ordeal designed to break down the ordinary boundaries of perception. Light, sound, and architecture combined to disorient and overwhelm, preparing visitors for what they believed was direct contact with the divine. This use of tunnels is unique in the ancient world. They were not defensive, nor practical, nor even purely symbolic. They were instruments, carefully engineered to alter consciousness. By manipulating echoes, controlling access to light, and channeling the roar of rushing water, the builders of Chavin created a technology of experience. It was architecture not for shelter, but for transformation. The secrecy of the site adds to the mystery. Much of Chavin's symbolism revolves around dualities: light and dark, above and below, order and chaos. Ordinary life happened in the plazas above ground, but true transformation was reserved for the hidden spaces below, where only initiates and priests could enter. The underground world was a threshold between the human and the divine. The implications are profound. If the tunnels of Derinkuyu show the ingenuity of survival, and Teotihuacan shows the power of hidden ritual, Chavin suggests something more elusive: the deliberate use of underground architecture to change human perception itself. These were not metaphors carved in stone. They were sensory machines, designed to generate awe, fear, and revelation. And it forces us to ask, if tunnels here were used to alter consciousness, could the myths of underground worlds, from hidden kingdoms to sacred underworlds, be more than metaphors? Could they be cultural memories of places deliberately engineered to transform how people experienced reality? The tunnels of Chavin de Huantar show how the underground could be built to change perception. But some traditions go further, describing not just chambers or passageways, but entire hidden kingdoms sealed beneath the surface of the earth. In the early 20th century, Polish explorer Ferdynand Ossendowski traveled through Central Asia and later published Beasts, Men, and Gods. In it, he recounted a story told to him by lamas in Mongolia, a story about a vast subterranean realm known as Agartha. According to them, Agartha was a hidden world, accessed through secret tunnels in remote deserts and mountains. It was ruled by the so-called King of the World, a figure whose influence stretched to the surface, shaping human events through unseen means. The kingdom was said to be lit by its own source of power, sustained by technologies and wisdom preserved from ages long before. The descriptions are striking: a hidden kingdom, eternal light, secret entrances scattered across the landscape. The idea of an underground civilization with knowledge far beyond our own sounds like fantasy, but it aligns closely with other traditions. Tibetan Buddhism speaks of Shambhala, another hidden realm of wisdom beyond ordinary geography. Some accounts place it in the high mountains, accessible only to those who know the way. Others describe it as a place shielded from ordinary eyes, a domain of kings and sages who watch from afar. The overlap between Shambhala and Agartha is too close to ignore. Both describe secret entrances, hidden realms, and ancient rulers who remain out of reach. These ideas were later taken up by fringe theorists who argued that the Earth might not be solid at all, but hollow. According to the hollow Earth theory, vast inner spaces could exist within the planet, connected to the surface through tunnels at the poles or other hidden gateways. Inside these caverns, entire civilizations could thrive, survivors of catastrophes that wiped out earlier epochs of humanity, or beings entirely unknown to us. By the 19th and 20th centuries, this concept gained traction in occult circles, with believers pointing to myths like Agartha and Shambhala as evidence that cultures across the world were preserving the same memory of hidden realms. What makes the theory more intriguing is its global reach. Stories of subterranean peoples aren't confined to Central Asia. Across South America, Europe, and North America, similar legends appear: hidden entrances, glowing inner lands, powerful guardians below the earth. The consistency across cultures separated by oceans and centuries suggests these stories had roots in something more than imagination. Mainstream archaeology dismisses hollow earth theories outright, and perhaps rightly so. But even if we set aside the idea of entire kingdoms inside the planet, the persistence of these stories matters. They point to a global fascination with the underground, not as a void of stone and darkness, but as a place of hidden power. And they raise a difficult question: are these myths simply symbolic, or are they distorted accounts of real encounters with subterranean structures, places, and events long since forgotten? One thing is clear: tales of Agartha and Shambhala are not isolated anomalies. They sit within a much larger web of traditions describing secret worlds below the surface. And these aren't only Asian stories. Some of the most vivid accounts come from the Americas. Across the Americas, traditions tell of hidden worlds below the surface. Some describe ancestors who survived disaster by taking refuge in the earth, while others speak of beings who still dwell beneath us, unseen. These stories are not vague or peripheral. They are central to the identity of the cultures that carry them. For the Hopi people of the American Southwest, one of the most important teachings is the emergence. According to their oral history, humanity once lived in an underworld, a realm of darkness beneath the earth. Guided by spiritual beings, the Hopi clans climbed upward through a narrow opening until they reached the surface, entering the present world. That moment of passage from darkness to light is still remembered in ceremonies. Within Hopi kivas, underground ritual chambers, a small hole called the Sipapu symbolizes the portal through which their ancestors emerged. It is a reminder that the people of today are descended from those who once lived below. The details are striking. These stories describe survival in hidden places during cataclysmic upheavals. Some versions say earlier worlds were destroyed by floods, fire, or ice, with only a remnant surviving by dwelling beneath the ground until it was safe to return. The idea of multiple worlds, each destroyed in turn, mirrors a cycle of catastrophe and renewal, a theme found in other cultures far beyond North America. The Navajo tell of past worlds as well, each ending in disaster. Humans, they say, passed from one world to the next until arriving in the present one. The Cherokee recount traditions of hidden people who live below, sometimes emerging to the surface but largely remaining unseen. Even the Mandan, a people of the northern plains, spoke of their ancestors climbing from an underworld through a great opening in the earth. These stories carry consistency across vast distances and distinct cultures. Humanity sheltered beneath the earth, survived destruction, and re-emerged to rebuild. When placed beside archaeology, they take on a sharper edge. The Hopi say their ancestors endured underground until it was safe above. In Turkey, Derinkuyu proves that entire communities really did carve underground refugees, capable of sustaining tens of thousands. Both traditions, one preserved in myth, the other carved into rock, reflect the same idea. When catastrophe strikes, survival may depend on going below. It is possible that the myths preserve distant memories of such refuges. Oral traditions are not perfect records, but they carry patterns. The themes of survival in darkness, protection by guardians, and eventual return to the light align uncannily with what archaeology now shows us humans were capable of. These stories may not describe literal events as we would record them, but they may encode truths about how earlier peoples endured crises that wiped out much of the world they knew. There is also the recurring theme of secrecy. Just as Derinkuyu lay hidden until its entrance was breached, many native stories suggest that hidden peoples remain below, living apart from the surface world. To the Hopi, the underground is not just history, but an active part of their cosmology, a place that shaped who they are and continues to hold meaning today. When viewed globally, the parallels are difficult to ignore. In Asia, myths of Agartha and Shambhala describe entire hidden kingdoms sealed beneath mountains. In the Americas, the Hopi and others recall their ancestors' emergence from subterranean realms after catastrophe. Across continents, separated by oceans, the themes are the same. The underground is a place of refuge, transformation, and hidden power. And while archaeologists interpret these as metaphors or symbolic cycles, the existence of real underground cities and tunnels shows that the line between myth and reality is not as clear as once believed. Legends of emergence may be cultural memories of real survival strategies, blurred and reshaped over thousands of years. The question is, what else may be hidden? If oral histories point to underground refuges, and if archaeology confirms their existence in some parts of the world, then it follows that many more may lie undiscovered, carved into rock, concealed or erased from records. And not all of them would be obvious. Some could be vast, elaborate systems hiding in plain sight, their entrances forgotten. Which brings us to China, where in 1992, a group of farmers decided to drain a pond. For generations, the water had filled a depression in the landscape, and locals assumed it was nothing more than a natural feature. But when the water was pumped away, what emerged shocked everyone. Beneath the pond was the entrance to a massive, hand-carved cavern, and it wasn't alone. Over the following years, more than 24 similar chambers were discovered, now collectively known as the Longyu Caves. Each is vast, with high ceilings, expansive halls, and walls bearing the unmistakable marks of hand tools. Together, they form one of the most astonishing subterranean sites in the world. Yet there is no historical record, no inscription, and no local memory of their construction. It is as though an ancient culture carved out an entire underground complex and then erased all trace of its existence. The scale of the Longyu Caves is staggering. Individual chambers reach heights of nearly 100 feet, with floor areas large enough to hold aircraft hangars. The interiors are carefully shaped, with flat walls and sharply defined corners. Every surface shows parallel chisel marks, as if hundreds of workers systematically carved out the stone with remarkable precision. In total, The caves required the removal of an estimated 1 million cubic meters of rock. Even with modern tools, this would be a monumental task. With ancient technology, it seems nearly impossible. And yet, there they are. Silent, empty, and unexplained. Archaeologists have struggled to determine when the caves were created. The consensus is that they were carved at least 2,000 years ago, perhaps during the Qin or early Han dynasties. But there's no mention of them in any records, no accounts of the labor force that would have been required, and no explanation for why they were abandoned. The absence of documentation is almost as puzzling as the caves themselves. In a culture as meticulous about record-keeping as ancient China, how could a project of this size simply vanish from history? Some theories suggest the caves were quarries, carved to extract stone. But if that were the case, why finish the walls with decorative chisel marks, covering every surface in uniform patterns? And why are the chambers left completely empty, with no debris, no artifacts, and no evidence of habitation? Others argue that they may have been tombs or ritual sites, but no burials, inscriptions, or offerings have ever been found. The purpose remains a mystery. Part of the enigma is that many of the caves remain partially flooded. The waterlogged chambers have never been fully drained or explored, leaving large sections inaccessible. What lies beneath the waterline is still unknown. It is possible that artifacts, carvings, or other evidence remain sealed away, hidden under the dark pools. For now, those areas remain off-limits, adding another layer of secrecy to a mystery already thick with unanswered questions. The deliberate erasure is the most unsettling part. If these were mere quarries or shelters, why is there no trace of them in local memory or historical texts? It seems more likely that whoever built the Longyu Caves did so with a purpose we cannot yet identify, and then deliberately erased their work from the record. Whether that was to hide the purpose of the caves, to protect sacred knowledge, or simply because the builders vanished, we cannot say. What is clear is that the Longyu Caves should not exist as they do, yet they do. For investigators, the site represents a challenge. The tool marks show human effort, but the absence of supporting evidence suggests something more. Did an ancient culture possess knowledge or techniques now lost to us? Were these chambers meant to serve as storage, ritual sanctuaries, or even refuges during times of catastrophe? Or was the purpose something so alien to our assumptions that we cannot even recognize it when staring at the evidence? The caves remind us that human history is far from complete. They show that even in one of the world's most carefully chronicled civilizations, entire projects can be erased. And they raise an uncomfortable question. If a massive carved complex like Longyu could vanish from history, what else might be missing? How many other sites lie hidden under lakes, hills, or farmland, waiting to be uncovered by accident? If Longyu showed us how human hands could carve immense chambers and erase them from history, Mammoth Cave in Kentucky shows how nature itself creates underground realms on a scale that dwarfs almost anything we can imagine. So far, more than 420 miles of passageways have been officially mapped, making Mammoth Cave the largest known cave system in the world. But explorers are certain that number barely scratches the surface. Current estimates suggest the system could reach 600 miles, perhaps more. Each year, cavers push deeper, charting new branches, only to find more corridors stretching into the dark. Imagine an underground world extending from London to Paris, twisting and turning through stone. That is Mammoth Cave, a labyrinth so vast it is difficult even to comprehend. The passages themselves vary wildly. Some are broad and smooth, shaped by rivers that cut through limestone over millions of years. Others narrow into jagged crawl spaces, where the air grows heavy and explorers must squeeze forward inch by inch. There are chambers so large that visitors have compared them to underground cathedrals. Standing in such a space, with ceilings vanishing into shadow above and walls echoing with every step, it's easy to feel as though you are inside another dimension entirely. And the deeper you go, the stranger it becomes. Indigenous peoples used parts of the cave thousands of years ago, leaving behind torches, artifacts, and even human remains preserved in the dry air. In the 19th century, miners harvested saltpeter from its chambers to make gunpowder. Tourists soon followed, drawn by its sheer scale and by its ominous reputation. Guides told stories of ghostly lights flickering in the distance, or of winds rushing through sealed passages as if unseen forces were breathing below. There were also darker tales. Visitors who strayed from the group, lost their bearings in the endless passages, and were never seen again. Some of those stories are documented. One of the most famous involves Floyd Collins, a caver who became trapped in a narrow passageway in 1925. Efforts to rescue him captured the attention of the nation, with reporters camping at the site and relaying updates by telegraph. After 2 weeks, Collins died, his body wedged in stone, unreachable. His story cemented Mammoth Cave's reputation, not just as a marvel, but as a place that could claim lives without mercy. Even today, cavers describe the system with awe and unease. Some speak of hearing voices carried through the tunnels, distorted by echoes, until they seem to come from nowhere. Others recall the disorienting effect of losing all light, when a lantern fails and the darkness presses in so absolutely that the mind begins to invent shapes and sounds. Mammoth is more than a cave. It is an environment designed to strip away human reference points. In those moments, people say, you feel the cave itself is alive. The depth adds to the fear. While Mammoth does not plunge vertically like Veryovkina in Georgia, the deepest known cave in the world, descending more than 7,200 feet, its endless horizontal sprawl creates its own terror. At least in a vertical descent, explorers know the direction they must climb to escape. In Mammoth, the danger lies in its scale. Corridors branch and twist until the sense of direction collapses. Without careful mapping, a wrong turn can lead to miles of wandering in the dark with no way back. The result is a different kind of depth, not of distance, but of infinity. And despite centuries of exploration, most of the cave remains untouched. Whole sections are closed off, some because of hazardous air pockets, others because they have simply never been surveyed. What lies in those sealed chambers is anyone's guess. The possibility of new species, untouched archaeological sites, or massive unexplored halls remains very real. Mammoth Cave proves that even in a world mapped from orbit, there are still places on this planet where the unknown stretches for hundreds of miles. That is what makes the system so unsettling. If natural geology can produce an underground world on this scale, endless corridors, hidden chambers, toxic pockets of air, rivers running in silence for miles, then secrecy beneath the surface is not just a human invention. It is part of the planet itself. And if caves created by nature can swallow lives and still hold miles of uncharted territory, what might lie inside the tunnels built deliberately by human powers, where secrecy is the very purpose? Underground networks are not just relics of the past. In northern China, one of the largest subterranean systems on Earth was built not thousands of years ago, but in the last few decades. It is known as the underground Great Wall. Constructed by the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, this labyrinth reportedly stretches more than 3,000 miles, longer than the entire width of the continental United States. Its purpose is not disputed. It was designed to store, move, and protect China's nuclear arsenal. But nearly everything else about it remains classified. Fragments of information come from satellite imagery, rare leaked photos, and investigative reports. They show entrances disguised as hillsides, camouflage blast doors, and long reinforced corridors where missile transporters can move unseen. Analysts believe the tunnels link together storage chambers, launch bays, and underground command centers. Some reports even suggest entire cities have been constructed within the network to house military personnel. The engineering effort behind it is staggering. Carving thousands of miles of tunnel through rock would have required massive boring machines, decades of labor, and an enormous budget. Chinese sources say the project began during the height of the Cold War, when the risk of a nuclear first strike from rival powers was seen as a real threat. By dispersing missiles and launch systems underground, China ensured its arsenal could survive and retaliate no matter what happened above. Estimates of what lies inside vary widely. Official figures put China's nuclear arsenal at around 500 warheads. Some U.S. defense analysts argue the number could be far higher, with many of those weapons concealed in the underground Great Wall. If true, China may possess far more strategic power than it publicly admits. The tunnels allow weapons to be hidden, moved, and potentially launched from unpredictable locations, making them nearly impossible to track. First-hand accounts from defectors and leaked state documents describe networks of reinforced bunkers, train tunnels large enough to carry mobile launch systems, and maintenance facilities buried hundreds of feet underground. The tunnels are said to connect entire provinces, stretching through mountains and linking critical bases together. For comparison, the US built hundreds of individual silos during the Cold War, fixed sites that could be targeted. China's approach is different, a shadow network that can shift and hide, making any strike against it uncertain. The secrecy around the underground Great Wall has fueled debate for decades. In 2009, a Chinese state television segment showed brief footage of missile transporters moving through underground corridors, confirming what analysts had long suspected. Beyond that, almost nothing has been disclosed. Western researchers have attempted to map the system through satellite data, but only fragments are known. The true scale and capacity remain hidden. The comparisons are stark. Derinkuyu sheltered 20,000 people beneath Turkey's soil. The Mammoth Cave system winds for hundreds of miles through Kentucky's limestone, but the underground Great Wall surpasses them both in length and purpose. It is not a relic of survival or a natural wonder. It is a modern fortress dug in silence, designed to conceal weapons that could end life on the surface. That continuity is telling. From ancient sanctuaries to modern bunkers, the underground remains the ultimate safeguard. Thousands of years ago, people sealed themselves away to survive floods or invasions. Today, governments seal away their most dangerous arsenals. The instinct is the same. When the stakes are highest, power is hidden below. Most of what lies inside the underground Great Wall will likely never be seen by the public. Entrances are sealed, maps are classified, and the system is constantly expanding. What is known is enough to prove that even in the age of satellites and constant surveillance, the most important infrastructure can still vanish from view if it is built beneath the surface. In the Ural Mountains of Russia, rises a peak with a reputation unlike any other. Mount Yamantau looks ordinary from the outside, a rugged, forested mountain range dotted with small towns and villages. But intelligence agencies, satellite images, and scattered reports tell a very different story. They describe the mountain as sealed, honeycombed with tunnels, and guarded with unusual secrecy. For decades, Mount Yamantau has been at the center of one of the greatest mysteries of the Cold War and beyond. The story first came to wider attention in the 1990s as the Soviet Union collapsed and Russia transitioned into its new identity. American satellites had already been tracking unusual activity in the area for years. They showed massive excavation projects around the mountain, construction of rail lines and highways leading directly into it, and whole towns springing up to houseworkers. The effort was enormous, rivaling the largest military-industrial projects of the Cold War. Yet Russia never explained what it was building. When pressed, Russian officials gave contradictory answers. At times, they claimed the site was nothing more than a mining operation. In other statements, it was described as a food storage facility or even a warehouse for treasures of the Russian people. None of these explanations matched the scale of the project. A warehouse does not require entire railroads driven into a mountain. A food depot does not explain thousands of workers excavating chambers large enough to be seen from space. The answers only deepen the mystery. American analysts suspected something much more serious, a vast underground complex built for nuclear war. During the Cold War, both the US and the Soviet Union developed networks of bunkers and command posts designed to survive a first strike. But Yamantau appeared to go far beyond that. The scale suggested not just a bunker for leaders, but an entire subterranean city capable of housing tens of thousands. Reports claimed it could store weapons, accommodate command centers, and provide shelter for Russia's leadership and military in the event of global catastrophe. What made Yamantau especially ominous was the timing. Construction continued through the 1990s, even as Russia was experiencing economic collapse. The government claimed it could not pay wages or provide basic services, yet it poured enormous resources into digging deeper into the mountain. Why was Yamantau considered so important that it survived when so many other projects were abandoned? First-hand accounts from those living near the site describe heavy security and total secrecy. Entire towns were off-limits to outsiders. Roads were blocked, checkpoints manned by armed guards restricted movement, and locals were warned not to ask questions. Some workers reportedly lived in closed cities nearby, their lives tied entirely to the project. To this day, the area remains sensitive, patrolled, and shielded from prying eyes. Satellite images confirmed what locals hinted at. Vast spoil piles of excavated rock appeared on the surface, proof of massive tunneling below. Rail lines were built directly into the mountain, suggesting that whatever lay inside required heavy equipment or supplies. Analysts compared the visible infrastructure to known nuclear command complexes, but on a much larger scale. The true scale is still unknown. Some reports suggest Yamantau could cover more than 400 square miles of underground space, enough to contain not just bunkers, but entire industrial facilities. Others estimate it could support a population of 60,000 for months, perhaps years. If accurate, Yamantau is not just a command center. It is a hidden city, buried deep in the Ural Mountains, waiting for a future most hope will never come. The secrecy continues into the present day. Russia has never offered a consistent explanation, and Western intelligence has never been able to confirm what lies inside. To this day, Yamantau is treated as one of Russia's most classified projects, guarded as tightly as nuclear launch codes. The silence has left the field open to speculation. Some argue it is a continuity of government facility, meant to keep Russia's leadership alive through nuclear war. Others believe it houses nuclear weapons or production facilities, hidden away from international treaties. The most extreme theories suggest it could contain research laboratories or storage for doomsday devices. Whatever the truth, the unanswered questions make Yamantau one of the most unsettling sites on Earth. Unlike ancient ruins, where mystery lingers because time has erased the evidence, Yamantau is deliberately hidden, actively maintained, and fiercely protected. It shows that secrecy underground is not a thing of the past. It is alive today, guarded by one of the world's most powerful militaries, and yet, even with all the satellite images, analyst reports, and local accounts, the strangest claims about Yamantau don't come from governments at all. They come from those who say they've been inside. Few stories illustrate this better than the case of Phil Schneider and the Dulce Base. Phil Schneider was a geological engineer who claimed to have worked on deep underground military construction projects in the United States during the 1970s. According to his testimony, he wasn't just involved in building tunnels. He claimed to have witnessed and survived one of the strangest and most terrifying encounters ever reported beneath the earth. In a series of public talks during the mid-1990s, Schneider described a hidden facility near Dulce, New Mexico. He said the base was built as part of a vast network of DUMBS, deep underground military bases, linked together by high-speed tunnels running beneath the country. These facilities, he claimed, were not just bunkers or storage sites. They were research centers where genetic experiments and classified projects were conducted far from public view. But Schneider's most explosive claim was that the Dulce base was not controlled solely by humans. He said that while excavating a section of the tunnels, workers broke into a cavern already occupied, and that inside were non-human entities. According to him, the accidental breach sparked a firefight. Schneider claimed he was wounded by a weapon unlike anything known on the surface, a blast that burned part of his chest and hand. Dozens of soldiers and workers, he said, were killed in the incident. From that moment forward, Dulce Base was allegedly operated as a joint facility, with both human and non-human occupants sharing the underground space. The details are sensational. Laboratories where experiments blended human and animal DNA, tanks filled with strange biological matter, and levels of the base restricted depending on clearance. The deeper you went, the stranger the research became. Schneider painted a picture of an underground world where science crossed into territory that mainstream institutions would never acknowledge. Of course, none of these claims have ever been verified. No hard evidence has emerged that proves Dulce Base exists. No documents have surfaced confirming Schneider's story. To this day, official sources dismiss his testimony as fabrication. And yet, what keeps the story alive is how it fits within the broader pattern we've already seen. Governments and militaries clearly value underground secrecy. From China's 3,000 miles of nuclear tunnels to Russia's Mount Yamantau, enormous projects exist that the public knows almost nothing about. If those are admitted, how much more could remain unacknowledged? Even among locals in Dulce, stories have circulated for years about unusual activity. Residents have spoken of strange lights in the sky, unexplained sounds deep in the mesa, and military-style helicopters flying low without insignia. Combined with Schneider's claims, the legend of Dulce Base has become one of the most enduring underground conspiracy stories in the United States. Critics point out that Schneider's account was inconsistent at times, and that he provided no physical proof of his wounds being caused by unknown weapons. But supporters argue that he paid the ultimate price for speaking out. In 1996, Schneider was found dead in his apartment under circumstances his family and followers describe as suspicious. Officially, his death was ruled a suicide. To those who believe his story, it was silencing. What makes the Dulce Base story important is not whether every detail is true, but what it represents. Even as a legend, it reflects the same themes found throughout history: secrecy below ground, hidden chambers sealed from public eyes, and projects carried out in silence while the world above carries on unaware. Dulce has become a symbol of the underground itself, a place where the most dangerous or extraordinary truths are kept buried. From Daring Kuyu to Teotihuacan, from Chavin to Yamantau, every site we've explored points to the same conclusion. The underground has always been where humanity hides what it cannot explain, what it cannot control, or what it wants to keep safe from view. In ancient times, it was survival and ritual. In modern times, it is weapons, bunkers, and perhaps, if Schneider's story contains even a grain of truth, experiments we are not supposed to know about. We've followed tunnels from Turkey to Peru, from China to the United States, and through legends that span cultures across the globe. Some were carved to protect whole populations, others built for worship, others sealed for military power. A few are openly acknowledged, but many remain classified, restricted, or unexplored. All of it points to one fact: the underground has always been where humanity hides what matters most. Cities, arsenals, secrets, and perhaps things we are not meant to know, all buried in darkness, waiting to be uncovered. Now it's your turn. Do you think stories like Dulce Base are nothing more than myth, or do they echo realities governments would never admit? And if they do, How much of our history, or even our present, is still hidden below our feet? Let us know in the comments, because your insights often shape where we go next. If you enjoyed this, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss what's coming. We've got more investigations ahead that will challenge everything we thought we knew about the world. And if you want to keep uncovering hidden places, the video on screen now explores 20 mysterious polises on Earth that you cannot visit. Thanks for watching, thanks for supporting, and as always, stay curious.
All right, coming up next, ladies and gents, we got a piece about the second Sphinx that they supposedly found out about in Egypt not too long ago. Give me one moment to get it pulled up here. Rock and roll, mate.
Hi, it's Katrina. For centuries, the Great Sphinx has stood as the lone guardian of the Giza Plateau. But what if it's actually missing its twin? New satellite radar scans have just detected a massive 100-foot tall anomaly buried deep beneath a mound of hardened sand, and the symmetry is almost too perfect to be an accident. Today, we are looking at the scans that have the archaeological world in a frenzy and asking, have we finally found the second Sphinx? A second Sphinx found. I know, you've heard it before, but this time is different. The big brain in charge was radar engineer Filippo Biondi. If that name sounds familiar, it's because you've been watching a lot of Origins Explained. I recently did a pretty big deep dive on the coffre scans done by Biondi and his team, so if you missed it, be sure to check it out after this one. I won't do another super deep dive here, but I will give you some context before talking about the new Sphinx. Biondi and his team of scientists have been studying the pyramids obsessively. Their technology of choice has been synthetic aperture radar, or SAR for short. When Biondi and his team scanned the pyramids of Giza, they uncovered massive structures hidden about 2,100 feet beneath the surface. These are huge structures that they say appear to be part of some buried city. The scans revealed tunnels, interconnected chambers, and a whole myriad of structures that simply cannot yet be identified. Some think it's an actual city. Others suspect it's a series of caves and tunnels. Others have suggested it's the legendary Hall of Records, where the survivors of Atlantis stored their eternal knowledge. And now, more scans have revealed a second Sphinx, which experts believe could have been the guardian to this vast underground metropolis. It is all connected. The discovery came thanks to a hunch. The Sphinx that everyone knows and loves sits at the end of some lines that jut out from the pyramids and can be seen in Biondi's scans. Maybe these were ancient footpaths, processional routes, who knows? But the lines point straight at the Sphinx. Biondi and the team noticed that these lines also point to a mysterious mound of sand and earth, which has been the subject of some curiosity for years. Satellite images of the Giza Plateau show the dune rising out of the desert about 108 feet tall. Underneath it could be the second Sphinx. It wouldn't be that big of a surprise, considering that barely more than 100 years ago, the original Sphinx was buried up to its eyeballs in sand. You could walk across the sand onto the top of its head. So why couldn't a second Sphinx be buried just a little bit deeper, in a place that no one's thought to dig up yet? It's absolutely within the realm of possibility, even for mainstream scientists. Biondi said this mysterious mound is made out of hardened sand instead of bedrock, so it's entirely plausible that something is locked inside of it. Also, Biondi said precise geometrical correlation between the Sphinx and the mysterious dune gives him 80% confidence that it is hiding another statue. 80% is pretty good, right? There is also the fact that the Sphinx we are all familiar with is currently sitting in a shallow depression. The mound is actually higher than the Great Sphinx, which would make the two monuments roughly on the same level. And the evidence just keeps going. Have you ever heard of the Dream Stele? It is a massive granite slab standing in front of the Sphinx. On its face is a carving of two sphinxes. Not one sphinx, but two. Why would there be an image of two guardian cats if there was never a second sculpture? It just doesn't make any sense. The most logical explanation is that a second mythical cat is waiting to be revealed. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the dream stele because it ties into the entire origin of the Sphinx, an origin that not many people know about. The hieroglyphs on the dream stele relay the story of Prince Thutmose IV when he was a young man. As the prince rested against the Sphinx, slumbering in its shadow, a deity appeared to him. The deity promised to hand him the throne of Egypt if he would simply clear off the sand entombing the Sphinx. The deity told him that the Sphinx was actually an ancient god, but that it had been forgotten, and it was covered by the sands of time. Thutmose did exactly what the deity told him, and sure enough, he was given the throne of Egypt. Then, around 1401 BC, right when ancient Egypt was at its peak, he had the dream stele commissioned and put in front of the Sphinx to commemorate his meeting with that nameless deity. About a decade ago, long before the explosion in scan technology, Egyptologist Bassam el-Shamma suggested the existence of a second Sphinx. He claimed to have found ancient Egyptian records describing how a lightning bolt hit the second Sphinx. Apparently, the lightning strike shattered the monument, and the Egyptians thought it was done by an angry god. Maybe that's why they buried the other Sphinx, just to avoid any more lightning attacks from angry supreme beings. In 2021, Egyptian tourism official Reda Abdel Halim also suggested the existence of the second Sphinx, but he didn't just suggest it. He claimed he had found it and that it was the same size as the original. There is also the issue of universal balance. The Egyptians were nothing if not symmetrical. Egyptian architecture is famous for its symmetry, for example, 2 obelisks at temple entrances. Theorists argue it would be highly unusual for such a massive guardian to stand alone without a twin to balance the energy of the plateau. A very important concept to the Egyptians was Aker, a deity represented by 2 lions, yesterday and tomorrow, that guarded the gates of the underworld. So it would make sense for there to be 2. That's a lot of people claiming a second Sphinx exists. A second Sphinx has not been physically found, but the satellite data does suggest it. Biondi is pretty confident and argues that this anomaly sits in a perfect mirrored position to the Great Sphinx, suggesting the plateau was designed with a dual Sphinx layout. Mainstream Egyptologists, including the former Minister of Antiquities Zahi Hawass, have dismissed these claims as baseless fabrications. Radar can detect density changes, voids, harder rock, or water, but it cannot produce a photograph of a statue underground. Without digging, it is impossible to distinguish a man-made statue from a natural limestone formation. So, what do you think? Is there a second Sphinx? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear it. The tomb of an unknown pharaoh. There is a lot of stuff going on in Egypt lately. First, the discovery of a mound that could contain the second Sphinx, and now archaeologists have discovered the tomb of an unknown ancient pharaoh. Even more baffling is that it's the second discovery of its kind this year. This is the second pharaoh's tomb that's been dug up in Egypt in a matter of months. The first was the discovery of the tomb of Thutmose II. It was the first royal tomb found in Egypt since Howard Carter opened the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922. Now, just months later, archaeologists have discovered the tomb of another king. The issue is that nobody knows which king the tomb belongs to. The discovery was made by a joint team of American and Egyptian archaeologists. They were conducting an excavation in the Mount Anubis necropolis of Abydos, which was once the most important city in Upper Egypt. The tomb dates to one of the most turbulent eras in Egyptian history, a time known as the Second Intermediate Period. This era lasted from 1630 until 1540 BC. It was marked by the invasion and takeover of Egypt by outside forces. These forces were known as the Hyksos, which is a Greek term meaning rulers of foreign lands. Nobody knows exactly who the Hyksos were, only that they arrived in Egypt from Western Asia. They brought with them war and new technologies, such as the horse and chariot. The Egyptians really loved the horse and chariot, as has been proven by the stash of chariots taken out of Tutankhamun's tomb. Scientists think he was such a chariot aficionado, he may have died in a chariot speeding accident. The Hyksos defeated the Egyptians. They completely took over Upper Egypt, while a small group of Egyptian kings ruled in the south. But they were also taken over by the Hyksos eventually, leading to widespread chaos. During this tumultuous era in Egyptian history, not much got written down. It was kind of like the Egyptians' Dark Ages. For example, in 2014, archaeologists discovered the tomb of a previously unknown pharaoh named Senebkay in Abydos. Nobody had ever heard of this king before, with his name not found in any of the records. It was a glimpse into this forgotten chapter when Egypt was completely overrun by foreign invaders. This newly unearthed tomb dates to the height of the Second Intermediate Period, so it makes sense that archaeologists don't immediately know who was buried in it. Those records, if there ever were any, are long gone. The tomb was found over 20 feet underground, complete with a massive limestone burial chamber covered in mud brick vaults. The name of the king is inscribed on the wall, but it is so worn that it's illegible. The only names scientists have been able to make out so far are those of the goddesses Isis and Nephthys. Joseph Wagner, an Egyptologist from the University of Pennsylvania, who was in charge of the excavation, blamed grave robbers. Joseph said the hieroglyphic texts announcing the owner of the tomb were damaged when tomb robbers went in and stole everything. The best guess that Joseph and his team have right now is that the tomb belonged to a predecessor of King Senebkay. But, like I said, tomb raiders got everything. There's no mummy, no treasure, no sarcophagus. These guys didn't leave as much as a sandal for archaeologists to find. Not even a crumb big enough for a mouse. For now, the team has hit a bit of a dead end. They're hoping to find artifacts near the tomb that could help shed light on the identity of its owner. But until then, we just have to wait for more information. The ruins of the ancient marsh. Scientists have uncovered a massive mud brick building from 2,500 years ago. Unlike a lot of Egyptian discoveries that are found buried under the sand, this one was found buried under the waterlogged sediment of the Nile Delta, where it had been hidden under the mud for eons. How do archaeologists in Egypt find massive buildings buried under mud? They use non-invasive methods such as magnetometry and electrical resistivity tomography techniques. It was all part of a larger archaeological project from researchers in Poland to try and unlock the history of the Delta region. Egyptians have been living in the Nile Delta since time immemorial. However, modern archaeologists have had a nightmare of a time studying the region because of the high water table. Almost all the monumental buildings, ancient structures, and archaeological material here has been destroyed by the constant water, which is precisely why finding a monumental building of this size is such an exciting discovery. The site itself is known as Tel El Balamun. Archaeologists never physically excavated. They only use their scanning techniques to see beneath the mud. They don't know exactly how old the structure is, but believe it was probably built in the 26th dynasty. Long before it was covered in mud, Tel El Balamun functioned as a frontier outpost in the north of the nation. It was a key religious center and also a hub for bureaucrats. This massive building reflects the city's previous importance. Egyptologists think it served as either an elite residence or an administrative center for government employees. When you think of the Egyptians, you think of them living in desert cities, but they also lived on marshy terrain. The entire Nile Delta is kind of like a swamp, but the Egyptians figured out how to masterfully build their cities right on it. They used building techniques that scientists still don't understand today. The Egyptians became so good at building in the marsh that their structures survived the brutal floodwaters of the Nile every single year. Hopefully, when scientists learn more about this new structure, they'll also learn what techniques were used to live in such a damp, squishy place. What about you? Would you rather live in a swamp or the desert? Ancient ancestor. Egypt is not just a country of ancient temples, monumental pyramids, and weird cat deities. It's also home to what might be the closest ancestor of all apes. Pieces of a jawbone and a few fragments of teeth have recently been identified as belonging to an early ape that lived in Egypt 17 million years ago. It's already received its own fancy scientific name. Meet Mazrapithecus mograensis. This new ape is completely changing the timeline of our own species. Scientists used to think apes first evolved in East Africa, But now it looks like our earliest ancestors may have come from Egypt. It was already the cradle of early civilization. Now, Egypt is going to go down in history as the birthplace of monkeys. The journey to this discovery began in 2023 with archaeologists working at Wadi Mogra. The leader of the study was Sharouk al-Ashkar from Mansoura University. She and her colleagues worked tirelessly through the year and into 2024 before they had finally gathered a little trove of ancient bones. In total, Sharouk and her team found 4 specimens belonging to 2 prehistoric individuals. They discovered the front of a mandible and 2 molar teeth from one individual, along with a separate mandibular fragment from the other. After closely analyzing these fragments, scientists made an incredible announcement. An announcement so big, it could take years for the scientific community to fully accept it. Sharouk claims her newly found ape is the oldest known ancestor of every single great ape alive today. That includes everybody. I mean, we are all technically apes. It also includes chimps and gorillas, gibbons, and siamangs. The whole ape conundrum has puzzled scientists for years. They used to think that the earliest apes evolved in East Africa before branching out into Europe and Asia about 16 million years ago. Finding such a primitive animal in North Africa from before 16 million years changes the game. And they figured it all out from some scraps of jaw. It's crazy how much they can learn about an animal species just by looking at a tooth. Sharouk said the clincher for confirming that M. mograensis was an ancient hominoid was the mandible, particularly the place where 2 halves of the mandible join, known as the symphysis. It was found to be similar to the symphysis in later apes, but this version was clearly more primitive, and that suggests that the ape was at a very early stage of evolution. Was it the first ape? Probably not, but likely close. Is it the oldest one ever found in Africa? Yes, it is. They found out a lot more from those tooth fragments as well. They learned that the ape weighed about 55 pounds, making it about the size of a modern female chimpanzee, though on the smaller side. They also identified both individuals as male and believe they primarily ate fruits, but may have chewed on nuts and seeds as well. There's not much more that I can tell you right now since the discovery was only announced a few days ago, but mark my words, this new ape is going to become a big deal in the coming months and years. The secrets of our very evolution are hidden in its old, worn-out teeth. The oldest Egyptian genome ever discovered. DNA has been recovered from a man who died in Egypt 4,500 years ago. It is the oldest DNA fragment ever recovered from Egypt. In a world first, scientists from Liverpool John Moores University sequenced his entire genome. Not that scientists haven't sequenced an entire genome before, but they have never sequenced an Egyptian man's genome from this far back in history. What it's revealing to scientists is downright shocking. Have you ever wondered where the Egyptians came from? Graham Hancock has theorized they were survivors of Atlantis, but this new genomic study reveals precisely where the true ancestors of Egypt came from. And it wasn't a mythical island in the middle of the sea. It turns out the earliest Egyptians came from 2 distinct parts of the world, North Africa and Mesopotamia. The mystery man's body was uncovered near Nuwayrat in Egypt's north. He died right at the beginning of the Old Kingdom, the most ancient part of ancient Egypt, if we aren't counting the pre-dynastic period. The way this person was buried suggests he was important. His corpse, or what was left of it, was discovered inside a sealed ceramic pot. At the beginning of the Old Kingdom, sarcophagi hadn't quite made it into funerary customs yet. People were still being buried in pottery. I'd like to mention that this particular individual has proven extremely hardy even in death. His skeleton was found in that ceramic pot in 1902. It was transferred to the World Museum in Liverpool, where it survived bombings in the Second World War. In life, this man made it to anywhere between 44 and 64 years old. Either way, he was ancient for that era. People didn't typically live into their 60s, and if they did, they were in rough shape. None of this information was particularly exciting to archaeologists and historians. What was exciting was when the team examined his DNA. Once they fully sequenced his genome, they were able to tell exactly where his ancestors came from. 80% of this mystery man's genetic code matched populations from North Africa. The other 20% was traced back to Mesopotamia, specifically to modern Iraq. 4,500 years ago in Mesopotamia, civilization was undergoing a massive transformation. New cities were being developed, centralized power structures were starting to form, and trade between neighboring regions was becoming more and more important. It shouldn't come as that big of a surprise that migration between Mesopotamia and Egypt was a common occurrence. It turns out a lot of the earliest Egyptians were also migrants from Mesopotamia. And if a similar study were to be done in Mesopotamia, I have no doubt that scientists would find the DNA of ancient Egyptians. While these results were somewhat anticipated, what scientists didn't expect was such a high level of population movement. Scientists have studied farming practices, burial rituals, and daily life in ancient Egypt, but there is very little known about the mixing of populations. At the end of the day, it's just human nature to want to move somewhere else. The grass is always greener on the other side of the Nile. The Lost Pleasure Boat of Alexandria. A luxury vessel has been found by archaeologists off the coast of Alexandria, and it is amazing. The ancient boat matches the description given by Greek historian Strabo after he visited Egypt 2,000 years ago. That was back when the lighthouse of Alexandria and the library were still standing. In antiquity, Alexandria was one of the most magnificent cities in the world. The best way to experience this wonder of culture would have been on a pleasure boat. You could sit in your luxury barge, be fed by servants, and gaze out at Alexandria's sweeping coastline. It's something you can still do today, only the view probably isn't what it was 2 millennia ago. The pleasure boat dates to the first half of the 1st century, meaning it was probably still seaworthy when Jesus was conducting his ministry on the other side of the Red Sea. It was found right off the edge of the submerged island of Antirrhodos, which was once part of Alexandria's Portus Magnus, or Great Port. When Strabo visited the Egyptian city around the year 29 BC, he would have arrived at Portus Magnus. He wrote about luxurious vessels docked all along the port, typically used by the royal court for a little R&R. Strabo wrote that during public festivals, crowds of revelers would go down to the canal and watch as the people on the pleasure boats loitered in the bay. At night during these festivals, the entire bay was full of people on boats playing flute music and dancing. The excavation was done by the European Institute for Underwater Archaeology, led by Egypt's most famous underwater researcher. His name is Frank Gaudio, and he's not Egyptian, but French. But he's been in Egypt for decades, ever since 1992, bringing treasures to the surface from underwater. Frank has discovered a ton of stuff. He has found the lost section of Alexandria that fell into the sea over 1,500 years ago. He's found temples, busted boats from the port, statues, you name it, Frank's found it. And now he has discovered a boat. He told The Guardian it's an extremely exciting discovery, saying it's the first time ever that a boat like this has been found in Egypt. And what a boat it was! It appears to have had a breadth of about 20 feet and probably took more than 20 rowers to move. The boat was buried over 20 feet beneath the water surface and another almost 10 feet beneath the sediment. It really goes to show just how much of the ancient city of Alexandria is buried in the bay. If only there was some way to suck all the water out, archaeologists would be able to find more relics than they could fit in the new Egyptian museum, which is the size of a small city. If you haven't seen it yet, check it out because it is massive. One of Frank's biggest discoveries came in 2000 when he revealed the sunken city of Tonis Heraklion, along with fragments of the city of Canopus. It is still considered one of the top archaeological finds of the last 30 years. This newest find came during the excavation of the Temple of Isis, which appears to have been destroyed sometime around the year 50 AD. Alexandria was assaulted by a series of earthquakes and tidal waves, which wrecked the Portus Magnus and pulled entire sections of coastline into the sea. Palaces were engulfed in water like God had just unleashed the flood 2.0. Now it's up to Gaudio and friends to dig up those ancient cities, the lost port, and all the treasures that were claimed by the waves. A lost Book of the Dead. There is no book from ancient Egypt quite as captivating as the Book of the Dead, which is why when archaeologists just found a 43-foot-long copy, they kind of freaked out. The Egyptian Book of the Dead was essentially a handbook for the recently departed. It contained spells and instructions to help the spirit of a newly dead person navigate the afterlife and make it to their eternal reward. There are a lot of copies of the Book of the Dead around, and not all of them in book form. Lots of them were scrawled on temple walls, the ceilings of tombs, and even on mummy wrappings. It didn't need to be in a book the way you and I imagine a book today. The Book of the Dead worked just as well written on the inside lid of a coffin. Let's take a look at what scientists have found. While excavating a lost cemetery from 3,500 years ago in the Al Ghuraifa area, researchers found a wealth of treasure. They found artifacts, statues, mummies, and an exceptionally rare copy of this morbid book. It's in the form of a 43-foot-long papyrus scroll, a book you can roll up like all of those band posters you had on your bedroom wall when you were a teenager. The cemetery dates to between 1550 and 1070 BC, and doesn't appear to have been for anyone of royal significance. These may have simply been everyday citizens who had enough cash for a fancy burial but weren't important enough to be on the pharaoh's guest list. Along with the ridiculously long scroll, archaeologists found other items synonymous with funerary rites. Most excitingly, Ushabti figurines. These itty-bitty figures, almost like tiny miniatures from a board game, were supposed to represent servants. Egyptians believed that if they were buried with these Ushabti figurines, they would come to life as eternal servants in the world beyond. Because honestly, who wants to go to the afterlife and have to do chores? I sure as heck don't. So let's get back to that book. The Egyptian Book of the Dead is not one defined text, but rather a group of different texts from different times and places, all jammed into one custom document for an individual. It's a little confusing, so let me break it down even further. There were a lot of different funerary texts designed to help people move more easily into the next life. These texts evolved over thousands of years, being tweaked and perfected by Egyptian priests and scribes. The text included everything from instructions to prayers, magical formulas, and special wards to protect the dead from dangers on their journey through the underworld. When you died in ancient Egypt, you didn't just magically teleport to either hell or heaven. It was a whole process, with the newly deceased having to embark on a journey through the underworld. Only when they made it to the other side could they finally be judged, and only then did they find their final resting place. But not if they had been naughty in life. One of the most famous parts of the Book of the Dead is the judgment. When the deceased reached the end of their journey, their heart was weighed against a feather by the god Ma'at. Ma'at was the daughter of the sun god Ra, goddess of truth, balance, morality, and justice. If your heart was heavier than her feather, you were deemed an immoral sinner and unworthy of the afterlife. Your soul was tossed into a dark pit and consumed by a terrifying monster. Egyptians feared this non-existence, so they tried their best to be good people. Everyone feared the judgment of Ma'at, as well as fearing the journey through the underworld. But knowing that they were going to be laid to rest with a copy of the Book of the Dead made them feel better. Some copies of the book were illustrated with drawings of gods, monsters, and fantastical scenes of the afterlife, but they weren't all the same, and not everyone got one either. First of all, you had to have money. Only someone who could afford to have a copy of the book made for their burial would get one. And that's where the differences in the books come into play. They didn't just sell generic books of the dead at the Egyptian chapters. You had to have one of these books made by hand, and it was incredibly expensive. What you received was peace of mind, with a Book of the Dead that was catered specifically to you, using all of those spells and instructions with a personal twist. We call it the Book of the Dead in English, but that's not what the Egyptians called it. They called it Spells of Coming Forth by Day. I'm not sure which title I like most. What do you think? If you were to die today and meet the goddess Ma'at standing before you with her scales, would you pass the test? Would your heart weigh heavier than Ma'at's feather? Or would the scales balance, indicating you lived a moral life? Let me know in the comments, and thanks for watching! Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and come back soon for more secrets of the ancient Egyptians. New discoveries are happening all the time, so always check back for new videos. See you later. Bye!
And up next, we got more underground discoveries.
Did you know there's hidden
2025.
treasures lurking everywhere around us, waiting to be discovered? Well, we've gathered the most mind-blowing findings on Earth that will forever change what you believe is possible in our mysterious world. Deep in Kazakhstan, these hikers stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. The legendary Baikonur Cosmodrome with the massive Energia rocket still inside. This Soviet super heavy rocket, standing at an impressive 59 meters tall, was once one of the most powerful launch vehicles in the world, outperforming other operational rockets of its time. Inside the massive hangar with its gigantic door, designed to fit an entire rocket, you can also glimpse the famous Buran space shuttle, which completed just one unmanned orbital flight before being forever stored away in this slowly decaying technological time capsule. Imagine walking along a quiet shoreline only to discover an enormous abandoned cruise ship looming just meters from the beach. The Enchanted Capri, a massive 157-meter hotel ship with 248 rooms that once accommodated 937 passengers and 155 crew members, now sits abandoned after dragging its anchor during a violent storm near Alvarado. What makes this ghost ship truly fascinating is that, despite plans to scrap it in 2020, the ship remains eerily intact with furniture, spare parts, and even lifeboats still aboard. While its once pristine deck slowly surrenders to the relentless forces of nature. Wandering through an empty field in the pitch-black night, this guy suddenly faced a colossal mining excavator looming in the darkness. This abandoned industrial beast measures up to 30 meters high and 120 meters long, with its enormous frame weighing an incredible 1,980 tons. Despite years of abandonment and extensive rust damage, the giant machine still contains most of its original switches, control elements, and mechanical parts, creating an apocalyptic scene that looks like it's straight out of a movie set. In Maryland's woods, these guys found an extraordinary time capsule. Sylvester Stallone's childhood home, abandoned but filled with remnants of the famous actor's early life. Outside this 4-bedroom house where the Rocky star lived during the 1950s, visitors can find a collection of classic automobiles rusting on the property, including a Mercedes-Benz 250, 170V, S-Class, Chevrolet Corvettes, a Stingray, a C3 convertible, a Camaro, and even an SS kit car replacing the 1929 Mercedes SSK with sly license plates. Vehicles that would be museum-worthy if not left to slowly decay in this forgotten woodland sanctuary. Beneath the Red Sea's waters, divers discovered a monument to wartime, the perfectly preserved SS Thistlegorm, a British cargo steamship sunk by German bombers in 1941. The 126-meter vessel serves as an underwater museum where divers can explore holds still packed with extraordinary military supplies, including Bedford trucks, armored carriers, motorcycles, guns, ammunition, and even 2 massive steam locomotives destined for Egyptian railways. The ship's final journey began in Glasgow in June, but after being forced to anchor due to a Suez Canal collision, the vessel met its fate on October 6th, creating one of history's most significant accessible shipwrecks. Imagine walking through a forest only to discover something straight out of The Truman Show. Like a massive 25-meter wall hidden among trees, printed with forest imagery to camouflage its existence. This enormous canvas barrier with detailed forest printing was designed to conceal whatever lies beyond from curious hikers. But what's even more interesting is the mystery behind it. It could be a military facility, a politician's hideout, or some other hidden secret that even the locals refuse to talk about. On the Pacific-facing coast of Hokkaido, there is a concrete military bunker that appears to be floating in mid-air. This former Japanese Army pillbox, built during the final days of World War II as a defense against the American invasion, measures approximately 5 meters wide and 6 meters deep. As coastal erosion gradually washed away the surrounding soil, this massive structure was left dramatically exposed on the cliff edge, creating the surreal illusion that it was suspended above the ground. Deep beneath the waters of Papua New Guinea lies a mysterious submarine that kept its secrets for over a century. The HMAS AE-1, Australia's first submarine and the Allied submarine loss of World War I, was finally discovered in 2017 after vanishing without a trace in 1940. Remarkably, the wreck was mapped in stunning detail using high-tech ROVs, revealing clues about its final moments and allowing researchers to create an intricate 3D model of this historical time capsule. In the depths of a frozen swamp, an official search team made a remarkable wartime discovery that has been preserved for decades. The wooden crates they recovered contained thousands of perfectly sealed World War II ammunition rounds, untouched by time beneath the ice. This historical find, while impressive, required careful handling by the team, who follow strict protocols ensuring potentially dangerous materials remain in the forest or are properly deactivated before being transferred to museums. In the crystal-clear waters off Croatia's coast was found a haunting reminder of World War II's final days. A mighty B-17 Flying Fortress bomber rests perfectly preserved 72 meters below the surface, forced to make a dramatic water landing when its last engine failed just short of safety. The most intriguing part of this underwater time capsule is that the crew managed to survive the landing, floating for 20 minutes before the massive aircraft finally slipped beneath the waves. Beneath layers of earth, a team of metal detectorists uncovered an ancient storage chamber sealed with an intricately patterned clay lid. Hidden inside this mysterious vault lay a spectacular collection of gold and silver jewelry alongside ancient coins, carefully preserved through the centuries. The elaborate nature of the hiding place and the valuable contents suggest this wasn't a simple storage site, but rather a deliberate concealed treasure trove meant to protect precious wealth during turbulent times. Somewhere in the depths of Washington State's forests, a dusty old barn holds an automotive treasure trove that would make any car collector's heart race. Inside this unassuming structure lies a stunning collection of classic American muscle cars from the 1960s and 70s, including rare Plymouth GTXs, Pontiac GTOs, and pristine Dodge Challengers. What makes this barn find truly exceptional is that many of these vehicles are limited editions with powerful V8 engines, making this forgotten collection potentially worth millions to the right buyers. After a proper restoration, of course. Off the Swedish coast, divers made an interesting discovery that's been perfectly preserved by the cold Baltic waters. A 19th century shipwreck yielded not only 100 bottles of vintage champagne, but also rare clay bottles of Selters mineral water, a beverage so precious it was once considered medicine and served at royal tables. The fact that the mineral water's producer, identified by marks on the clay bottles dating between 1850 to 1867, still operates today, creating a direct link to this luxurious cargo from the past. Right within ancient rock faces lies an extraordinary discovery that challenges our understanding of prehistoric human ingenuity. This remarkable 16,000-year-old dwelling, carved directly into solid rock, features multiple rooms and a dedicated fireplace area. all meticulously crafted using primitive tools. What's truly fascinating is how this ancient shelter has survived millennia, providing a rare glimpse into the sophisticated architectural capabilities of our distant ancestors. After 30 years of fossil hunting, this explorer struck gold with what he calls the best megalodon tooth site ever discovered. The untouched location yielded an incredible haul of 17 complete megalodon teeth in just 1 week, with some specimens barely requiring any digging to uncover. The abundance of historical bones scattered throughout the site serves as a telltale sign of these ancient marine predators, making this untouched territory a fossil hunter's dream come true. In the flooded Konstantinovsky coal quarry, these hikers found massive excavators slowly disappearing into rising groundwater that has reclaimed this once productive mining site. These colossal machines, including a 16-bucket rotary excavator weighing 4,100 tons and standing over 30 meters tall, once extracted more than 1 million tons of coal annually until operations ceased in 2010. The tragic fate of these industrial giants, now stripped of valuable copper and standing like skeletons above deep quarry waters, tells a larger story of changing political regimes and bankruptcy that transformed this engineering marvel into a mechanical graveyard. Deep in a silent forest lies a small abandoned chapel, discovered by a hiker during his nighttime woodland journey. This remarkable religious structure, built in the late 12th century, served as a place of worship for more than 600 years before being reclaimed by the surrounding wilderness. Since then, time has stripped away most of its original features, creating the unsettling feeling of someone watching you from the empty shadows. Along the Delaware River rests a haunting collection of abandoned vessels, a boat graveyard with loads of maritime history. And the most impressive among these nautical ghosts is the U.S. lightship Barnegat, a 129-foot floating lighthouse built in 1904 at Camden's New York shipyard and used by the United States Coast Guard to guide ships away from dangerous shallow waters. This century-old vessel, now listed among the 10 most endangered historical places, served a second life during World War II, patrolling coastlines teeming with German submarines before being retired in 1967, one of the few surviving ships of its kind. Venture into what explorers thought would be just another cave system, only to discover the largest underground chamber ever discovered. The cavern's coastal scale is truly shocking. Smooth rock walls with ceiling heights reaching over 30 meters. It's so large that even 2 of the world's brightest flashlights couldn't fully illuminate it, and the bottoms of underwater pools disappeared into darkness. Moreover, the chamber's perfect acoustics create huge echoes, making this underground wonder feel like an entirely different world beneath our feet. In the forests of Chernobyl, hikers discovered a truly chilling sight. Thousands of abandoned gas masks scattered across the ground. These eerie remnants were likely disposed of after the catastrophic nuclear disaster, becoming heavily contaminated with radiation during the cleanup operations. Although radiation levels have decreased over the decades, these masks remain silent witnesses to one of history's worst nuclear accidents. Now, dive kilometers beneath the Swiss mountains to discover a truly bizarre sight. Dozens of classic Volkswagen Beetles and Golfs entombed in an abandoned mine closed for over 40 years. These dusty, rusty, partially stripped vehicles were transported through the tunnels by a museum owner who cleverly used the mine's spacious chambers as free storage for his overflow collection of 200 vintage automobiles. Most fascinating of all, the mine's owner painted the ceilings blue to keep bugs away, but then seemingly abandoned these automotive treasures to time itself, with some vehicles now so deeply hidden within the tunnels that visitors continue to discover more cars with each visit. We have more amazing discoveries coming up in just a moment, but if you want to see even more, hit the subscribe button so you don't miss new videos. In Japan's countryside are automotive treasures that break enthusiasts' hearts worldwide. The legendary Japanese vehicles, including rare Skylines and Supras, sit neglected due to strict ownership laws preventing salvage or rescue. Despite containing parts worth fortunes to collectors globally, these engineering masterpieces face a grim future at the crusher rather than restoration. Beyond crumbling Italian walls next, finders discovered an architectural marvel forgotten by time, a 13th century church. Despite centuries of neglect, ornate wall details and intricate facades remain remarkably intact. But the sanctuary's most surprising resident is a broken carriage from the same era, abandoned within these sacred walls like a museum display without visitors. A kayaker's routine paddle turned extraordinary upon discovering a decommissioned military submarine with a bizarre afterlife. This advanced underwater vessel, retired in the 2000s after classified service, contained technological secrets never revealed to the public. But the strangest thing is that the government listed it on eBay until suspicious buyers claiming tourist vessel intentions raised the alarm about the possible misuse. The listing's removal prevented this machine's mysterious second career, leaving it to rust while still guarding its classified capabilities. Next, explorers venturing into an abandoned slate mine encountered a surreal staircase descending into crystalline depths that seemed to defy reality. But the most chilling part is a submerged ladder disappearing into darkness, its bottom rungs vanishing into the void, tempting adventurers to imagine what lies beneath. Hidden away in an abandoned missile silo lies a bizarre discovery that would have once been worth a fortune. Historians exploring old Soviet military installations stumbled upon billions of Soviet-era rubles stuffed into an underground chamber. While these banknotes are now worthless as currency, they create an eerie monument to the collapse of an empire, likely disposed of in the early 1990s when they became obsolete. In the middle of Death Valley, botanists searching for rare plants stumbled upon a long-lost piece of Cold War history. The discovered wreckage was identified as a Grumman HU-16 Albatross, a CIA aircraft that crashed in January 1952 during a classified mission from Idaho to San Diego. What makes this find particularly interesting is that while all 6 crew members miraculously survived by parachuting to safety, the aircraft's remains lay hidden in the Panamint Mountains for over 68 years before being rediscovered. Hidden beneath hours of overgrown wilderness and an abandoned airfield, these people found a forgotten graveyard of Soviet-era aircraft. The site contains the stripped remnants of various aircraft, including AN-2s, Mi-2 helicopters, Yak-52s, and Yak-18As. Their bare frames telling silent stories of their flying days. Now, this discovery has been slowly reclaimed by nature, with vegetation growing through and around these abandoned flying machines. In the harsh Alaskan wilderness found a monument to failed ambition, the legendary Last Train to Nowhere. This abandoned railroad equipment, including 3 locomotives and 19 cars, has been slowly rusting since 1913 when a devastating storm destroyed the Solomon River Bridge, permanently stranding them 40 kilometers outside Nome. These trains never made a single journey on their intended 215-kilometer route from Dixon to the County City mines, as the railroad company went bankrupt in 1907, leaving them frozen in time as silent sentinels of Alaska's gold rush era. In the middle of Ukraine's Kharkiv region lies a surreal sight, dozens of abandoned aircraft scattered across an empty field. This forgotten airfield, once a bustling training facility, now holds over 30 aircraft including L-29 jet trainers, Mi-2 and Mi-8 helicopters, and AN-2 planes, many still containing fuel in their tanks from when they were abandoned in the 1990s. Time and scavengers have taken their toll on these once proud machines, but they remain as bygone eras of aviation training. How about encountering a whole passenger aircraft not in the sky, but deep beneath the waves of the Red Sea? This eerie Lockheed Martin L-1011 Tristar, with its distinctive 3 engines mounted on wings and tail fin, was deliberately sunk in 2019 to create an artificial reef at depths ranging from 15 to 28 meters. Once serving airlines like Royal Jordanian in the 1980s before being abandoned at the King Hussein International Airport, this underwater giant has now become a haven for wreck explorers and a thriving ecosystem for marine life. In the murky depths of the English Channel, it has become possible to retrieve the wreck of MV Tricolor, a massive 50,000-ton Norwegian vehicle carrier that sank with nearly 3,000 automobiles on board after a collision in 2002. This ill-fated vessel, which became notorious for being involved in 3 separate collisions within just 2 weeks, now rests on its side in 30 meters of water off the French coast. Salvage teams face the extraordinary challenge of recovering thousands of vehicles from this underwater car cemetery, making this one of the most unusual and complex maritime recoveries in European waters. Within an American forest, this man found a graveyard of forgotten military might, a collection of M60 Patton tanks that once served as the workhorse of the U.S. Army for 2 decades. These 750 horsepower behemoths, capable of reaching speeds of 48 kilometers per hour on roads with a range of 480 kilometers, are now perfectly lined up in their final resting place. Alongside them rest 14 stripped M113 armored personnel carriers that once transported up to 15 passengers each at speeds of 68 kilometers per hour, creating an eerie military museum slowly being reclaimed by nature. At the ancient site of Baalbek in Lebanon, a marvel was discovered that challenges our understanding of human history. Enormous megalithic stones weighing up to 1,200 tons each. Despite being misattributed to Romans, the precision-cut limestone blocks show evidence of sophisticated tool marks and construction techniques far beyond the capabilities of ancient civilizations. The quarry still contains what might be the largest stone block ever cut in human history, leaving experts to theorize about a lost ancient civilization with high technology that predates the Romans, Greeks, and Egyptians by thousands of years. While building a highway through Chile's Atacama Desert, workers made an astonishing discovery. More than 40 complete whale skeletons preserved in what is now one of the driest places on Earth. Among these massive fossils, paleontologists identified blue whales, finback whales, and even an extinct dolphin-like creature with walrus characteristics, all perfectly preserved in the desert sand. Scientists determined these marine giants died after consuming toxic algae. Their bodies later washed ashore by a powerful storm before the region transformed from seafloor to desert over millions of years. Discovered in the granite outcroppings near South Africa, this perfectly preserved, footprint-shaped formation measures an incredible 1.2 meters from heel to toe. This vertical impression in solid granite has sparked fantastic theories that a giant standing 7 to 7.5 meters tall once walked through molten rock some 200 million years ago. Although geologists identify this as a natural weathering formation surrounded by similar erosion patterns, Could this actually be evidence of ancient giants? Or is it simply nature's artwork? Tell us what you think in the comments below. In the forests near British Columbia, hikers found not mushrooms, but a remarkable piece of aviation history. A World War II Canso aircraft perched on the side of Radar Hill. This Catalina flying boat, one of the most widely used seaplanes during the war, made an emergency landing and now rests partially intact. And you can go see it, if you're up for a treacherous hike through knee-deep mud. What makes this site particularly interesting are the small ponds surrounding the wreckage, which weren't formed naturally, but were created when explosives were detonated after the plane crashed. Imagine the shock of Vietnamese gardeners who, while simply tending to their vegetables, struck something metallic buried deep beneath their property. What they initially hoped might be buried treasure turned out to be a massive unexploded bomb weighing over 1 ton and measuring 2.5 meters in length, buried just 2 meters below their home. Military specialists were immediately called to evacuate the enormous piece of ammunition, leaving the family unharmed despite living right above the war relic for decades without knowing it. In Egypt's vast Al-Wadi Al-Jadid desert, an oil survey team stumbled upon an incredibly preserved World War II Curtiss Kitty Hawk fighter plane, untouched by anything but sand and sun since 1942. The aircraft, identified as Kitty Hawk MKIA ET-574 from 260 Squadron RAF, disappeared during a ferry flight with Flight Sergeant Dennis Copping at the controls, who was last seen flying off course with damaged landing gear. What makes this find special is that the plane had been perfectly preserved in the desert for decades, remaining a memorial to a fallen pilot who was never seen again. During a mushroom hunting expedition in a Moscow suburb, a man made the surreal discovery of a submarine sitting in the middle of a swamp. While appearing completely authentic at first glance, this smaller-scale vessel turned out to be an elaborate marketing installation created by a construction company to attract investors to a new housing development, which, by the way, completely succeeded. In the crystal-clear waters off Cozumel was a fascinating piece of military history, the Philippe Chocolatl C-53, a former World War II U.S. Navy minesweeper that later served in the Mexican Navy. After a distinguished 37-year career protecting the Gulf of Mexico and Caribbean Sea, this 60-meter vessel was purposefully sunk in 2000 to create an artificial reef and diving attraction. Today, this majestic wreck rests 25 meters below the surface, its hulls now patrolled by schools of tropical fish instead of sailors. On the black sands of southern Iceland lies an otherworldly sight, the ghostly wreckage of a Douglas Super DC-3, its twisted metal frame against the volcanic landscape. This American military aircraft, a symbol of aviation's golden age, made its final landing on November 21, 1973, miraculously leaving all 7 crew members unharmed. Most remarkably, this perfectly preserved time capsule now serves as a mysterious monument, drawing photographers from around the world to create its eerie beauty against Iceland's dramatic landscape. In December 1980, Suffolk's Rendlesham Forest became the site of Britain's most famous UFO incident when military personnel reported seeing strange lights and a triangular craft bearing mysterious hieroglyphics. The event, witnessed by high-ranking officials, involved multiple sightings of unexplained lights reportedly beaming rays towards the ground near the Woodbridge RAF base. While scientists later attributed the lights to bright stars, the incident's legacy lives on through a commemorative sculpture installed in the forest, marking this mysterious encounter that has captivated UFO enthusiasts for decades. On the shores of the Pialovsky Reservoir was a haunting remnant of the Cold War, the conning tower of the legendary K-19, the Soviet Union's first nuclear ballistic missile submarine. This ill-fated vessel, nicknamed Hiroshima, After surviving 3 major accidents, including a near-catastrophic nuclear disaster in 1961, now serves as a powerful memorial created by Vladimir Romanov, a former crew member who witnessed history unfold. Most remarkably, this submarine's final resting place honors the 32 brave sailors who received radiation doses while preventing a nuclear catastrophe that could have triggered World War III. In a remote field in Kazakhstan, explorers unearthed a time capsule, a perfectly preserved Moskvich 412 car from the 1980s, buried completely intact beneath the earth. This Soviet-era vehicle, though stripped of its paint by time, emerged from its earthen garage with its original parts still intact and, incredibly, its tires still capable of holding air. While the interior has succumbed to decay, the car proved resilient enough to be successfully recovered from its unusual underground parking spot. These divers found in the Red Sea the legendary SS Thistlegorm, a World War II British freighter that has become the world's most famous underwater museum. This massive 125-meter wartime vessel, sunk by German bombers in 1941, holds an extraordinary cargo including vintage BSA motorcycles, still arranged in neat rows as if waiting for their riders. Most remarkably, after 80 years underwater, these machines remain incredibly well preserved, their tires and windows intact, creating an eerie time capsule of wartime history beneath the waves. On a remote polar island in the Barents Sea, explorers discovered an extraordinary time capsule, an abandoned military site with a lineup of Soviet-era vehicles, including ZIL trucks, UAZ, and Zaporozhets cars, preserved by the Arctic climate. What made this discovery truly remarkable was finding a fully stocked bunker nearby, containing enough preserved supplies to sustain someone for months. This site, revealed to be a former S-75 surface-to-air missile battery command post active until the mid-1990s, was likely abandoned with its vehicles and supplies intact due to the prohibitive costs of evacuation from such a remote location. After 64 years underwater, a legendary T-34-76 tank was finally rescued from its watery grave, where it had sunk through ice during the intense battles of 1944. The tank, discovered standing almost vertically with its turret pointing towards the shore and covered in thick silt and aquatic plants, required months of careful legal work and technical preparation before it could be retrieved. Local residents' accounts helped confirm the tank's history. It had accidentally ventured onto frozen water while engaging German forces attempting to break through the Korsun-Skevchenovsky pocket, and previous attempts to recover it during wartime had failed. In the remote Arctic waters near Tiksi, Brezhnev Island harbors were a collection of abandoned vessels trapped in the perpetual ice of Borkaya Bay. Among the frozen hulks lie not only numerous ships, but also the remnants of 2 aircraft crashes, one believed to be a Lee aircraft with square windows and the other resembling an AN-2. Most intriguing, some believe this maritime graveyard may contain the remnants of the legendary yacht Zarya, though the perpetual ice that covers the bay for most of the year makes verification challenging. On a quiet Japanese beach in Hamamatsu, a mysterious iron sphere appeared that left both locals and authorities completely baffled. This perfectly round metallic object, complete with 2 puzzling handles, sparked theories ranging from spy devices to dragon eggs, prompting bomb squads to conduct extensive X-ray analysis. While experts now believe it might be a simple mooring buoy, its sudden appearance and unknown origin have transformed this mundane object into an international mystery that captivated global media attention. This explorer, found in a dense forest, stands as a remarkable piece of railway history. Locomotive 50.370, a forgotten giant of the Romanian State Railway built in 1928. This impressive machine, a Romanian copy of the Prussian G10 freight locomotive, made its final journey to Falkenberg, Germany, where it now rests surrounded by mismatched tenders from German Reichsbahn Class 50 engines. This steel giant still maintains its original tender, a rare complete example of interwar European railway engineering frozen in time. In a bay off the Solomon Islands lies the MS World Discoverer, a unique cruise ship whose final voyage ended dramatically on April 30th, 2000. This 7-deck vessel, built in 1975 with ice-breaking capabilities for polar expeditions, met its fate when it struck an uncharted reef near Honiara. While Captain Oliver Kress heroically saved all passengers, his attempt to preserve the ship led to its current resting place in Roderick Bay, where it lies at a haunting 45-degree angle just 20 meters from shore, slowly surrendering to the Pacific's tides. In the middle of the Vietnamese wilderness, rescuers determined a TMT truck that nature had slowly begun to reclaim. Despite years of exposure to the elements and thick undergrowth surrounding it, the vehicle remained surprisingly salvageable. Most remarkably, examination revealed that with proper restoration, this forgotten piece of machinery could return on the road, showing the impressive durability of these utility trucks. And that's it for today. Don't forget to leave a comment and tell us which find impressed you the most. And don't forget to press the like and subscribe buttons. See you in the next videos. Bye!
And coming up next, we got 12 more incredible discoveries.
Even with all the amazing archaeological discoveries that have been made in the past, it's more than possible that the greatest discoveries of all time are yet to be made. That might sound like a crazy thing to say, but only because you're not up to speed with the latest and greatest archaeological finds yet. Let's solve that problem with this video. The University of Wyoming's archaeology professor Todd Survival and his team have made an exceptional discovery at Wyoming's La Prelle Mammoth Site in the USA. They unearthed a bone bead approximately 12,940 years old, making it the oldest known bead in the Americas. This exciting find, detailed in the peer-reviewed journal Scientific Reports, highlights a new aspect of the Clovis culture, known for its distinct stone tools and considered North America's earliest prehistoric culture. The bead, created from the bone of a hare, signifies the first definitive evidence of hairs being used by humans during this era. This tiny artifact, about 7 millimeters long with an internal diameter of around 1.6 millimeters, challenges previous understandings and provides new insights into the materials and craftsmanship of the time. While there was initial speculation about whether natural processes could have formed the bead, the proximity to other cultural materials and the markings on the bead suggest human craftsmanship. This discovery, while small in size, offers a significant glimpse into the lives of the people from the Clovis period, shedding light on their aesthetic and practical uses of materials available in their environment. A significant discovery has been made on the outskirts of Mantua in San Giorgio Bigarello, Italy, where a large Copper-Age necropolis dating back approximately 5,000 years has been unearthed. This area, part of the River Mincio Basin, was teeming with Neolithic and Chalcolithic communities, as evidenced by previous findings like the Lovers of Valdaro. The recent archaeological efforts began with the uncovering of human remains during a survey for a future city park, leading to the subsequent excavation of multiple inhumation burials. These findings are notable not only for the sheer number of graves, but also for the exquisite craftsmanship of the weapons found alongside the deceased. The typical burial positioning and high-quality grave goods, including finely made flint arrowheads and blades, highlight the technical skill and cultural practices of the prehistoric people of northern Italy. With 19 more graves found upon resuming the excavation, it's confirmed this site served as a cemetery. hinting at a community's long-standing relationship with the area. These discoveries are now undergoing further analysis and conservation, with talks of potentially establishing a dedicated museum to allow public access to these historical treasures, illuminating a significant chapter of human history. An astonishing discovery off Germany's Baltic coast might redefine our understanding of Stone Age creativity. Researchers have stumbled upon a submerged stone wall named the Blinker Wall, which stretches nearly half a mile beneath the Bay of Mecklenburg, potentially marking it as Europe's oldest megastructure constructed by humans. This intriguing wall, which lies under 15 feet of water, is believed to date back more than 10,000 years, when the area was dry land adjacent to a lake or marsh. The structure consists of approximately 1,400 smaller stones, thoughtfully arranged to link nearly 300 hefty boulders, a feat well beyond the physical capabilities of small human groups of that era. This prehistoric marvel was unearthed accidentally during a student trip using sonar technology. Scientists speculate that this massive construction might have been used as a hunting mechanism, acting as a driving lane to steer reindeer towards a bottleneck for easier capture, perhaps alongside another wall or the lake's edge. The detailed design, notably how the structure adapts around larger boulders, implies deliberate human effort rather than natural formation. Weighing over 142 tons in total, the Blinker Wall is not just a testament to the architectural acumen of ancient hunter-gatherers, but also possibly stands as a significant chapter in human history, possibly making it the oldest known example of hunting architecture worldwide. The Hili 2 site in Abu Dhabi is already deemed to be architecturally important. It forms part of Al Ain, which is recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. Because of that, you'd expect every inch of it to have been fully explored by archaeologists, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Experts are still making new discoveries there, such as this 3,000-year-old set of fingerprints that were found imprinted onto ancient bricks in June 2019. Historians don't think that the fingerprints are just an example of someone carelessly putting their hand into wet mud. They believe these indentations were made deliberately and would have been used to hold mortar so the bricks could be joined together. That indicates a remarkable degree of understanding and sophistication for people living 3,000 years ago. Research teams are taking their time to fully explore and excavate the site because they don't want to disturb or damage the irrigation system, which is itself fantastically sophisticated and dates back to the Iron Age. Slowly but surely, more discoveries will be made here in the years to come. Imagine stumbling upon a 1,700-year-old treasure trove in Aylesbury, England, only to find that among leather shoes and pottery, there lies a Roman chicken egg, still containing its ancient contents of yolk and albumin. This astonishing discovery has stunned archaeologists and naturalists alike, offering a rare glimpse into Roman Britain's daily life and possibly the diet of our distant ancestors. The scene was set during a 2010 excavation in Buckinghamshire, aimed at paving the way for a new development. Among the remnants of the past, 4 speckled chicken eggs were unearthed, with one miraculously intact after centuries in a damp Roman pit, surviving where its siblings succumbed and cracked open, releasing an unforgettable stench. This surviving egg, dubbed the Aylesbury egg, offers an unprecedented opportunity to delve into the biology and husbandry of ancient birds, as it's believed to be the only intact Roman egg found in Britain, and perhaps the oldest egg of its kind globally. The discovery raises intriguing questions about the Romans' rituals and daily activities, as the eggs were found near a malting and brewing site, hinting at possible religious or culinary significance. In a remarkable blend of history and cosmic wonder, researchers have recently unveiled that some items from a 3,000-year-old treasure hoard in Spain were made from an extraordinary material, meteoric iron. Yes, that's right. People from the Bronze Age Iberian Peninsula were adorned with jewelry and, possibly brandishing weapons, crafted from material that traveled across the stars to reach Earth. The trove, known as the Treasure of Villena, was uncovered 50 years ago and contains over 60 pieces, including gold and silver bowls, bracelets, and a particularly intriguing iron bracelet and a possible sword pommel, all buried beneath a boulevard in Villena, Spain. This discovery has astounded the archaeological community, not least because this hoard predates widespread knowledge of iron metallurgy, hinting that these ancient artisans were ahead of their time, utilizing celestial metal for their most valued items. The scientific investigation into these pieces, which included tests for nickel composition, higher in meteoric than terrestrial iron, suggests a high likelihood that these Iron Age individuals were indeed using materials from fallen meteorites. This fascinating find not only adds a layer of interstellar intrigue to our understanding of early metalwork, but also connects the Iberian Peninsula with other cultures, such as ancient Egypt, where similarly celestial materials were valued and used. In the heart of Krakow, at the historic Wawel Royal Castle, a breathtaking discovery has been made. A unique gold ring from the 11th or 12th century, unlike any found before in early medieval Poland. What sets this piece apart is its extraordinary two-faced design, featuring engraved anthropomorphic figures looking in opposite directions. A rare find indeed, since most gold rings from this era discovered in Poland sport simple geometric patterns or no decoration at all. The ring, with a thickness of about 0.06 inches and a diameter of around 0.16 inches, might have once belonged to an elite member of the Piast dynasty court, indicating its prestigious origins. This discovery not only offers a glimpse into the fashion and craftsmanship of the time, but also holds a mirror to the rich history of Wawel Hill, which has seen centuries of royal comings and goings from its early days under the reign of Mieszko I to the grandeur of the Renaissance under the Jagiellonian dynasty. As this intriguing artifact undergoes further analysis to unveil more about its composition and origins, it serves as a precious link to the past, soon to be shared with the public. In an extraordinary find beneath the bustling streets of central London, archaeologists have unearthed a Roman funerary bed, thought to be used for carrying the deceased to their final resting place, now buried 20 feet underground at Holborn Viaduct. This astonishing discovery, made ahead of a major office development, includes not just the bed, but also 5 oak coffins, an intricately decorated lamp, a fragile glass vial, and beads of jet and amber, all astonishingly preserved thanks to the waterlogged soil from the now hidden River Fleet. This bed represents a rare glimpse into Roman funeral practices, as it is the first complete example ever found in Britain, highlighting the lavish care Romans took in honoring their dead. The condition of these artifacts, especially the wooden objects, has left experts astounded, revealing a rich tapestry of history that spans from Roman times through medieval tanneries and post-Great Fire redevelopment. The site, with its profound historical layers, promises to reveal even more about London's ancient past, offering a unique window into the lives and deaths of its early inhabitants. As these treasures undergo conservation, they weave a fascinating narrative of London's enduring legacy, anticipated to be shared with the public in the upcoming office development. Now let's dive into the depths off the Sicilian coast, where underwater archaeologists have made a thrilling discovery: a submerged marble frieze block, believed to have adorned the legendary Temple of Zeus in ancient Akragos, now Agrigento. This grand temple, one of the largest Doric temples ever built, stretching approximately 367 feet in length and 184 feet in width, was never completed. Its construction was halted by a Carthaginian invasion in 406 BCE and later ravaged by earthquakes and human plunder. This remarkable find, located about 984 feet from the shore and 30 feet below the water's surface, measures approximately 6.5 feet in length and 5.25 feet in height. Crafted from exquisite Proconnesian marble from Turkey, the block features a carved depiction of a prancing horse, symbolizing power and strength, an artistic theme common in significant ancient Greek structures. The nonprofit group responsible for the find has expressed their excitement over this extraordinary piece of history that has lain hidden beneath the waves for centuries. Now safely recovered, This frieze invites us to reimagine the splendor of a temple that once stood as a monument to divine and earthly power, providing a tangible connection to the ancient world's architectural and cultural magnificence. Close to the village of Ebs in Hungary, archaeologists from the Derry Museum have unearthed the burial site of a 7th century Avar warrior, intriguingly named Rufus, after the date of the find coincided with Hungary's Rufus Day. This warrior of high status was found buried alongside his horse in a ritual that underlines the importance of the deceased within Avar society. The grave goods included a fully intact lamellar armor set, a wooden open quiver filled with arrows, a bow, and a sword, signifying Rufus's elite status and martial prowess. The most striking find is the armor, the second complete set ever discovered in such well-preserved condition. Composed of hundreds of interlocking rectangular plates, this type of armor is a rare find, usually discovered only in fragmented pieces. The meticulous excavation allowed the entire set, bar the horse bones, to be extracted as a single block for further study. This discovery sheds light on the Avars, a nomadic people who dominated Central and Eastern Europe for 250 years after migrating from the Central Asian steppes in the mid-6th century. Their society was marked by a hierarchical structure and elaborate burial customs, reflecting their beliefs and lifestyles. The 2023 exploration of the HMS Erebus wreck, part of the ill-fated 1845 Franklin expedition in search of the Northwest Passage, has unearthed a treasure trove of personal and naval artifacts. Over 2 weeks in September, Parks Canada's underwater archaeology team plunged into the icy waters for 68 dives, scouring the ship's remains and debris field. Their findings offer a poignant glimpse into the daily lives of those abroad, revealing items from an officer's cabin thought to belong to Second Lieutenant Henry Dundas Le Visconti, such as a thermometer, a parallel rule, and a unique brass reel fishing rod. Further explorations uncovered everyday items from what is believed to have been the captain's steward's pantry, including a leather shoe, storage jars, and a mysterious sealed glass cylinder possibly containing pharmaceuticals, marked with a K and a broad arrow indicating government property. The recovery of personal belongings from a seaman's chest, including pistols, military items, coins, and a stoneware bowl, paints a vivid picture of life at sea. These artifacts, along with an ice anchor and ship's spare propeller discovered in the debris field, not only enrich our understanding of naval history, but also connect us to the human stories behind the expedition's tragic end. Scientists are preparing to extract a hand-sewn shipwreck, known as the Zambritaji boat, from the waters off the coast of Croatia for further study. The well-preserved vessel, estimated to be around 3,000 years old and dating back to the 12th to 10th centuries BCE, is considered the oldest entirely hand-sewn boat in the Mediterranean. Measuring approximately 39 feet in length with 23 feet of it remarkably well-preserved, the boat was constructed using flexible fibers to intricately sew pieces of wood together, a technique used before the advent of metal fasteners. The Zambratija boat represents a rare example of the ancient shipbuilding tradition of Istria and Dalmatia, featuring unique architecture, assembly techniques, and a distinct waterproofing system. After its discovery in 2014, a team of divers will remove sections of the boat on July 2, 2023, allowing scientists to reconstruct it in 3 dimensions. The fibers used for sewing and wood-shaping techniques will be analyzed, and the boat will undergo a restoration process in France. The goal is to exhibit the fully restored vessel in a dedicated museum in Pula, Croatia, showcasing Istra's maritime heritage. Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and enjoy watching new videos on my channel. Thanks for watching, and see you soon!
And up next, we got 12 scientific discoveries from June of 2025. And then after that, we'll get into our last video of the day, which will be a long one. So you might want to get settled in, get you a snack, get you a drink ready to go.
The scientific discoveries continue to pour in, and this year has seen many. So here are 10 interesting scientific discoveries for June of 2025. Here we go. Number 10. Radio astronomy on the moon. In February of this year, the IM-1 or Odysseus robotic moon landing mission done by Intuitive Machines successfully landed on the moon, but then only to tip over to a 30-degree angle due to some kind of unexpected lateral motion from the craft at the last moment. Despite this, the mission was considered a success. On this mission was an experimental NASA radio telescope known as Rolls-1, which was not catastrophically affected by the tilting, and it marked the first time radio astronomy has been done on the moon. The instrument consisted of 4 2.5-meter spring-loaded antennae, 2 of which accidentally deployed during the landing, and over the course of a few hours, measurements were made of both emissions from space, but also radio emissions from Earth. The astronomical emissions were mainly the product of cosmic rays interacting with the overall magnetic field of the galaxy. It did detect them, but perhaps more interesting were the emissions from Earth. Earth's radio emissions were seen to twinkle from the moon, a product of the Earth's atmosphere distorting the transmissions. This actually has a connection with SETI because this twinkling effect may also occur with alien radio transmissions that originate on planets with atmospheres, as well as anything we send from the surface of the planet in METI. That may be useful information if we ever get any particularly strong SETI candidate signals. Unfortunately, the radio telescope only had enough power for a few hours before shutting down prematurely from lack of power. Had it lasted longer, it would have made observations of Jupiter's radio emissions and those of the Sun, which is a shame because the instrument actually missed a solar outburst by about a minute. Number 9. Red Mars is red for a different reason than we thought. So there's no secret about the color of Mars. You can see it in the night sky. It's red. And it's because of iron oxide. But previous thinking was that the reason Mars is the red planet is largely because of hematite, an iron oxide that forms in dry conditions that's very common on Earth. Any rockhound or jewelry lover knows it. But this now does not seem to largely be the case for the red planet after all, though Mars certainly has hematite. The culprit actually seems to be ferrihydrite, another iron oxide. But this one forms in wet conditions, giving yet another indicator that Mars in the past was a cold, but still wet, environment. Ferrihydrite likes cool conditions, with neutral pH levels to form as oxidation. How this work was done was that iron oxides, depending on the type, reflect light at different wavelengths. By examining data from all the Mars missions, the team involved discovered that ferrihydrite is the most common iron oxide component of the Martian surface. And this seems to have happened about 3 billion years ago, during Mars's Hesperian era. During this period, Mars was very volcanic, and it seems likely that would have caused ice melting and flooding, but also just before Mars started to lose its liquid water. Interestingly, further study in this might give details on what the water temperature was when the ferrihydrite formed, where the water generally came from, and potentially even if there were microbes active when it formed. Number 8. Unusual medieval book bindings found. Books located in French monasteries from the 12th and 13th centuries were recently analyzed and yielded a surprise in regards to just how extensive the medieval trade network in Europe was. The books mostly originated from Clairvaux Abbey in northern France, and it was suspected for some time that something was unusual about the leather they were bound in. It turns out the bindings were actually sealskin and originated a long way from France. The source for the sealskin could have been harbor seals from Scandinavia or even Scotland, but it's also possible it was harp seals from Iceland or even Greenland. The DNA testing wasn't that clear, but they were certainly seals not indigenous to France. And there certainly was historic contact between Scandinavia and Greenland, further than that actually in Newfoundland. This is a clue to a far more vast trade network during the medieval period than was previously known. But I'm not so sure that should be surprising. Human trade networks tend to be extensive, and today they are more extensive than ever. Humans like to trade and move around. And there are even accounts from Scotland in the islands of people spotting what were probably Inuit peoples from presumably Greenland off the coast in their kayaks dating back to the 17th century, possibly because of the Little Ice Age advancing the ice pack at the time. I hope the Inuit fishermen made it back safely after that journey with their catch, but one wonders if there are other folktales of this nature from Scotland or Greenland that are not well known. Scots, Greenlanders, first people of eastern and northern Canada, do let me know. Number 7. The first sunscreen lotion. About 41,000 years ago, Earth underwent the Le Champ event. This was a geomagnetic excursion that happened during the last glacial period that seems to have had detrimental effects on humans. Basically, the magnetic field weakened temporarily, increasing the amount of ultraviolet light the surface of the Earth was receiving. It's even been suggested that it might have contributed to the extinction of the Neanderthals. This was probably only an issue regionally, but it seems that the humans that were around in those days found ways to adapt. Homo sapiens had a history of being able to make clothing and maybe even use red ochre literally as sunscreen, like we'd use sunscreen today. Whereas it's unclear what the Neanderthals were doing still, but it seems not so much, which left them at a disadvantage, though it has to be said they were also busy merging with Homo sapiens at the time through interbreeding. There was contact, and the Neanderthals were intelligent and complex, and may have been doing that as well. At the same time here, though, a single discovery can and has, in the past, revolutionized how we view Neanderthals. Actually, often in recent years, and that could well happen again. The view is now moving towards them being far more complex than what was thought. It's unclear as to the extent that humans were using ochre for sunscreen. We just know they did because many cultures within humanity have practiced body ochre painting with it if they had access. Maybe they had a different use than we thought in the past to ward off the effects of the sun. Anyway, as someone that can sunburn at the drop of a hat, and have many times, I found it an interesting hypothesis. But I think we need to know more about the Neanderthals for this one, and how early Homo sapiens used and needed sunscreen. Number 6. Uranus's day is longer than we thought. It's actually surprisingly difficult to accurately figure out the rotation rate of the giant planets of the solar system. This is especially true with Uranus because that planet is very weird. Its magnetic field is offset 59 degrees from north for unknown reasons, and it's knocked on its side, off a normal solar system rotation axis. This made it very difficult to determine its day accurately because the only really good data on Uranus before the last decade or two was the Voyager 2 flyby in 1986. The best anyone can do from that data, including magnetic field data and auroras, was estimate that Uranus's day was 17 hours, 14 minutes, and 24 seconds, with a margin of error of over 30 seconds. Now that has been nailed down more accurately, and it turns out it was off by 28 seconds longer, using modern methods over 1,000 times more accurate than what was previously done. This was also done with magnetic field data and aurora observations from Earth. And while there is still a margin of error, it won't be as bad as it was because Uranus's actual position and its rotation would go significantly off in just a few years. Whereas with the new measurements, it will remain accurate for at least several decades before offset becomes apparent and will be in need of further revision. Number 5. The dinosaurs may not have been circling the drain. For a number of years now, the general view in paleontology was that while the dinosaurs' major extinction event was due to the asteroid strike, they were overall in a period of decline, meaning that they were circling the drain anyway before the asteroid hit. But this is now being rethought because a drop in fossil evidence does not necessarily mean that a group of animals is actually going extinct. This problem was known about. There is something in paleontology called a Lazarus taxon, where a taxon will completely disappear from the fossil record for a long period, only to reappear later in the record and affirm that the taxon never went extinct. Related, there is also in paleontology something called an Elvis taxon. Here you think you're looking at a Lazarus taxon reemerging, but in fact, you are actually seeing something completely different that just evolved a similar form due to convergent evolution. Thus, it's not unlike an Elvis impersonator, assuming that Elvis himself did not fake his demise, lest he himself be a Lazarus taxon of sorts. Lazarus performer, maybe. You decide on the nomenclature. Recent work at the University College London analyzed a sample of 8,000 fossils from 4 types of dinosaurs in conjunction with data on geology and water at the time, and they concluded that the real reason for the drop in fossils is that the geology and distribution of the dinosaurs in those days just wasn't suitable any longer for widespread preservation, and that the dinosaurs probably were not on their way out, excepting of course the birds, which were definitely on their way up. The dinosaurs just weren't fossilized as well as in other periods. At the same time, though, there's also evidence that new species of dinosaur during their later period were appearing slower than the overall normal extinction rate, well before the asteroid. So it may still be that the dinosaurs were on the way out, regardless of whether they were preserving as widely as they once did in the fossil record. Number 4. An innovative new way to power a moon base. One of the challenges of eventually establishing a human moon base is that you really need to bring a lot of stuff with you to do it. Even just a short trip like the Apollo missions required the astronauts to lug everything they needed to function with them all the way from Earth. This has led to many ideas of just how to use the moon's resources to limit what we need to bring from Earth, such as using water ice accumulated in permanently dark lunar craters, all the way to making concrete from the lunar regolith. One major issue, however, is power generation, and there has been a breakthrough on that front. A team at the University of Potsdam in Germany has developed a solar cell that can be made from melted lunar regolith, basically moon glass. What they did was melted synthetic regolith and coupled it with a crystal known as halide perovskite to create an energy-generating solar cell that yielded 12% efficiency from unpurified lunar glass, which is good considering. This type of solar cell created under ideal conditions on Earth is about 26% efficient, and with improvements to the process on the moon, this technology could eventually reach that goal. The perovskite would still need to be transported from Earth, but not much of it. Just a kilogram per 400 square meters of panel would be needed, and not having to purify the glass is a major advantage as well. You basically just need a curved mirror to concentrate sunlight, and you can melt the regolith. And the same technique also applies to Mars eventually, or anywhere where you have sufficient sunlight and accessibility to silicate rocks, such as asteroids, or potentially even Mercury. Though I'm not sure anyone will choose to colonize that planet anytime soon, if ever. Not a lot of upsides to that, but there is a balance. More on that in a future video. Number 3. Early animals could survive out of water, limitedly. Fossils collected in Canada in the 1990s, but left largely unexamined from the Cambrian period, have yielded clues that life as early as 498 million years ago had the ability to spend short periods of time on land. These would have been some of the earliest animals, and they appear to have had the toolkit to deal with the stressors of being out of the ocean that early. The rocks in question show evidence of cracks in shale, which indicates that they formed from mudflats that dried out. It seems that the mud was submerged most of the time, with only periods of being exposed to air, but numerous species left fossils indicating that they probably survived this environment, including marine worms and animals like a spiny type of slug-like species. These types of fossils have been found before, but in sediments from much deeper in the water, so that did not speak to their ability to live outside of water. But these new shallow or mudflat shale fossils do. This still goes on today. There are quite a number of marine species alive today that can tolerate brief periods out of water. Number 2. An artificial electrical brain synapse. This entry is potentially a good thing, but as often happens with good things in technology, it carries scary implications. So brains in general can have different kinds of connections between synapses. The common one in mammals are neurotransmitters, which is chemically largely, though obviously does involve electricity. But there are also electrical connections that happen in biology with proteins, called connexons. It's no secret that a number of mental health conditions in humans happen when there is a problem with the neurotransmitter system. Researchers recently asked if you could bypass the neurotransmitter system with the protein system. That actually happened some time ago with a nematode. But here the target was mice, mammals. They searched the catalog of connexin proteins to find one that would be suitable to replace a neurotransmitter in a mouse, and found one from a species of fish that would work. Basically, they looked at anxiety and anger reactions to map out the electrical map of the mouse's brain and how it changed, which led them to an idea where to place the new protein-based synapse bridging the gaps between the neurons, and used an attenuated virus to deliver the genetic information needed to produce the connexins. The result was that it changed the flow of electricity through the mouse's brain and changed its behavior. This actually led to a more sociable mouse with less anxiety. If this scales up to humans, big if, but it's not hard to see the potential for medical treatment for people with mental illness. And we already do that with various drugs, such as those for OCD, but there's no question that changing how people think can get out of hand with advanced enough technology. Number 1. Visiting Apophis. On a perhaps lighter note, an asteroid that once had a non-zero chance of hitting Earth, blown out of proportion in some ways really, but the threat did exist, now will not hit Earth on 13th April 2029, but it will come close, just 32,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth at its closest. But that's not enough to hit us. But it is closer than a geosynchronous satellite. But what it does do is give us an extremely close asteroid to head out and take a quick look at. This is once in every few thousand years stuff here. So everyone from NASA, ESA, and JAXA are all readying missions to chase it down, all in coordination. Apophis is only 450 meters long, so not a huge asteroid to begin with. But the close aspect is really close, inside the orbit of geostationary satellites. If you're in Europe or Africa during the encounter, if you have clear skies, you should be able to see it fly by in 2029. The reason to take a look at Apophis is to see what its structure is like. That's important scientifically, but also practically, because asteroids like this litter near-Earth orbits, and deflecting them at some point may be needed, and it helps to know what they are made out of and how strong they are, which will be important information to have so you don't deflect it, but accidentally shatter it uselessly to the same effect as a full-on impact. Interestingly, as Apophis passes, it will be affected by Earth's gravity in the form of tidal forces. So there should be seismic activity to study as it passes that could reveal much about its structure. One of the experiments is already in space. The repurposed OSIRIS-REx asteroid sample return mission is still operating, and while it can no longer take samples, it can do a rendezvous with its remaining instruments. The rest of the missions are in development. If they come to fruition, seismic data from the surface of the asteroid will be key, and there may yet be more since this encounter is close enough for CubeSats. But 2029 is already set up to be a scientifically interesting year indeed. Thanks for listening. I'm futurist and science fiction author John Michael Gaudier, currently addressing the fact that there was no discoveries list for May, and it was due to the gardening. Blame the cucumbers, and be sure to check out my books at your favorite online book retailer and subscribe to my channels for regular in-depth explorations into the interesting, weird, and unknown aspects of this amazing universe in which we live.
Is it possible that the entire Earth has undergone catastrophic upheavals in the recent geological past? Upheavals that might have profoundly affected not only the planetary environment, but human civilization as well. New, compelling evidence and research has just recently been published supporting and confirming that a catastrophe of global proportions did indeed occur in the recent history of the Earth at the time of the Younger Dryas boundary around 12,800 years ago. What could have been the cause of this event? This new evidence expands the geographic range of this planetary cataclysm and supports the hypothesis of a cosmic impact from space. Is it possible such an event could occur again? And if it did, how would it affect modern human societies? I'm Randall Carlson, and I'm inviting you to join us for another episode of the Squaring the Circle podcast. Well, hello, everyone. Here we are again, about to embark on another journey of exploration and learning. And to join me in this endeavor will be my friend and colleague, John Arthur Fiallo. Hello, John. Good to see you again. I'm doing well.
Good to see you. Doing well over here, too.
Okay. Yep. So two new papers have come out with evidence for an impact event right at the lower Younger Dryas boundary, which dates to right around between 12,800 and 12,900 years ago. And one of these areas, one of these regions that yielded up evidence for a cosmic impact is in the state of Louisiana, not too far from where I once lived. And the other one was in the Baltic region of Eastern Russia. So I thought maybe we would start by just giving a little bit of insight into the Younger Dryas events. And one of the early indications that something happened at this time period around 12,900 years ago, give or take a century, is this mysterious layer called the black mat. The black mat is a horizon that is dated to right around 12,900 years, and it seems like it's a demarcation zone that is correlated with major climatic changes, and it also seems to be correlated with the final demise of a lot of the great megafauna species that inhabited the Earth for many, many thousands, 100,000s, even in some cases millions of years, that all seem to disappear from the Earth around the same time, roughly with the end of the last ice age, from about 14,000 to about 12,000 years ago. But it seems that there was a major spike of megafaunal extinctions that occurred pretty much right on top of the Younger Dryas boundary, so that a lot of species that somehow managed to survive up to that black mat horizon, their fossil evidence was found below but not above the horizon. So were you able to find some interesting pictures showing the so people can see what we're talking about? I have a few here. I could
So while you're pulling those up, I actually have a set of locations prepped where these black mats have been found in the contiguous 48 states and in Canada. And so if you're on audio, I do apologize. This podcast will be worth looking up on YouTube or Rumble, but you can see quite a few different areas where they've taken core samples, or you can see it, in a carve out in a canyon or in caves where there's this black mat.
Yeah. Now this, I need to point out that not all of these sites have impact proxies, but a significant percentage of them do. It's also been contested that the black mat sites are not exclusively celestial or cosmic in origin, but what they do seem to indicate is a very concentrated period of climatic change and the formation of these carbon-rich layers.
And before you go too much further, what is an impact proxy for those who are just tuning in now?
Well, an impact proxy, when you don't have the direct results or the direct evidence of an impact, such as eyewitness accounts or very obvious evidence, such as an impact crater, along the lines of the famous meteor crater in Arizona. And the crater in Arizona is the result of a direct impact of an iron metallic asteroid into the Earth somewhere around 50,000 years ago. However, when you have an impact like that, it creates a highly energetic, high temperature, high pressure environment. And this environment can produce things that only occur under very extreme or unusual circumstances. And over the years, many of these now have been correlated or connected with known impact events. And amongst these, and we're going to be looking at those somewhat in this episode, microspherules. That is one of the proxies. We call it a proxy because it's a secondary effect, but it's a secondary effect that is produced by phenomena that would support the conclusion of some high energy, high temperature, high pressure phenomena, most likely impacts. And in fact, some of the temperatures produced that are indicated by the melting of material that's necessary to produce these the spherules, for example, is extremely high, up in the range of 2,500 to 3,000 degrees centigrade. So that's extremely hot. So then the question becomes, under what conditions is it possible to have temperatures in that temperature range? And the answer is the two things we mainly know, which is cosmic impacts and nuclear weapons explosions, like the atomic bomb explosions, say at Trinity, produced effects that are very similar to, in some regard, to the effects of a cosmic impact.
So kind of like the sprawl that you would see at a blacksmith. When you're hammering or forging something, you'll have metal sprawl or glass sprawl, etc.
Yeah. Now, there are chemical proxies, such as platinum. Iridium is a very typical one. Osmium. These are the platinum group metals. And it was iridium that was first indication that the dinosaur boundary of 66 million years ago, the Cretaceous Paleogene, as it's now called. It used to be called the Cretaceous Tertiary, but now it's called the Cretaceous Paleogene. That is the event horizon at which the dinosaurs disappeared in a geological eye blink. And there are impact proxies there. And the first indication that there was some type of a cosmic event associated with the demise of the dinosaurs was the discovery of the iridium enhancement, or a spike of iridium precisely at this KT or KPG boundary. And I know there were technical reasons for changing it from Cretaceous KT boundary to KPG, but it sure is a lot easier just to say the KT boundary. So in writing about it, I will use the modern nomenclature, which is K-PG, small case g, but in talking about it, I'm going to refer to it as the KT boundary, because that's how I talked about it for many decades before the nomenclature change. Is that acceptable to you, John?
That's acceptable. Absolutely, Randall.
Okay, so people will know what I'm talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Wild Arms 420 up in the house with a raid, hot, fresh, off of his own live stream. Looking good over there, brother. By the way, it was good to see you going live for a little bit. I hope you had some fun doing it. And we'll get you back into it here. Thank you for raiding in and bringing those along with you.
And if anybody's out there, any paleontologists or geologists, yes, I do know now that it has been changed from Cretaceous to Cretaceous Paleogene. We don't need to get into the reasons for that right now. But
and let me tease one more question.
Sure.
Why is the presence of iridium so important in a spike? Because iridium is not, that level of iridium is indicative of something specific.
I'm going to pause for just a minute to talk about our partners over at Shippo, who may save you a significant amount of headache in your day-to-day business. We sell a variety of geometry tools and models, like our beautiful platonic solids here at Randall Carlson LLC. And when it comes to managing shipping, e-commerce, and returns, we've been using Shippo for over 4 years now, and we're very pleased. Will then be deposited in the earth. Now, that's what happened at the KT boundary 66 million years ago. And Walter Alvarez and his father, Luis Alvarez, and the rest of their team were looking at an outcrop, the dinosaur killing the outcrop in Italy, not necessarily at that point thinking cosmic catastrophe, cosmic impact. But what they were trying to do was to determine what was the span of time over which this layer was deposited. And so in trying to establish, was it a few years? Was it thousands of years? Hundreds of thousands of years? That was not known. But it was suggested at this time, which is back like in the 1970s, that the dinosaur killing episode may have been considerably faster than had been previously recognized or considered. And so they were looking to try to determine the duration of this deposit that seemed to be associated all over the world with the top of the Cretaceous, right? The transition from the Cretaceous to the Tertiary. Now, or to the Paleogene, okay? But so important or so profound was this transition that it was not only geological periods, like the Cretaceous period to the Tertiary period, that was shifted. It was also two of the great life eras on Earth, the Mesozoic, which was the era of middle life, and the Cenozoic, which was the era of recent life. So it was apparent already by the 70s that something really significant had happened right there. So they're taking a look at it, trying to determine the duration, and that was when they stumbled across the spike of iridium. And the first thing they knew, and I guess I don't remember who it was on the team, it was probably Luis Alvarez, the I believe Nobel Prize winning physicist, that suggested that iridium was abundant in asteroids. And so what they did was they were thinking, well, could there have been an asteroid impact that in the heat and temperature of the explosion of the impact, could the vapor cloud have encircled the Earth and then precipitated out? But so what they needed was more evidence that this iridium layer was found in other locations around the world. So if memory serves me correctly, they contacted colleagues in Denmark and New Zealand and asked them to go back, take a look at the boundary and analyze it for iridium. And in both cases, yes, they found a very significant iridium spike, which now they had evidence that you had this deposition of iridium both in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Additional sites disclosed that pretty much everywhere you looked at the KT boundary, you found enhanced iridium. So this led to the conclusion that there had been a iridium dusting of the entire Earth. Now, based upon the estimates of the amount of iridium that would have taken, so essentially extrapolating from, say, at this point, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 different sites around the world, they were able to assume that it was a fairly uniform deposition of iridium around the entire planet. So from there, they were able to calculate approximately, ballpark, how much iridium that actually was. Then going back to the known composition of meteorites and asteroids and so on, which are basically based on two things, the spectral imagery, which showed the spectral frequency of iridium from asteroids, and actual deposits, associated with meteor craters that are known meteorites, right? That iridium, they had a sense of what the concentration of iridium would be in an asteroid. So then from there, you now calculate how big of an asteroid, given X percentage of iridium, would it take to accomplish this dusting of the whole Earth? And the answer was an asteroid, a stony asteroid or a stony iron asteroid, somewhere in that range of densities of about 6 miles in diameter. And that would be, the size of Mount Everest, and it's flying in, slams into the Earth at 12 to 15 miles per second, maybe faster. That's going to release just inconceivably powerful explosions. The kinetic energy released during an event like that is going to be incomprehensible. And this work was published in 1980. 10 years later, it took a full decade. The critics were going after it, saying, look, maybe, but we're not buying it until you show us a crater. there's got to be a crater on Earth somewhere that dates to that period. And it was not known for early 90s. Finally, it was Petroleum Mexico, Pemex, was drilling in the Yucatan Peninsula looking for hydrocarbon deposits. And they came up with this, their drills kept pulling up this green-colored, glassy, vitreous material. And I think this goes back even to the early 80s when they were doing this. And but nobody was connecting it with cosmic impact. They assumed that it was somehow volcanic or something related, but not impact related. And I forgetting the exact story. It's been, I haven't refreshed myself on the details of the historical unfolding of this evidence. But there was an American team. I think I can remember his name. I'll think of it in a second. But something led them to take a look at this green glass, and they decided that it was, I think what it was they found the green glass, and the date of that deposition of the glass seemed to fit very closely to the KT boundary. I think that was it. And so they went and they took another look at the evidence, and as they did, what it disclosed and revealed was that there was, in fact, this giant subsurface buried crater under several thousand feet of limestone. And it was of the requisite size because, an object, there's a scaling ratio that you can look at between the size of an impacting object and the width of the crater that it's going to produce. And typically the range is 10 to 20 to 1. So if you've got an object, or even larger than that. So I think in the case of the KT boundary, they concluded that the impact would have had to produce a crater about 120 miles in diameter. Maybe larger. And that is what it turned out. They're still debating the size of the crater, the Yucatan crater. We're taking a little bit of a detour here to tell a story that I think is going to be valuable. I was coming down the stairs, and I think somebody just ahead of me had spilled a little bit. My foot hit it, slid out from under me, and I tumbled down 3 or 4 stairs to the bottom. I sure banged up my left knee. It was painful, but I was very relieved to remember that I happened to pack my CBD from the gods salve. And I was really grateful that I had remembered to do that. So that night I put some of the salve on, went to bed. Though I've being in the construction and building industry, I've had many falls and injuries and stuff. And I figured I'm going to be laid up with this for a month. We drove home. I think it was 3 to 4 days later. I continued applying the salve, and I would say within a week, I was getting around pretty good. I always bring the oil when I travel, and I'm now, after this episode, I'm like, okay, I'm always going to have the salve with me too. But it turned out to be just the required dimensions. And so it's the required dimensions that you would expect for a crater that is produced by the impact of a 6-mile asteroid. It is dated to the time period very precisely now. And you can also see the shock effects of it. It generated a huge tsunami that washed up. And in fact, the area, if you dug down below this new site in Louisiana, by a place called Perkins Lake, which is near Lake Charles, Louisiana, which we'll be looking at in a minute. If you dug down below that, I think it's about a half a mile below, there is a Cretaceous Tertiary layer, and it was a tsunami, a giant tsunami layer. And it has been covered over by material, but it's been preserved. There are giant current ripples that were found. And it was from this huge tsunami that washed ashore of Louisiana, made landfall, did its run in, and then flowed back off into the Gulf. And this was recently discovered as well. I have a I wrote something on that, and I might be able to pull that up here in a minute. In fact, I reported on it in one of my recent newsletters. I described the discovery and so on. But the thing that we're going to be talking about near Lake Charles, of course, is much more recent. It is on the surface of the Earth, not buried.
So when looking for the evidence for an impact, you have to look for the crater, if there is one, or for the imprint of an airburst, right?
Yes.
And then we have to look for the proxies or the fallout that would have occurred from that. And that's what these two new discoveries really seem to be doing for us today, is they're giving us the fallout and potentially the impact from an airburst. It's not really a crater,
Correct.
but the impact zone from an airburst.
Yeah. I'll also mention one of the very convincing proxies that is associated with the high pressures of an impact are nanodiamonds. And nanodiamonds have been found over and over again at the Younger Dryas boundary. And interestingly, they're very similar to nanodiamonds found at the KT boundary and have been compared to the two. So why don't we talk about a little bit about the background of the Younger Dryas events. Let's see. So going back, let's see, how far should we go back? The Younger Dryas boundary was already a matter of controversy before the famous paper that was published in 2007, first suggesting that the megafaunal extinctions were triggered by a cosmic impact, right? So, here's a paper that was published in 1989, right? It was entitled A 17,000-Year Glacio-Eustatic Sea Level Record. Now, what do I mean? What is glacio-eustatic? Okay, we've talked about the phenomenon of eustasy or eustatic changes in ocean level. Okay, so we know that the planet is subjected to periods of deep glaciation and in periods of deglaciation, such as we're in now. So glacial epoch, interglacial epoch. There have been apparently many glacial epochs. So what happens in a glacial epoch? You've got an enormous accumulation of glacial ice on the surface of the continents. Now, mostly like we see now in Antarctica and Greenland, we have, I think about between 4.5, 5 million cubic miles of ice over the South Pole. And we have maybe almost 1 million cubic miles on Greenland, right? So now if we go back to the last glacial episode, there was more than double the amount of ice, glacial ice. Well, that glacial ice is part of the hydrosphere. And the hydrosphere is more or less steady state with some tweaking, yes. But it's more or less a consistent state. And it doesn't matter whether it exists in the form of water, vapor, or ice. It's all part of the hydrosphere, right? Well, if you have more glacial ice, it means you have less liquid water, primarily in the ocean basins. So when glaciers grow, sea level declines. When glaciers melt, sea level rises. So this rising and falling of sea levels associated with the expansion and contraction of glaciers that's what's called eustatic sea level change. It's spelled EU static, EUSTATIC, eustatic. So in this term here, the title of this article is glacio-eustatic, meaning, again, just to sort of indicate, because we're talking about fluctuations in glacier mass directly correlates with rises and falls of sea level. Then it goes on to say in the title, influence of glacial melting rates on the Younger Dryas event and deep ocean circulation. So in the abstract, it says that coral reefs drilled offshore of Barbados provide the first continuous and detailed record of sea level change during the last deglaciation. The sea level was 121 plus or minus 5 meters below present level. So I'm going to put in, let's just look at what the maximum. That would be 126 meters times 3.28. So that would be 413 feet, right? So if you took out, that's how much of the ocean, the world's oceans, were extracted, precipitated as snowfall out onto the continents that did not melt. Like we now have every year, of course, we have snowfall in the northern hemisphere. Where I grew up in Minnesota, sometimes by the end of the winter season, we'd have 6 feet of snow. But then, as we all waited and anticipated, was the spring thaw, and all that snow would melt away. But now in the onset of a glacial epoch, what's happening is you have the snowfall, but spring doesn't ever come. So the snow doesn't melt, and in the next year there is more snow, and on top of that there'll be more snow, and this will go on for thousands of years until the snow is thousands of feet thick. But as the snow builds up, the weight of the overlying snow compresses the snow. It goes through two phases. It goes from snow to what's called firn, which is FIRN, which is an intermediate phase between the snow that's accumulating on the top of the glacier and the weight that compresses it and transmutes it or transforms it into glacial ice. Okay. So anyways, the abstract goes on to say that the deglacial sea level rise was not monotonic. And this is important. It was being understood already back in 1989. Rather, it was marked by two intervals of rapid rise. Varying rates of meltwater discharge to the North Atlantic surface ocean dramatically affected North Atlantic deep water production and oceanic oxygen isotope chemistry. And a little bit there is that you have light oxygen, oxygen 16, heavy oxygen, oxygen 18. When you have cooling, atmospheric cooling, there'll be less energy available to evaporate ocean water. When you increase the thermal energy, there's more energy to evaporate ocean water. Well, the more energy there is, the more readily it can evaporate the heavier oxygen. It's more effective at evaporating heavier oxygen during warm periods than cold periods when the energy is not as available. And so what happens is that during these transitions, you will have, so if you have a lot of heat energy, evaporates a lot, that vapor that precipitates out is now going to be enriched in oxygen 18, heavy oxygen, right? If it's a colder period, the opposite happens. So that those oxygen isotope ratios are preserved in the layers of glacial ice. So you can look at the oxygen isotope ratios, and that's going to tell you about what's going on in the climate. So anyways, this was a study going back to 1989 where they were first realizing that the term they use is monotonic. The rise of sea level wasn't a smooth curve. There was at least two pulses, what they say, two intervals of rapid rise, which have come to be called meltwater pulse 1A and meltwater pulse 1B, right? So at this point, they don't have the detailed dating of this. So let's see. Changes in continental ice volume during the last deglaciation generally have been inferred from two direct sources: geological mapping of the retreating ice margin and the marine isotope record. Direct estimates of glacial ice volume based on measured glaciostatic sea level changes are well documented from 9,000 years before present, but are poorly constrained from before this time. Rudiman, who was one of the esteemed scientists who was working on these problems back then, recently reviewed evidence supporting 3 different deglaciation models. One, the smooth deglaciation model, with the most rapid change centered at 11,000 years before present. 2 was the French 2-step deglaciation model, with maximum melting rates from 14,000 to 12,000 years before present, and again from 10,000 to 7,000 years before present. So there's this. Now these dates have been revised. They're older now than what was given in this paper, okay, in '89. But what this is showing is that you've got this period, 2,000-year period, 14 to 12, and another one from 10 to 7. So you've got this 2,000-year interval separating these 2 melting episodes where the large volumes of glacial ice are melting and going into the global oceans. So yeah, they were from 14 to 12,000 years, from 10,000 to 7,000 years, separated by a mid-deglacial pause with little or no ice volume loss. So see, this was already being recognized back in the 1980s, okay? And third, a younger Dryas deglaciation model, which distinguished from the French 2-step model, which is distinguished from the French 2-step model by a mid-deglaciation reversal, not just a pause, but an actual reversal with significant ice growth in there. And it does look like there was ice growth. It's not our intention to go into that depth in this discussion, but this kind of is setting the stage that there was something that happened in this interval, okay? So Richard Fairbanks, he was professor emeritus of the Earth and Environmental Sciences. He was working on this back then, along with Rudiman, quoting him. I sought to test the validity of these models, the 3 ones I just discussed, each with their own important climatic and oceanographic implications, by extending the existing coral reef sea level curve to the last glacial maximum. Because as sea levels go up and down, corals will build their reefs up to keep up with sea levels. When sea levels drop, okay, they can, coral reefs will die off. And then you'll have a replenishment of coral reefs at a lower submarine level. The fossil coral reefs surrounding Barbados are a very good system for examining in detail and the timing of the last deglaciation. Here I show that the sea level curve derived from the Barbados reef supports the French 2-step model. Well, the French 2-step model is the one where there was a pause, but not necessarily a reversal. In other words, pause in the melting or disappearance of the ice, but not a regrowth. I then reviewed the evidence for the oceanic and climatic response to this 2-step deglaciation, with particular emphasis on understanding the cause of the Younger Dryas event. So then, in the same article, he quotes Wallace Brecker, who also was one of the key scientists working on this stuff back in the 70s and the 80s into the 90s. So Brecker dated the minimum oxygen 18. That's what this delta 18O means, oxygen 18 isotope. The delta is a little sign for the isotope. So this is your heavy oxygen right here. And so this is maximum meltwater discharge in the Gulf of Mexico. This is just the nomenclature for the cores that they took in the Gulf of Mexico. And they were dated 11,840 and 12,000 years before present, which are equivalent in age to accelerator mass spectroscopy, carbon-14 dated, minimum in North Atlantic. Don't worry about that. Here's the key. These 2 events correspond precisely with meltwater pulse 1A, dated at 12,000 years before present. Brecker et al. Noted that the maximum glacial meltwater discharge from the Mississippi River was followed by minimal discharge between 10,500 and 11,100 years before present. Now, to get the more updated, simply in approximately, and it'll get you close enough, simply add 2,000 years to these dates. So Meltwater Pulse 1A, which they were dating at 12,000 years before present then, is now dated closer to 14,500 years, 2,500 years. And so then here, this would be 12,500 to 13,000 if you did the updating. And so this period of minimal discharge would have been the Younger Dryas. So independently, this Brecker and his team had noticed that there was a maximum meltwater discharge followed by a minimal discharge of the Mississippi River. Well, that is because the Mississippi River is carrying enormous volumes of meltwater from the melting ice sheets up to the north over Canada. Then he goes on to say, the rapid disintegration of the northern hemisphere ice sheets during Meltwater Pulse 1A and Meltwater Pulse 1B must have introduced large volumes of low oxygen 18 meltwater into the North Atlantic during the summer season. The oxygen 18 spiked meltwater has two possible fates: entrainment in the North Atlantic, deep water, or evaporation. Because deep water formation may have been halted briefly during the peak discharge, evaporation of oxygen 18 spiked surface water must have occurred to some extent. Well, now this is, that now one of the concerns is that there could be, because of global warming, et cetera, and the amount of meltwater coming off the Greenland ice sheet is going to interrupt the circulation of the Atlantic circulation. However, comparatively speaking, the volume of the volume of water discharged into the Atlantic Ocean during the melting of the glaciers was way, way beyond the volume of water coming off of the melting glaciers on Greenland. So anyways, the Greenland ice cores from Die 3 and Camp Century are both marked by two distinct oxygen 18 minima during deglaciation. The immediate implications of the Barbados sea level record compel us to reevaluate some of the traditional depictions of the Younger Dryas event. Whether or not the reinterpretations presented here are correct depends on the reliability of correlations between radiocarbon dated marine and terrestrial signals. My results emphasize the primary role of meltwater discharge rates on the production of North Atlantic deep water and rapid climate change in Western Europe. So already we're seeing that there is these what are called teleconnections between these various events. Now, what I'm going to do is go to the next slide here, and you'll see that here you have the graph that was in the Fairbanks paper, and this dash line represents the first of the models. Let's see, what did they call it? The smooth deglaciation model, with the most rapid change centered at 11,000 years BP. So we go back to here. This dashed line represents the smooth deglaciation. So it starts melting, it accelerates, it peaks right at 11,000, and it tapers off nice and smooth, right? Well, here's the two-step model. So what you've got is you've got a massive spike right here that is dating to right around 12,000 years. Interestingly, they were already getting data that suggested that it was earlier, and that's what the green spike is. So this is actually showing closer to 13, even where it starts right here, you can see it's about 14,500 years ago, right? And then you have this huge spike, and then it tapers off. So this trough would be the Younger Dryas. And then you have this second meltwater spike, Meltwater Pulse 1B, which is a very rapid rise in sea level. And these are sea level curves that you see right here. Over here, you see the apparent discharge rate in cubic kilometers per year. So you look at this Meltwater Pulse 1A, you're looking at almost 15,000 cubic kilometers per year of water, meltwater, discharging off the ice sheets. That's a lot of water, okay? And there's nothing similar to that going on right now. Okay, then over here, we've got the plot of terrestrial oxygen 18 records from Greenland ice cores with 6 radiocarbon ages. And it's already beginning to show the 2 spikes of warming. Here's one warming, and here's another warming, and here's the Younger Dryas in between. And then what you have here is the beginning of the Holocene, where once you're at this stage right here, where my cursor is, the ice sheets, the great ice sheets, are mostly gone and equivalent to what they are today. Now, these are older. The Camp Century and the Die 3, they're older. We have newer that were published in the early 90s. These were from the 80s, right? The resolution is not as great. The more recent cores are much more precise. So, as it says here, 2 massive meltwater pulses to the world's ocean during the last deglaciation. I would suggest that there's actually a third pulse in here that hasn't shown up because we didn't have the resolution available back in 1989. So that, what is that? That's 36 years ago. So we've got a greater resolution now, and I think that there's evidence that there might be a third meltwater spike in here. So then I'm going to caking it through the evidence that this is 1992. There's still no impact hypothesis in 92. However, what you see happen, large perturbations of ammonium and organic acids content in the summit Greenland ice core. So this is some of the first results. So let me mention that the Camp Century and the Die site are both near the margins of the ice sheet, of the Greenland ice sheet. So at those margins, the ice is much more dynamic. It's more susceptible to changing, to melting. And so they realized that the glaciologists who were doing these extractions realized that there was going to be, some inconclusive evidence in there because of the distortions that occurred in the ice sheet. So what they wanted to do was they wanted to go to where the ice was the most stable and there would be the least amount of deformation. And that was at the summit of the ice sheet, right? It's also going to be the most difficult to drill because it's almost 2 kilometers thick there at the summit of the Greenland ice sheet. But over 5 years, 2 teams were able to pull off these coring efforts, and it was heroic indeed because you only have a few months out of the year that you can actually get up there and to drill. Both teams, I think the European team got to bedrock first, but both teams did get to bedrock. They extracted the ice cores, and those ice cores are still being studied to this day. However, this is what I found very interesting when this article was published back in 1992, because I'm already thinking impact at the Younger Dryas boundary at this point for other reasons, which we can talk about later. But this was published in the Geophysical Research Letters on March 3rd, 1992, and this is what they found. Biomass burning is influencing the atmospheric chemistry by emitting large amounts of reactive species such as hydrocarbons, organic acids, and nitrogen compounds. Polar ice cores provide a unique record of precipitation whose chemistry reflects the atmospheric composition at the time of deposition. The analysis of such ice samples, therefore, allows an estimate to be made of the concentration of atmospheric impurities in the past. During the first season of the deep drill operation, the GRIP, the Greenland Ice Sheet Project, at Summit, Central Greenland, continuous ammonium measurements were performed between 100 and 600 meters depth, covering the time period from 330 to 25,000 years before present. The NH4 plus concentrations show seasonal variations of 1 to 20 nanograms per gram, with some sporadic high values up to 600 nanograms in narrow layers. The chemical fingerprint, here's the important part. The chemical fingerprint points to biomass burning causing the high ammonium peaks, right? Biomass. So here's a proxy. Biomass burning proxy, one of the proxies for biomass burning is high ammonium peaks. Ammonium will be emitted originally as NH3, whereas the organic acids are emitted directly and are also produced in the atmosphere by oxidation of hydrocarbons. Let's see, only by, okay, so here we go. Additionally, the emissions must occur in such a way that they have the possibility to reach Greenland. Only biomass burning, and more specifically, large forest fires, satisfy the above-mentioned conditions. Plumes from forest fires have enough energy that they can extend to the free troposphere where they can be efficiently transported over large distances. So, the comprehensive study of ammonium perturbations observed in Greenland snow layers have shown that such summer events are characterized by a large increase of several organic species. Such perturbations by 1 or 2 orders of magnitude in the atmospheric content of reactive species may have strongly disturbed the photochemistry of these high latitudes regions. So then, let's see. So here we go. Then we present new evidence suggesting that the late glacial worldwide episode of cooling, known as the Younger Dryas, had significant impact on climate, vegetation, and human economy in the Southwest. And that is then associated because this study also points out the possibility of reconstructing past biomass burning events in the northern latitudes, which could have been modulated by past climatic conditions. So already now they're showing that there are changes in climate that are associated with these peaks in large forest fire proxies. And your NH4, as it says down here, that's basically ammonium. So now in the Levant, a new pollen core extracted from Lake Hula and plant remains from the early village of Abu Huraira 1 indicate the forest may give way to steppe in response to drier climatic conditions contemporary with the Younger Dryas. Now, what's interesting is because new studies have been come out in the last few years on Abu Huraira, which suggest that it was the site of an impact. And I think I've got the papers. And in fact, Stephen Collins, who's going to be at the Cosmic Summit, was one of the lead scientists that worked on the studies of impact proxies at Abu Huraira. So going on here, the Pleistocene to Holocene transition in human economy in Southwest Asia, the impact of the Younger Dryas, published in American Antiquity. The Younger Dryas apparently had a profound effect on the environment of Southwest Asia and contributed significantly to the adjustments in human adaptations that resulted in the development of agriculture. So what we're seeing here is a pattern beginning to develop that suggests that the climate had changed drastically. There was meltwater spikes that seemed to be associated with it. And here we go. The Younger Dryas was first recognized in the pollen record of Northern Europe. During the late glacial, as the temperature rose and the glaciers began to retreat, the tundra vegetation was replaced by birch and pine woodland. These trends began during the Balling and Alarod pollen phases. Now, those were the two stages that preceded the Younger Dryas, okay? And they were warming phases. So those warming phases were what was associated with meltwater spike 1A. That was then followed by, as it says here, the ensuing Younger Dryas. The temperature fell sharply, the glaciers advanced once more, and the woodlands retreated southward, giving way to open tundra characterized by Dryas octopetala, from which the name of the episode is derived. That's a Dryas octopetala is an 8-petaled flower that likes cold weather. So it flourishes in the cold, it does not do well in the warm, so it disappears, right? So it had disappeared during the Balling and Alarod warming. It had disappeared. It came back during the Younger Dryas. Here's the term Dryas, which also implies there was an older Dryas, which preceded the Balling Alarod warming. This phase lasted approximately 1,000 radiocarbon years, from 11,000 to 10,000 years BP. Now, again, this has been updated. 2,000 years roughly has been added to these dates. So you could say 13,000 to 12,000 years. The pollen evidence suggests that the climate turned so cold during the Younger Dryas that it approached the conditions of the full glacial. So what this is showing us is that there was, and there's a lot more, we won't get into that, but this is showing, what I'm trying to show here is that there was this questions being raised about already previous to 2007 about what could have happened. And a bunch of different explanations were being proffered at the time for what could have caused this, what seemed to be the gradual, more natural warming through the Bowling Alrod, its sudden interruption to return to full glacial cold, possibly regrowth of glaciers, and then a second episode of melting, right? Well, the other thing that really seemed to raise questions about this was the fact that it was associated with the megafaunal extinctions. Now, jumping forward to 3 years, this is Petit in 1995. This was published in the journal Quaternary International. He says the existence of the Younger Dryas cold event has been known for over a century. First named and described from buried leaves and fruits of Dryas octopetala in Scandinavia, the reappearance of these tundra indicators after shrubs and trees had begun to colonize a glaciated landscape during the Alrod warming suggested a reversion to colder conditions. Numerous stratigraphic studies subsequently proved the cooling as characteristic of late glacial pollen diagrams throughout Europe. While the magnitude, timing, and distribution of this event has had considerable attention in Europe itself since that time, it is only in the last 2 decades that the focus has expanded to include the extra-European presence of the signal. In other words, we're reaching a point here now, we're to mid-90s, 1995, and he's pointing out that within the previous decades, they began to look beyond just Europe. Well, okay, we know that there's this major climate signal in Europe, but what about the rest of the world? All right, so that was where it sort of went. Then he points out that the late glacial paleo, meaning old, paleo-ecological history of the globe comprises a vast literature. Yes, it does, which would be impossible to summarize in this review. Early reviews of the Younger Dryas European pollen evidence emphasized the dramatic changes in vegetation that characterized both coastal and inland areas. In areas outside Europe, few researchers correlated late glacial fluctuations with the Alrod Younger Dryas oscillation, but some exceptions exist and are being investigated now with renewed interest. It is the discovery of a clear Younger Dryas signal in the Greenland ice cores in the last decade that sparked additional interest in the late glacial climate. These high-resolution multi-proxy records generated enhanced impetus to understand the cause of the dramatic shift in climate that characterized Greenland and Europe roughly 12,800 to 11,600 calendar years ago. Now, you see here by 95 now they begin adjusting because they now have these high-resolution Greenland ice cores where you can literally count year by year. So as a result of this much greater resolution, now they have revised the chronology. So you can see here roughly 12,800 to 11,600. So 12.8 is lower Younger Dryas, 11.6 is the top of the Younger Dryas. So again, in the question of a global Younger Dryas, one of the major contributions of this working group has been to establish the clear evidence for the Younger Dryas outside of Europe in eastern North America. It is quite evident from the macrofossil evidence that the accelerator mass spectroscopy carbon-14 dating, that vegetation responds very quickly to climatic change, both at the onset and the close of the Younger Dryas. The probable extent of the Younger Dryas in the Midwestern USA and along the North Pacific coast is indicated by palynological oscillation at many sites. Palynological is the study of pollen. So whatever kind of plants are growing there, they give off pollen. The pollen can be studied, and you can then reconstruct what kind of plants would have been growing there, right? Were they cold-loving plants, warm-loving plants, something in between? The most convincing evidence outside North America is from Colombia, South America, where many sites show an oscillation, but await clear AMS carbon-14 dating. Through high-resolution sampling and dating in many regions of the globe, we eventually hope to be in a position to state with confidence whether or not the YD was a global event. By focused attention to interpretation of vegetational records, we hope to refine our estimates of temperature or moisture change. Careful analysis of the timing of the YED event in ice core, marine, and terrestrial records will help to expand the pattern of its geographic expression and ultimately may help us understand the mechanism of this dramatic climate change. Okay, so maybe what we should do then is fast forward. But this is okay. Okay, we're backing up a little bit, 2 years, because this is when the ice core results are first in hand, and this is important. This was the atmosphere during the Younger Dryas, published in the journal Science, and Paul Majewski and his team is reporting this. One of the most dramatic climate change events observed in marine and ice core records is the Younger Dryas, a return to near glacial conditions that punctuated the last deglaciation. High-resolution continuous glaciochemical records newly retrieved from central Greenland record the chemical composition of the Arctic atmosphere at this time. This record shows that both the onset and the termination of the Younger Dryas occurred within 10 to 20 years, and that massive, frequent, and short-term, decade or less changes in atmospheric composition occurred throughout this event. The magnitude and complexity, massive, decadal or 10-year scale fluctuations of the soluble species record documented in the YD proportion of the Greenland Ice Sheet Project 2 core provide evidence of an extremely dynamic atmosphere thus far unparalleled in the Holocene, or unparalleled in the last 10,000, 11,000 years. So here now, this is bringing something else into the complexity of the equation, the changes in the chemistry of the atmosphere that are occurring. See, so now this is, and it's showing also that the changes were a lot faster than anybody had been previously thinking, because it had, previous to this, it had been assumed that we're talking changes that occurred over thousands of years. And that's why this is so significant, is because, it's, as it says here, the record shows now from the Greenland ice sheet coring that the onset and the termination of the Younger Dryas occurred within 10 to 20 years. So now this is really like they're scratching their heads going, what the hell is going on here? You know, scientific literature tends to be non-emotive, so you don't get that. But I can tell you, yes, they were like, what the F is going on? 10 to 20 years, right? And as I say, extremely dynamic atmosphere, thus far unparalleled in the Holocene. So there's been nothing like this. So it happened at the end of the Ice Age, and there's been nothing like that in the last 10 or 11,000 years. It's unparalleled.
Potentially cataclysmic.
Yes, potentially cataclysmic. And you can see where this trend is going. I hope that people are appreciating why I'm trying to give some context to this. What led up to? Now, we haven't even added the question of mass extinction of megafaunal species. But I will jump ahead here to the 2007 paper that came out, published by Richard B. Firestone, Alan West. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 authors. And this was the first indication. We have discovered what appears, this was published at the American Geophysical Union. It was a paper presented at the fall meeting in 2007. We have discovered what appears to be micrometeorites embedded in 7 Alaskan mammoth tusks and a Siberian bison skull. The micrometeorites apparently shattered on impact, leaving 2 to 5 millimeters hemispherical debris patterns, that's supposed to be patterns, surrounded by carbonized rings. Multiple impacts are observed on only one side of the tusks and skull, consistent with the micrometeorites having come from a single direction. The impact sites are strongly magnetic, indicating significant iron content. We analyzed several embedded micrometeorite fragments from both tusks and skull with laser ablation inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. Did you get that there, John?
They're using a laser to ablate the surface, and then they're using a scanning electron microscope to look at it.
That's right. You got it.
That's pretty metal while also being pretty nerdy.
Yes, it's pretty metal and it's pretty nerdy. And X-ray fluorescence, which I think what it is they bombard the stuff with neutrons and then they look at the wavelength of the gamma rays coming off. Anyways, these analyses confirm the high iron content in a uniform composition, highly enriched in nickel and depleted in uranium. The iron-nickel and iron-titanium ratios are comparable to Uralite meteorites and are unlike terrestrial sources. So there we go. We've seen the first evidence that this might be something involving an extraterrestrial phenomena. And then let's see down here, the bison skull shows evidence of new bone growth over the micrometeorite impact sites, indicating the animal survived the bombardment. Is dated at approximately 26,000 years before present, which is younger than the tusks. Now, what's interesting here, and as we get into the research, and we won't be covering that today, but we will be most definitely talking about this in upcoming episodes, is the idea that there have been multiple pulses of cosmic impacts, right? And the Younger Dryas was probably the latest and the greatest, but it wasn't a singular, it wasn't the only event, right? So what we're seeing here is evidence that perhaps 26,000 years ago, it appears likely that the impacts, cosmogenic isotope increases, magnetic excursion, and population declines are related events, although their precise nature remains to be determined. Well, after additional evidence and studies, they came out with this paper. And this, as I says here, the paper that started it all in 2007. Evidence for an extraterrestrial impact 12,900 years ago that contributed to the megafaunal extinctions and the Younger Dryas cooling. And you can see, we'll read this together. A carbon-rich black layer dating to 12.9 Ka, that's 1,000 years, has been previously identified at 50 Clovis Age sites across North America. And that's the graphic you showed, okay? And appears contemporaneous with the abrupt onset of Younger Dryas cooling. The in situ bones of extinct Pleistocene megafauna, along with Clovis tool assemblages, occur below this black layer, but not within or above it. Causes for the extinctions, Younger Dryas cooling, and termination of Clovis culture have long been controversial. In this paper, we provide evidence for an extraterrestrial or ET impact event at 12.9 Ka, which we hypothesize caused abrupt environmental changes that contributed to Younger Dryas cooling, major ecological reorganization, broad-scale extinctions, and rapid human behavioral shifts at the end of the Clovis period. So we can add to all of the stuff we've already been talking about now, megafaunal extinctions, and what actually appears to have been the disappearance of the Clovis culture in North America and the abandonment of many of those sites that had been occupied for a number of centuries prior to the Younger Dryas, and then they appear to have been abandoned. So that was in 2007. So that was kind of the paper that started it all. We jump forward to 2008, and then what do we see? Wildfire and abrupt ecosystem disruption on California's Northern Channel Islands at the Alarad Younger Dryas boundary, 13.0 to 12.9 Ka. And again, this is what they're seeing from what we talked about before, the evidence, the ammonium and the evidence, the signatures of very large fires. And that was kind of one of the reasons I wanted to go into that, because this evidence of the ammonium and other proxies of wildfires, huge forest fires, preceded this. And now in 2008, in the aftermath in this new paper, they're documenting the evidence for enormous forest fires, wildfires, and associated ecosystem disruption on the Northern Channel Islands. And then again, that same year, the Younger Dryas black mats, Rancho La Brea termination. That was the last phase. Rancho La Brea termination was the last phase of the megafauna occupation of North America. So when they say Rancho La Brea termination, they're meaning that's the end of this last phase of megafaunal presence in the North American biosphere or ecosystem. So in the abstract, and C. Vance Hayes is a very well distinguished, I think he's passed on now. I'm quite sure he is gone because he was even quite old during this when he wrote this. But he was a highly distinguished, highly esteemed paleontologist. So he says that in this paper, of the 97 geoarchaeological sites of this study that bridge the Pleistocene Holocene transition, approximately 2/3 have a black organic rich layer or black mat in the form of moloch paleosols. That's just a type of soil. These are all types of soils that he's talking about here. Diatomites, and then algal mats with radiocarbon ages suggesting they are stratigraphic manifestations of Younger Dryas cooling episode. So he's using the older dates here, then radiocarbon adjusted dates 12,900 to 11,600. This layer or mat covers the Clovis age landscape or surface on which the last remnants of the terminal Pleistocene megafauna are recorded. Stratigraphically and chronologically, the extinction appears to have been catastrophic, seemingly too sudden and extensive for either human predation or climate change to have been the primary cause. This sudden Rancho La Brea termination appears to have coincided with the sudden climatic switch from Alarode to warming to Younger Dryas cooling. Recent evidence for extraterrestrial impact, although not yet compelling, needs further testing because a remarkable major perturbation occurred at 10,900 BP that needs to be explained. And then to clarify here, this you add the 2,000 years to this, and you get the radiocarbon dated adjustments, and that's 12,900. And as he says here, it's a remarkable major perturbation occurred, and it does need to be explained. Most Younger Dryas age black layers or black mats are dark gray to black because of increased organic carbon compared with the strata above and below. Although these layers are not all alike, they all represent relatively moist conditions, unlike immediately before or after their time of deposition as a result of higher water tables. They are both younger and older black layers, but they do not appear to be widely distributed over the continent like the Younger Dryas black mat, nor are they known to be associated with any major climate perturbations, as was the case with the YD cooling. The following observations are based on geological and archaeological investigations conducted over the past 50 years for at least 97 latest Pleistocene sites or localities in North America. And here's a photograph. You see this on George Howard's Cosmic Tusk website. This is the black mat at Murray Springs Clovis site. We visited this, myself, Brad Young, the Serpent Brothers, Russ and Kyle. Who else was with us? We visited this site. This is actually not the thickest example at the site. There's places where this looks to be 8 inches to 10 inches thick. But you can very clearly see it. And so this is that lower Younger Dryas boundary right here. Below, you find evidence of megafauna. You find evidence of Clovis. Above, you do not. Now, there are some exceptions, yes, because there were some limited survivals across the Younger Dryas boundary, or so it would appear. But it also is evident that a major mass mortality event did occur right here associated with this boundary. Okay, so this was a photograph from a paper that was published in 2011. Evidence for Younger Dryas, global climate oscillation, and human response in the American Southwest. So look at this. I mean, look at how prominent this black mat layer is. A late Pleistocene coral marl scoured by alluvium underneath a thick YDC black mat in a tributary stream of the upper San Pedro Valley, southeastern Arizona. Now, I have not been to this site, but I definitely would like to get to this. But you can see how prominent it is here. It says the post-Clovis. Listen again, the Clovis, and we have to talk about the Clovis culture in more depth because they raise some interesting questions themselves. The post-Clovis archaeological record of the Southwest has been explained by the early development of a desert archaic adaptation, okay? The most significant post-YDC, that's Younger Dryas Chronozone, change in material culture is the appearance of groundstone and pinto type and notch projectile points. So after the Younger Dryas, there was a change in the type of tool and artifacts that they found. But here's the key right here. In southeastern Arizona, a noticeable 1,400-year hiatus occurs in the archaeological record following Clovis and Pleistocene extinction. So in other words, you've got the black mat layer, the megafauna disappears, the Clovis culture disappears, and then for 1,400 years, there's no evidence of human occupation. That's what it's saying here. And then you have this new type of artifacts that show up, what they're calling the pinto type notch projectile points that occur between 9 and 8,000 years before present. In any case, there's no compelling evidence for hunters or gatherers in the northwestern Chihuahuan Desert or the Sonoran Desert interior during the Younger Dryas Chronozone. So, in other words, it's evidence that the fairly prolific Clovis culture disappeared from both the Chihuahuan Desert and the Sonoran Desert. Now, in the old models, well, they must have gotten up and left and gone somewhere else. However, the problem is when you start looking at the somewhere else sites, you see the same thing happening. So it's far more looking like rather than migrating outside to another location, they didn't actually migrate. They disappeared. They became extinct in that area. Yeah, to isolate a human response to Younger Dryas Chronozone climate changes requires controls that are not always possible using the types of evidence at hand. But our analysis does demonstrate unambiguous and large-scale changes in human land use. Then the apparent, down here, the apparent abandonment of the northwestern Chihuahua and Sonoran deserts by hunter-gatherer populations after 12.8 thousand year, means calibrated years before present. And the reappearance of people in the stratigraphic record of the northwestern Chihuahua and Sonoran deserts around 10,000 Ka or 11.5. So in other words, what you have here is you had evidence of human population, and then they appear to have disappeared. It's abandoned. The sites where they were occupying, hunting and gathering, making their tools, making their spear points, all of this, they're gone. And then there's a hiatus. And then after about 1,500 years or even longer, you see the evidence of cultural occupancy once again. And their artifacts are different. It's like, a good archaeologist who's studied these can look at the two and quickly see the difference between the Clovis artifacts and those which followed. So Albert Goodyear, we got the tour of the Savannah River site, which was a Clovis site by the lead archaeologist, Albert Goodyear. And what was interesting, the story he told us, he said that for years, that he'd been studying it. He had this Clovis horizon that he'd been studying. And if I recall, in an upcoming future episode, I can show you photographs of the site. But maybe 6 feet down below the surface, something like that, 6 or 7 feet, there was this Clovis horizon that he'd been studying. And he said, that various people had come there sometimes he brought tours in. On several occasions, they brought, I think, even like college students or even high school students out to look at the site. It was on private property, so you could only get in there with permission from Al. But anyways, he said that they kept asking him, well, what's below it? What's below the Clovis site, the Clovis layer or Clovis horizon? And he said, well, we haven't really looked. We don't assume there's anything there because the dominant paradigm was Clovis first. And they were the first people to come to North America, and they probably came across the Bering Land Bridge connecting Siberia to Alaska, migrated down through the ice-free corridor between the Cordilleran and Laurentide ice sheets right there just east of the Rocky Mountain front in Alberta. And this was the explanation, and it was all pretty much resolved. Everybody agreed that that was the case. Clovis were the first. And so he never really looked below. Well, he said finally he got asked enough by enough people, probably, ignorant high schoolers, who would ask questions like that because they didn't know what the consensus opinion was or what the dogma was. So he says, well, he finally decided to take a look. So he did, and he looked down below and discovered more evidence of occupancy of the site that goes back almost 50,000 years, if I recall the number, which I thought was very interesting. But then, of course, there was a hiatus, and then you have this mysterious Clovis culture that shows up around 13,400 years ago, and they're there for 300 to 400 years, and then as quickly and as mysteriously as they show up, they disappear. To the paper co-authored by Goodyear, James Kennett, Alan West, and David G. Anderson. So check this out now. Okay, this is in the journal Quaternary International, which is one of my favorite journals to read every month. The Paleo-Indian Database of the Americas integrates database and geographic information systems technology to provide location data for almost 30,000 Paleo-Indian projectile points, measurement, and other qualitative attribute data on more than 15,000 points, and provides photographs and or line drawings for nearly 10,000 Paleo-Indian points across North America. Now you can go to that Paleo-Indian database of America. It's really interesting to go there and spend some time perusing that site. If anybody wants to check it out. So these data clearly indicate, this is where it gets interesting here, these data clearly indicate a major decrease in the number of artifacts in many parts of North America during the early centuries of the Younger Dryas. This decrease is interpreted to represent a decline in human populations and or a major reorganization of settlement systems, something likely related to the major changes in biota observed over this same general interval. In the southeastern U.S., this decline is particularly dramatic, amounting to a drop of approximately 50%. The pattern of immediate post-Clovis decline in eastern North America is also similar in the central part of the continent in an area defined by 21 states and provinces in the Great Basin, Rocky Mountains, and Great Plains. We'll just go looking at the underlined portion here from the same paper. Nevertheless, a wide range of evidence indicate that conditions during the initial few centuries of the Younger Dryas caused a significant drop in human populations or dramatic reorganizations of settlement in North America, and possibly also broadly throughout the Northern Hemisphere. Well, we're not going to get into it too much in this episode, but we are going to look, because there's a lot of data now from around the world of how this affected human populations. So on the next one here, the next graphic, you'll see here the distribution. You see there's a very thick clustering of points in the east particularly, and more sporadic, but there's a lot of, these are places now where Clovis artifacts and Clovis spear points and so on have been found, right? So quite a thick clustering over here around the east United States, down into Florida, over here, down here in the southern desert regions here, up on the Colorado Plateau, all the way up here into the unglaciated part of southern Canada. You see portions of the Cordilleran ice sheet over here, over the Rocky Mountains, portions of the Laurentide ice sheet here. Now, look what happens after 13,000 years. Particularly look along the East Coast, along the eastern. Boom, they're gone. And they're not nearly as thickly clustered. This is Folsom. So this is 12,000 years. Let's go back. This is 13,000. So this is the beginning of the Younger, just at the eve of the Younger Dryas. This is what you've got. The Clovis culture is widely distributed over unglaciated North America, thickly inhabited apparently in some regions, particularly the east, and then 1,000 years later, they're gone. And you've got, in fact, the points that are now showing up are of a different cultural group altogether called the Folsom. And to a trained archaeologist, you can look at a Folsom point and a Clovis point, and they're distinctly different. You can tell the difference. This next graph is interesting. Now, this is the Topper, South Carolina site. That's the site that we visited with Al Goodyear at the Savannah River. Well, these are two more Clovis sites, Adams, Kentucky, and Carson, Con, Short, Tennessee. Now, if you look over here, total number of artifacts are on this vertical axis here. So you can see at the Topper site, over 400, 450 roughly artifacts were found, during this period of Clovis occupancy. The Tennessee site was up to over 800 artifacts. The Adams, Kentucky site, almost 1,000, right? Then look, here's the Younger Dryas boundary right here, and here's post-Clovis. So boom, what's happened? These people have disappeared. Now the question is, where did they go? Well, did they pull up their stakes and move somewhere else? Well, no, because the abandonment of these sites was pretty much continental. They didn't go anywhere. They died out. They disappeared along with the megafauna. So you can see here how this whole episode is getting extremely and compellingly interesting. We can see on this next graph some various relative probability. You can see here 80% here, 80%, 100% here. So this is what this is showing is that this is where the disappearance is occurring, right in here. We'll skip this and come back to it because I have more detailed information on explaining these graphs, what they're actually showing. We won't get into that here today. The late place. So this is from a different paper, also published in 2011, The Younger Dryas and Late Pleistocene Peoples of the Great Lakes region. The late Pleistocene archaeological record of the Great Lakes drainage area shows that there were several, albeit spatially variable, changes in that record in a time period corresponding to the Younger Dryas climate reversal. Notable here are declines in some areas in the mobility of Paleo-Indian groups as measured by distance to the main lithic source employed. Declines in the overall frequency of sites and find pots, particularly in the western Great Lakes, where some northern areas seem to have been largely abandoned. And an increasing association of occupation locales with glacial lake shores or extensive wetlands left by recently drained glacial lakes. Some of the changes, as in range mobility, most likely relate to the colonization of new areas rather than directly to the Younger Dryas. Specifically, the earliest groups were able to target rich but widely dispersed resource locales due to an absence of competing groups. Now, why I have that underlined is because this is talking about in that post Ice Age world. So what's happened is that the earlier areas were largely abandoned. And then after this hiatus, you have a colonization of these new areas after the Younger Dryas. And as it says here, these earliest groups in this recolonization were able to target rich but widely dispersed resource locales due to the absence of competing groups. In other words, there were these groups that came into these areas and there was nobody else there. Basically, that's what it's saying. And so they were target-rich resource locales because in the aftermath of the deglaciation, you had this period called the climatic optimum. So during the climatic optimum, the climate got quite warm, warmer than now. You had this proliferation of plant life, of vegetation. You had the proliferation of small game. You had large areas with no human occupation. Now you have these small groups going into these resource-rich areas. There's no competing groups there. So this is, I think, an important model that's emerging from this whole scenario that we're describing. Now, how long does it take before those small isolated groups then grow large enough during the climatic optimum that they finally eventually bump up against neighboring groups? Well, the answer is probably at least 3,000 to 4,000 years, right? So anyways, let's look at some of the evidence in these two new papers. We're going to come back, but I think what we should do is, because it's topical and timely, we'll look at these two papers briefly and what they have to show us. There's a whole bunch of research, very interesting research, particularly when you look at the controversy and the debate that went on between the celestials and the terrestrials, to borrow phrase from the early controversies over the Carolina Bays. There were two groups: the celestials, who believed the Carolina Bays were the result of some type of a cosmic impact event, and the terrestrials, who believed that it was a clustering of terrestrial events. In fact, Douglas C. Johnson, who was one of the dean of geomorphology at, where was he, at Columbia University? I think it was Columbia. He wrote an extensive paper intending to debunk this outrageous idea that there may have been an impact that created the Carolina Bays. And it was called The Origin of the Carolina Bays. And his theory was called the complex theory. Well, if you recall Occam's razor, it's like always try to look for the simplest explanation first before you go into the more involved explanations. Well, the clue was the title of his theory, the complex theory. And that was short for Artesian solution lacustrine aeolian hypothesis. Artesian solution lacustrine aeolian hypothesis. So Artesian, look up Artesian aquifer. So that's where it starts, with the idea of an Artesian aquifer.
The word Artesian comes from the town in Artois in France, the old Roman city of Artesium, where the best flowing artesian wells were drilled in the Middle Ages to the level which water will rise in tightly cased wells in artesian aquifers called the potentiometric surface. Potentiometric surface, there you go. That's via the USGS, so water under pressure.
Okay, so picture this: layers of bedrock and water flowing down gradient in between what's called a perched water table. Water flowing, it's under pressure. Now it gets to an aperture in the bedrock, right? So because it's under pressure, it gets to this point within this layer, this conduit, where there's no overlying lid or ceiling holding, that's creating the pressure. So it gets to that overlying aperture, and what does it do? It immediately goes up. And as it goes up, you've got limestone, it's dissolving the limestone. It's solution. So you go from artesian to solution. It's and now artesian solution. Lacustrine means lakes. So the water emerges from the ground and forms a lake. And then Aeolian means the wind. So the wind is now blowing on the water, and the waves somehow mysteriously, in a rather undefined way, circulate, and they shape those irregular bodies of water, the lakes, into these nice, perfect elliptical shapes. And that was Douglas Johnson's theory, the complex theory, artesian, solution, lacustrine, Aeolian. And that was how he explained. So essentially, he brought in all of these geomorphic processes related to flowing water and wind and dissolving bedrock to try to explain the Carolina Bays. And I was very suspicious when I read his book, probably 30 years ago. I think he wrote it in the 1950s. And I was able to get through interlibrary loan, I was able to get an original copy, which I then photocopied. So I have a photocopy of his book, which I'm sure is long out of print, in which he's trying to dispel, to debunk this outrageous idea that it could have been somehow extraterrestrial. Now, what's the explanation for the Carolina Bays? I lean towards extraterrestrial, but quite frankly, I don't know. Now, there's going to be some presentations again at the Cosmic Summit. Chris Cottrell has emerged as one of the leading authorities. He's really studied into all aspects of the Carolina Bays. What's his name? Tony Zamora has come up with a theory, which is quite interesting. I know others, scientists, that dispute his theory, which is basically there was a major impact into the ice sheet, the southern ice sheet, near the Michigan Basin, and this caused a rapid injection into the ice, into the atmosphere, of hundreds of thousands of chunks of ice that then rained down over the eastern United States and on the coastal plains of the Southeast, where you find the Carolina Bays. And you might pull up Carolina Bays and we can show some people what we're talking about. I bet a lot of the listeners are already familiar with Carolina Bays, but his idea was these large chunks of ice landed on the landscape, which was composed primarily of unconsolidated coastal sediments, and the meltwater, the sheets of meltwater flowing towards the ocean, because the coastal plain, of course, is tilted towards the ocean. That water scoured out the elliptical basins. Oh, okay, there we go. There's some Carolina Bays. These natural depressions pepper the landscape of the Atlantic coastal plain. Around 36 of these features can be found in this image, but there's thousands of them. We, on that same trip that we went to visit the Topper site with Al Goodyear, please forgive me. With Al Goodyear, my apologies, Al. We went with Chris Moore, who is one of the leading scientists working and members of the Younger Dryas Impact Group, the Comet Research Group. But we went out with him to some of the Carolina Bays. He believes they're more or less terrestrial. And I don't want to attempt to explain his theory of origin because I wouldn't do it justice, because I haven't taken a detailed analysis of it. So we'll leave that for now. But yeah, if you there's probably a lot more images to give people sort of an overview of what the Carolina Bays are. And when I first started learning about the Carolina Bays in the 1980s, it looked like they were terminal Pleistocene. And this was based on core studies taken from the bottom of a number of Carolina Bays, radiocarbon dating sediments that were enclosed within radiocarbon dating organic material that was enclosed within the sediments at the bottom of the Carolina Bays. And they kept coming up, they looked like Younger Dryas. I mean, they looked terminal Pleistocene. What's going to be the final answer on that? I don't know. Again, we would need probably a lot of new studies. Okay, so we'll just show this mosaic here. This was some of the first aerial surveys ever done, 1930. And you can see all of these are individual photographs that were taken from the air and then pieced together. And surprise, surprise, it showed all of these elliptical features. And this is just a small little area of it, and there's thousands of them. And we could get into an episode on the Carolina Bays. I think it would be interesting. I won't claim to have the most recent ideas on them because I did study. I mean, most of the research I did on the Carolina Bays was in the late 80s and early 90s. In fact, I think it was 92. I went down to South Georgia where some of the Georgia bays are, and I went to a local airport and I hired a pilot to take me up and fly me over because I wanted to see them from the air because you can't, they're hard to see from the ground. So I have some of those pictures that we can share in the future, but this is right here. You can see some of the perfect ovals and how the long axis of the ovals are parallel. And so what this led to was the idea that if these were impact produced or somehow, or maybe also produced along the lines of the Louisiana, and this is a good segue into this recent paper on the Louisiana feature that we're about to talk about. But because it's very possible that, and this is, in my opinion, I talked about Tony Zamora's idea that there was a what does he call it? But imagine large chunks of broken ice landing on the coastal plain. And also I want you to notice, like take this one, it's very noticeable that there is a very prominent sand rim on the south and southeast sides here. You see that? And less on the north. Well, this would be consistent with an oblique impact from the northeast, right? Which would blow the sand towards the south. I mean, in other words, if this was impact produced, the idea was that it was a very low angle to the horizon. Otherwise, it would have been circular. Because if you take a cone, and we're going to see evidence that this is what it looks like we're seeing on this Louisiana feature, is that there would have been a plasma cone preceding the arrival of the object, right? Well, if you take a cross section of a cone at an angle, you get an ellipse. Okay, so if like you had a plasma cone intersecting the surface of the land, and that is a high pressure feature, and it's blowing out, because remember the substrate here is more or less unconsolidated. It's not hard bedrock, it's coastal plain. So it's a relatively soft ground, right? So that's what I initially believed, that it was probably going to be something along the lines of a Tunguska event, that there may have been a pressure cone preceding it, that the thing didn't actually hit the ground, that it exploded in the atmosphere, something along the lines of Tunguska or this new study of the Louisiana event, and then created a cone of pressure, and that cone of pressure intersects the horizontal surface of the land, and hence that's where you get that cross-section slice of the cone, and it gives you an ellipse, if that makes sense. Note parallelism of long axes of ellipse and prominent sand rims on the southern and eastern sides. And then the next slide shows the long axis and the parallelism. Now, that to me was always one of the sticking points with the terrestrial hypotheses. How do you explain that? First of all, the perfect ellipses. Second of all, the parallelism of the long axes of the ellipse. But it seems to me that some kind of in a terrestrial event, superimposed from above is going to be more easily able to explain these features. One, the elliptical shape, the prominent southeast sand rims, the parallelism of the long axes, the shallowness of the crater material, of the crater form itself, which in most cases has then been infilled with Holocene sediment. Okay, so here's the new paper. Let's see. This just came out. It was published online the 4th of June. Okay, so this is really only barely more than a week and a half old since this paper was published. And it's entitled Evidence of a 12,800-Year-Old Shallow Airburst Depression in Louisiana with large deposits of shocked quartz and melted materials. And that's just, see, the shallow airburst depression, that was the original concept I had for Carolina Bays, is that they were shallow airburst depressions. This expands on it quite a bit. I have to confess I have not studied the paper yet. I've scanned it and to just get the highlights, but I have not studied it in depth because I only fell into my hands 2 days ago and I've not been able to really take a deep dive into it yet. But it says here, we report evidence of a likely low-altitude cosmic airburst near Perkins, Louisiana, associated with semi-consolidated deposits containing abundant shocked quartz grains, which, of course, is an important proxy. A classical impact indicator, along with spherules, melt glass, microbreccia. Now, microbreccia is microscopic material that is basically during the heat of the explosion and the violence of the explosion, the rock, the bedrock is broken up into billions and billions of very small microscopic pieces, and that's what you call the microbreccia, the broken rock. Breccia's broken rock. And then you've got a bunch of really sophisticated analytical techniques that they used. In fact, they used 8 different analytical techniques. I think we will not get into all of that right now. It's very interesting, and people interested in this should have just a basic working knowledge of some of the techniques that are used. Scanning electron microscopy is probably one of the main ones. Optical microscopy, which is just simply an optical microscope. Cathodoluminescence, laser ablation, we came across that one. Neutron activation, radiometric dating, that would be like radiocarbon dating. So these analyses reveal that the deposits exhibit morphological and compositional similarities to known impact-related proxies. Radiocarbon dating, based on the isotopes of argon 40 and 39, analysis constrain the likely age of deposition between 30,000 and 10,000 calibrated years before present, but there's a concentration of dates clustering around 12,800 years before present, coinciding with the age range of the Younger Dryas boundary. Spheral and melt glass abundances, along with evidence of high temperature mineral transformations, are consistent with the effects of a high energy airburst or impact. Hydrocode modeling suggests that a touchdown airburst could plausibly account for the observed shallow depression, material dispersal patterns, and geochemical signatures. Now we're looking at the this new paper, and this is the paper is entitled Evidence of a 12,800-Year-Old Shallow Airburst Depression in Louisiana with Large Deposits of Shock Quartz and Melted Materials. So here we go, and this is showing the area in Louisiana right here in the box. And then this is a closer up. There's a lake. Notice there's a lake right there in the center of this circle of dots right here. And this is the town of Perkins, Louisiana. Let's go through and look at this. Here we go. So here's is this a Google map or Google Earth? So here's Lake Depression, seasonal lake. with locations of glass and spheral-rich material outlined in the white dotted line. The pond deposit, which is right up here, is northwest of the lake depression. Let me close this down a little so we can see the whole thing. Okay, so they dug a trench right here, another deposit down here. The pond deposit is northwest of the lake depression, and the V deposit is south of the lake depression. Trench number 1 is on the east rim, so they trenched right here. And the lake deposit is within the lake depression. Calibrated radiocarbon ages on organic material and carbon-rich melt glass are shown for 3 key deposits. Okay, images, yeah, your Google Earth. So then they get into information on airbursts. Cosmic airbursts can occur at various altitudes, producing distinctly different surface effects. High-altitude airbursts, like the 1908 Tunguska event, primarily cause widespread devastation through blast waves, but typically leave no craters. Now, that's really, I think that's important to keep that in mind. Even so, the airburst evidence at Tunguska has been reported to include spherules, shocked quartz, glass-filled fractured quartz, melted feldspar, carbon spherules, and glass-like carbon. Shocked quartz, I will mention, is any kind you have quartz crystals and shocked because they have fractures all throughout. And I think we've got pictures here of some shocked quartz. Let's just look at some of the, first of all, the macro scale stuff. So it says here, this is optical photographs, which is just your typical microscope photographs. But this last one is, I find very interesting because here you see the spherules that are embedded in this matrix. Like here's melt glass from within the matrix, and look at what you have here is vesicles, which were formed by gas bubbles. So this is some of the rocks that were picked up, some of the matrix material. If you look at this, let me zoom in a little here. You can see that there's this material, darker colored material spread throughout here. Here you've got glass, this dark colored glass embedded within this matrix. And yeah, here you can see the vesicles. And then here you can see spherules.
Would we call these proxies?
Yes, these are proxies.
Those don't happen naturally in the rock? It has to be pretty hot, doesn't it?
Yes. So yeah, here you have, this was formed by melt glass, right? This is melt glass. So here this lighter is sort of the matrix, and you've got the melt glass, and then you've got the spherules. So the original discovery was of a sizable semi-consolidated surface deposit, primarily comprised of billions of spherules and fragments of melt glass embedded in a matrix of partially melted and unmelted grains of quartz, sand, and limestone. So here's, F is your photo micrograph of spherules embedded in the pond deposit matrix. Let's see here.
So you'll see a graph on page 10 of where they believe the air burst.
Okay.
There's your arrowheads.
Yeah.
Your pre and post Clovis and boundary.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So interesting. There's your accelerator mass spectrometry, 12,000. Yeah. So here's your Younger Dryas boundary date right here. And here's the peak, the glass peak right here from 12,835 to 12,735 calibrated years before present. Let's see, you said 10.
Page 10, you got a good layout of where they think the airburst occurred. You've got your cone imprint on the landscape.
I must be close to 10 here.
That's it.
Oh. This one?
This is the one.
Spheral distribution.
So this is where they took all their core samples.
Yep. So each one of these numbers, I presume, is a core sample. Okay.
And this is where they found all of our proxy spherules.
And it's actually quite a collection of diverse proxies in one place.
Yeah.
Which to me is very much indicative of an impact. And the dating would certainly suggest that it was right there near the Younger Dryas boundary. Melt glass. So let's see, there's some of the temperatures we're talking about for melt glass are really impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. So this is kind of an oblique view, a profile across the lake depression showing spheral peak by depth. Okay, so right here by the lake, notice that the spheroids are much deeper. Well, that would seem to suggest to me that this is probably right where the most of the energy was concentrated and was able to excavate a deeper, and that's what's now occupied by the lake. Let's see what else we've got here. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. Spheroids from various deposits from several locations. So A through C are photomicrographs. And look, you see the spirals embedded there.
These are from just south of the lake, southeast, on the V deposit.
Yes. And then D, E, and F are, let's see, scanning electron microscope image with 2 epi-illuminated photomicrographs of the thin-sectioned spheral-rich matrix. Panels D and E exhibit approximately 800 spherules, representing approximately 1.8 million spherules per square centimeter. So that's just a little, that's a lot of spherules in a very little space. But look at this stuff. Pond deposits. Let's see what it says about those. So that's G. Images of spherules within the matrix. In panel G, number 7, is an iron-rich spheral right here with a platy texture. Look, see the platy texture it's talking about, which would be suggestive of, violent pressures imposed upon these spherules. In panel H, number 8, is a hollow aluminum silicon-rich spheral surrounded by hundreds of smaller spherules. You see here, like all of these smaller spherules. In panel I, 9 marks a small hollow spheral, a few microns in diameter, and number 10 marks an elongated iron-rich object. So it looks to me like there's a bunch of stuff that's kind of all become fused together here, which is typical.
It looks like what you see after you get done welding something or smithing something. If you ever actually work with a hot iron in a forge, looks like everything that's in the bottom of the floor of the shop. Hot and violet.
Okay, so these are all from the V deposit, which is just south of the lake. Platy textures characteristic of iron-rich spherules, covering an aluminum silicon-rich core at number 2. So that right there. So this is what he's calling the platy texture. I mean, look at this one. So what does it say about B? Platy textures and number 4, dendritic textures on iron-rich spherules surrounded by a spheral-rich matrix. So this is basically all broken up. Now let's see, pit D. Spheral D was from pit 3. Let's see, number 5, impact pit on a spheral. Right here, right there. So you had a spheral and you had a smaller piece that slammed into it right here and created that hollow, that indentation right there. Look at E and F. Okay, so E and F, splashes of once molten material draped across an aluminum calcium silicon spheral. Number 8 is a cluster of submicron spherals splashed onto the large spheral. Oh yeah, look at this. Here you see the large spheral, And then you see that these have been basically welded onto it. Look at G. G says it's a iron-rich spheral that collided with number 12, an aluminum silicon-rich spheral. So there, yes, two spherals that collided and then stuck together.
And all of these are found where?
Well, these are all part of the V, which is that site, just all of them except for D, which was pit 3. All of these are found in the V deposit just south of the lake.
Well, I meant geologically. They're all in the...
Oh, well, they all appear to be clustering around the Younger Dryas boundary.
So at least this event, at least this black mat was exposed to something very, very hot, very, very fast. We have what looks like an airburst impact. It's hard for me to imagine anything terrestrial that would create this naturally other than a volcanic activity.
Well, no, even that wouldn't, because the pressures in volcanism and the heat necessary to create these spherules is insufficient.
And it's the wrong material.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the wrong material. It wouldn't be coming fast enough. Yeah, I'm with you. There's nothing terrestrial.
Right. Look at these spherules. Wow, what a collection of spherules these are. And it says they're extracted from the V deposit. A through D is clusters of iron and aluminum silicon-rich spherules. Multiple colors of glassy. We have calcium, aluminum, silicon, iron, carbon-rich spherules. L, JKL, a hollow, broken, glassy spheral containing numerous submicron spherules inside of it. Look at this one. So here's a hollow, broken, dark-colored, glassy, calcium, aluminum, silicon, iron, carbon-rich spheral. Miller-Bravais indices confirm shocked quartz. Geez, what a collection of stuff from this one site. Multi-layered V spherules, multi-layered spherules. Yeah, I'm going to have a good time working my way through this.
Yeah, it's quite the read. It's 47 pages long. So if you guys want to have a look at that, link will be in the description.
Yeah.
To this article and the Russian one, which is nowhere near as replete as the one from Louisiana. We're going through the most interesting of the two. But the fact that there's one in Russia now, and we have proxies, impact proxies in the Younger Dryas boundary layer.
Yeah.
What would that intimate, Randall?
Ooh, well, it would certainly, to me, suggest that. It seems that what it amounts to is we're drawing boundaries around the extent of the Younger Dryas boundary event, but it seems to be constrained only by as far as we've actually looked. And when we look at new places, it keeps showing up. I mean, it to me, it points in the direction that it was global in extent, and that's what I think we can conclude from this. And when we go through, we'll take on another episode of this where we sort of like try to fill in the gaps. We'll address some of the criticisms of the theory, and look at some of the popular in the popular press, some of the way they treated it. And it was always kind of over glamorized, over sensationalized. And then 6 months later, they would have, the headlines would be, impact hypothesis disproved, right? So there was a lot of controversy, but I think the controversy has kind of subsided because the evidence favoring an event like this keeps accumulating. I think what I'd like to do is zoom to the, let's see, let's see. I was looking for the graphic on the plasma plume.
I believe that's on page 37.
Ah, there it is. Okay, yeah. Melted in shock quartz during an airburst. So this is what they call a hydrocode model of an asteroid airburst showing crater formation. Look at this. Okay. And here you see down here crater formation. You've got this high energy plasma plume that hits the surface of the ground. This model by Boslow and Crawford shows the jet from an asteroid airburst excavating a crater, melting superficial material at greater than 5,500 degrees Kelvin.
Yeesh.
Which is yellow. That would hurt if you got burned up. If you got swallowed up by a 5,500 degree Kelvin plume, which is yellow, as it says, and ejected a bladed material, which is the small black dots. So you see, let's try to zoom in a little more. Okay, so there you've got all of this is the ejecta that's being blown out of the crater. And then that falls, some of it falls to the outside, some of it falls back within the crater itself. Melted materials such as those produced under these conditions have been observed at Perkins. So this is most likely the event. It didn't actually, the object itself didn't strike the Earth. Okay, visible representation. So you got a low density, low velocity impactor coming in like this. Then what's happening here? So this would be the ejecta plume going out this way. Let's see, visible hydrochroma, possible low density to low velocity impactor. The legend shows various materials after a 350-meter comet broke up in an airburst, 108 kilometers high. One 100-meter wide ultra-low-density fragment, shown in red here, struck the Earth traveling at 0.975 kilometers per second at an angle of 45 degrees. Earth's surface was relatively flat with vegetation and trees. And then at 765 meters, the impacting airburst fragment created a shallow crater approximately 25 meters deep. You can see that that's right here. It's forming this crater, shallow crater right here. Because the airburst fragment was much less dense than the Earth, it broke into a laterally moving cloud of small particles shown in red. That's what this is. What I was saying is the ejecta, and it moved all the way over, and then it kind of did this wave coming back on itself here. It broke into a laterally moving cloud of small particles. The impact created pockets of near vacuum conditions in white and began to vaporize vegetation at number 3. After 2,235 meters, the crater deepened. Oh, no, this is probably milliseconds, not meters. Sorry. Apologize, everybody. This would be milliseconds. The crater deepened, and the denser vegetation deflected the low-density impactor cloud. So there we go. That's kind of a cross-section of what would have created this. A low-angle impactor, low density. If it's a piece of a comet, it's going to be low density. Low density, low velocity impactor. And what's going on here? a 100-meter wide ultra-low density fragment of a 350-meter comet struck the Earth, as described in the figure above. After 720 milliseconds, the impacting fragment created a shallow crater. Temperatures rose to more than 2,000 degrees centigrade in red, the boiling point of quartz. At 720 milliseconds, the comet fragment broke into a laterally moving cloud of small particles. The high temperatures began to vaporize vegetation. After 2,235 milliseconds, the crater deepened, and greater than 2,000 degrees centigrade temperatures continued to melt surficial sediments and vaporize vegetation. So here you can kind of see. So here's the path of the incoming object. This would be the plasma plume intersecting the ground here. And here you can see all of this would be ejecta thrown out from the impact site. And in fact, you can see there's an outer layer, an outer boundary to the ejecta here. And it looks like ejecta thrown out this way as well, almost in a butterfly type shape. Not unlike the distribution of tree destruction with the Tunguska object. So we used a LiDAR-derived digital elevation model to show a potential crater with an ejecta apron to the west, with two possible wings of debris extending away from the crater lake. An additional potential crater is shown in blue. That's right here. And that would certainly fit and be possible, which warrants investigation. Elevation in black. The vertical scale is meters above sea level and is exaggerated several times for better visibility. And then you have your conclusions. Go through that. Let's see here. So in the conclusion, we propose that the Perkins Lake/depression represents an airburst impact crater associated with the younger Dryas onset, and as such contributes to the broader understanding of the frequency and effects of cosmic impact events on Earth's surface environments. Recent research, extensive research, and observations at this site and elsewhere imply that airbursts, now this is important, I think this is the one takeaway of this that people should really take with them. Airbursts have been more common than currently accepted, and that numerous easily overlooked such airburst impact events may have occurred in the past. Well, why would they be more common? Well, it's because they don't hit the ground and gouge out large craters that can be studied, years later. And that's something important to keep in mind. Why? Because if they are more common, here's the thing. If we look at a crater like Meteor Crater in Arizona, it was an iron asteroid. Okay, an iron asteroid is a very dense object. And because of its density, it's able to penetrate much more readily through the atmosphere, strike the ground, and gouge out a big hole, right? Whereas a low-density object is only going to create a shallow crater, whether it's Tunguska, whether it's this Perkins crater in Louisiana, or possibly the Carolina Bays, right? Now, here's the thing about the Tunguska. Another century or two, you would scarcely see any evidence that this event had even happened there. Whereas, when it was first reached by scientists back in the late 1920s, the blowdown of the trees was still extremely apparent, right? So a lot of information has been able to be derived by looking at the pattern of tree destruction and, looking at the site for proxies. But, if you're just walking through the woods, like, a century or two from now, you'll be going, there'll be pretty much full recovery. Who's going to think let's excavate a sample of Earth and see if there's microspherules or nanodiamonds or shock quartz or any of that stuff in it? No, you wouldn't even think of that, right? So here's the thing. The iron asteroids that leave craters, like when you go in, there's approximately 200 impact craters now identified on the Earth. Well, the vast majority of those are going to have been created by higher density objects like asteroids, right? In the event of an airburst, a la Tunguska or this event here, it is not going to leave an obvious crater whose signature is so obvious that you're immediately going to go look at it and look for all the impact proxies that would normally be associated with an impact crater. But the iron objects, compared to the low-density objects that would cause airbursts, those low-density objects are about 10 times more abundant than the iron objects that gouge craters. So what does that imply? It implies it could have a lot more airbursts that we don't even know about, and that's the point. That's the point that they're making here in this article, is that it's very possible that these things are a whole lot more, that they're easily overlooked, and that numerous easily overlooked airburst impact events may have occurred in the past. But, 1,000 years later, 500 years later, how do we identify those? Well, maybe this is where LIDAR will come in. Maybe things will show up, because certainly the Carolina Bays are showing up quite impressively in LIDAR mapping. So one more thing here. Hydrocode modeling supports the hypothesis that a low-altitude airburst impact could have generated the observed depression and associated deposits. While alternative explanations for this material, including natural, fluvial, or anthropogenic processes, were considered, they failed to account for the full suite of geological and geochemical evidence.
So, Randall, what's the ultimate takeaway here? Airbursts happen?
Airbursts happen.
To find.
Yeah, airbursts happen. And in our estimates of how numerous cosmic encounters are, I would suggest are being grossly underestimated, only because they're primarily derived from crater counts. And as I just explained, those crater counts are based upon actual impacts into the surface of the Earth. And an event like Tunguska, or this event here, we'll call it the Perkins, Louisiana event. Yes, now we can come back, thousands of years later, because there is a depression there. And that depression, it appears, was formed by a high pressure, high temperature plasma plume that was preceding the encroaching object, right? But if we go to the Tunguska object, and I think there are actually shallow elliptical craters in the region of Tunguska, which would suggest to me a higher likelihood of that being an explanation for the Carolina Bays. But in any case, if you have a Tunguska object, my point being that if you have a Tunguska object that happened 1,000 years ago, what's going to be our evidence that we can look for in the field? Well, if you have fossilized trees from a blowdown, that could do it. But typically you get back several millennia, they're going to be buried. You're not going to see them still laying on the surface, because if they are still laying on the surface, they're going to likely have decayed away and become just part of the soil, and you wouldn't even know they were there. So the takeaway is that the real danger, the most immediate danger, would be airburst phenomena rather than impacts. Impacts are still highly dangerous. If say an object 1,000 feet in diameter slammed into the Earth, we're looking at global repercussions of that, or reverberations. I mispronounced reverberation in one of our previous, I called it reverbation when it should have been reverberation. But hey, what can I say? I get tired, and sometimes I occasionally mispronounce a word. Supposedly, anyway.
I was going to say supposedly. Yes.
I supposedly mispronounce words from time to time. But that's the takeaway here. Tunguska type events may be far more numerous than we had previously estimated. And here's the thing. A Tunguska event is extremely catastrophic and devastating and damaging to the immediate local area, right? But a single object is not going to really have global consequences, although the Tunguska event did have some global fingerprints that we can talk about in an upcoming episode, right? However, they weren't overt, they weren't obvious, right? But once you begin to, you have the timing, early morning, June 30th, 1908, you can look and you can see, oh, there are fingerprints of other things that happened, like a pressure pulse that passed over newly installed barographs in the British Isles and went around the entire planet twice. And based upon the velocity of that pressure pulse, we're able to back it up in time and see that the time correlated almost exactly with the Tunguska airburst, which created a pressure wave that literally moved around the Earth. But here is the thing, the final thing we should say is that there is evidence in hand, compelling evidence, that sometimes airbursts, the airbursts are not always limited to single events. Just like what we're looking at here with the Louisiana event, it's probable that that was one of multiple airbursts, perhaps even hundreds or thousands of airbursts that afflicted the planet at the lower Younger Dryas boundary. And if it turns out that Carolina bays are the consequence of airburst phenomena, then that would also imply that there were thousands of airbursts occurring during the Younger Dryas boundary, if the dating correlates. But that would certainly explain the graph we looked at, where we saw almost the complete erasure of of Clovis cultural sites, Clovis occupation of the eastern United States during the Younger Dryas interval. So I would say the takeaway, again, this is just more of the constantly accumulating evidence that we are cosmically vulnerable. And we need to be paying attention to the bigger picture of which we are a part. But we're so distracted over this because of this Malthusian worldview that our human civilization is limited to the resources of planet Earth, that we're going to go down as a civilization fighting over a dwindling, finite supply of resources when we don't need to. If we just begin to really undertake what I think is the inevitable evolution to become a cosmic civilization, which we will be able to do two things simultaneously. One, we will be able to much more effectively create a planetary defense system, and also we will begin to harvest the resources, both energy resources and material resources of space. However, we need to get past this thing that's going on right now, because we're in a dangerous time right now. We have to recognize that. We talk about catastrophes. I call myself a catastrophist. I look at catastrophes throughout the history of this planet. And most of what I look at is catastrophes of a natural kind. But we could be facing a catastrophe of a human-made kind, if we don't get these conflicts under control, and soon. So I just, whatever it takes to get people to wake up and realize that, no, there's an alternate path. We don't need to go down this road of perpetual conflict, competing for a dwindling supply of resources. We need to really change our thinking. So that is something that I really hope and pray that we get through this time, because this is probably the most dangerous time since early 60s, when we were going toe-to-toe with the Soviet Empire, like during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And we managed to, come through there by the skin of our teeth, even though we claim this close. What saved our asses was high-level diplomacy, talking, communicating, discussion, negotiations. We have to have that, and we have to demand it from our leaders. And I think Donald Trump need to have his feet held to the fire, because virtually everybody that I know personally voted for Donald Trump on the basis of the fact that he was portraying himself as a peace candidate, and he was going to end the war in Ukraine. And he hasn't done that. And he's now looking like he's ramping up another war. And who knows where this is going to go. But I've got to be optimistic and believe that we're going to come through this ultimately unscathed, but there's so many variables here, and we know that these are the kinds of events and kinds of things that can rapidly spiral out of human control. So, I mean, it's coming down on, America's got to wake up and say, no, we're not going to, this is not sustainable, which it isn't. So that's part of the takeaway as well. So, let's reconvene soon with another episode. I think that will have to be after the Cosmic Summit, which is coming up this coming weekend. And I think there's going to be a lot of great knowledge and information exchange there. A network is growing worldwide of people who are looking at these kinds of things, learning about these things, studying, researching, etc. This is also a very important thing that needs to go on because, hey, we could go to war with the Russians over, dwindling resources in Ukraine, or we could form a joint venture with the Russians and the Chinese to build a planetary defense system and a lunar outpost on the moon from which we could use as a base to begin to explore, colonize, and reap the infinite riches of the solar system. So I'd rather go that direction.
Same here.
And one of the things that's holding us up is just general cynicism on the part of too many people who just, are dismissive of these possibilities. But when you look at the big picture, no, I don't think that it's pie in the sky. It's not something that's just out of our reach. I think we can do it. It's just, do we have the will? Do we have the motive? Do we have the inspiration? And with those things, I think we can do it. And believe me, I would way rather be working together internationally towards those goals than the kinds of things we now see going on. So on that note, I guess we'll disperse. I'll go to the Cosmic Summit, be back next week. We'll record another episode. We'll be looking further at this. There's the whole history of this Younger Dryas controversy is super interesting. And we'll provide links and all kinds of things for people who want to do their own independent research. Because the more brains and minds we get on this, the more productive I think that our research will be.
Indeed. See you soon.
All right, John. Adios, my friend.
All right, ladies and gents, as I said, that's where we're going to call it a day for this one this time. As always, I thank y'all for tuning into this episode of Freedom's Fringe. We will be back next month with another episode to prove learning is fun. But in the meantime and in between time, we are going to head over to our sister Miss K-Star for a movie night. We're a couple minutes late getting in there, but some people call that fashionable. I'm just saying. At any rate, no long goodbyes this evening. Y'all stay safe, stay baked, stay based as fuck. Have a blessed night and a great tomorrow. Hit that join button at the top right of the chat. It will take you to our next destination. Other than that, my friends, I will holler at you later. Have a great one.
You're in my domain, got the whole crowd screaming out our name. It's a blowout, it's a hurricane, it's over before you know it. Why you shaking? We're a dynasty in the making. We're the royalty, now we're breaking down the enemy. Move over. For the soldiers, take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory. Yeah, we've waited for our time to come, calculated everything we've done, we've upgraded. Now you can't outrun a champion. Now you're facing one. Can you hear them? Yeah, it's all for us. You believe them? Yeah, it's serious. Hear the siren. We're victorious. I'm telling you. Can I get a hell yeah? Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory.